just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. Of course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga, boop, straight in the bag.
This might just be it, nearing 99%, but Limp, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch in the fight, and he's going to get another big down blossom. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a stick!
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Hello and welcome to day 3 of week 4 in stage 1 of the OWCS 2025 season. I'm Zoe, your host, and I am excited to close this first chapter of the year with all of you today. And of course, my good friends and now the caster pair extraordinaire, Jake and Johnny. How are we feeling today?
My day's good, Zoe. I'm excited to be here, excited to cast some Overwatch. We've got some interesting matches here on the cards, especially VP versus Team Vision. I'm a little worried for Team Vision. The season hasn't gone really the way they had hoped, and for VP, it's just about exactly the opposite.
Let's take a look at the standings here, Johnny, and you walk us through what surprised you, because the standings really won't change anymore. Maybe the Ultimate is going to overtake Twisted Minds, but it won't really change anything,
because the seeding is determined by head-to-head first, right? Even though if Twisted Minds, they 3-0 today, they won't overtake Alcazia. So Twisted Minds and the Ultimates, they're playing for 5th and 6th seed later on today, and Vision, they're locked in that 7th spot. But, you know, Jake, let's hope they can close it out strong. Let's hope they can put on a good performance against VP, who are on this 6-0 win streak, could end up going 7-0 in the very first stage.
I mean, it's looking good for them. They've been super strong. They've come together and really, I think, flourished in the hero band format, where they've been able to kind of like keep the strategic vision of the game in their wheelhouse, in their comfort zone, despite some potential worries about maybe main tanks. That really hasn't been brought to bear here in EMEA.
Absolutely. And here's the bracket for the playoffs. Of course, the top teams are already locked in, and they get to choose between the 5th and the 6th seed. Which way they will go? That's a big question. Do you think either team has a preference, or is it all the same to them?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting kind of pick here. I think Alcazia, started off a bit rough, but then it looked really good afterwards. I would say for VP here, it's a bit of a tough choice. I think, you look at these two teams, whether it's Genji or Alcazia, they have, slightly different styles, the way they play the game. And so maybe you think you have a better compositional matchup against either of the two, and it'll kind of come down to that. So it's an interesting choice ahead of VP, considering that they're the number 1 seed and they get to pick either of the two opponents.
I mean, I don't think they would go for... Could they go for Alcazia? No, they can't go for Alcazia.
Yeah, it's Alcazia or Genji.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they can. No, yeah, but Alcazia was the one team that actually pushed them to map 5. So maybe that's not the one you want to face off against.
This region's been crazy, Zoe.
It really has been, and it's just been this week, right? Like perks in the mix and whatnot. Let's talk about Virtus Pro, because they will be playing their first game today, and they will go up against Vision Esports. Now, what we learned this week is that, gods can bleed. Although they still took the victory, and overall, was it really bleeding? It was like an abrasion, like a minor abrasion, nothing... A little band-aid and maybe mommy's kiss can't fix.
Wait, what are we talking about right now, Zoe?
You have a boo-boo, your mommy gives a kiss and it's better. Like,
that is true.
It's
that
not an injury. It's not bloody. It's just a little boo-boo.
It's just a little boo-boo.
Makes it feel better.
In the end, I'm never worried about teams going to map 5. Like, oh, are they weak? No, I mean, they got the win in the end of the day. I think like teams can drop maps, sure, but VP, they are undefeated. Vision Esports has really struggled through this phase of the season, facing relegation, and so I think VP should be like the hands down favorites here. And although they're not really playing for standings, like they're locked in at first. I mean, when you're 6-0 and you're playing a bottom team, there's some pride on the line here for VP. They want to make this a really dominant showing to close out the round robin phase.
Yeah, and they're playing really confident as well, Jake. I think they've really found their style. Vestola can play some of these brawl tanks, but they've also slowed things down, play a little bit of poke as well. Jwoo has been a standout Genji for this team as well, just, 17 years old. Come in here and play some fantastic Genji, and Shockwave has been arguably the best hitscan player in the region for me, but also being able to flex around, right? Not only do we see Shockwave on some of these these hit scan heroes, we can also see Shockwave flex over to, the Echo, the Pharah, whatever the team kind of needs. So this has been a team that really knows who they are, they know what their strengths are, and they also know some of their weaknesses, having Vestola on that tank role. But Smash, their coach, has done a fantastic job, I think, hero banning around that, protect banning as well, to make sure that Vestola is in a great position to really succeed in that tank role. So been mightily impressed by Virtus.pro so far this stage.
Yeah, now speaking of tank role, if we're looking at Vision Esports, Simple coming in again as their tank player since Aimo decided to get himself banned. It was a real shame, honestly.
Oops.
I mean, Simple and Oi, they held the fort, they held it down on the tank role. I don't think they played particularly bad, but this happened in one of the most important matches of the season for them. They went up against Twisted Minds. It was a do or die match. If they would have won that match, they would have kept themselves out of relegation. Now they're locked in the relegation matches and they can't have their tank in the mix and have to make adjustments heading into relegations, perhaps.
Yeah,
very unfortunate.
You're definitely hoping for heroics right now for this squad for Team Vision. You probably need, your DPS to make some sort of a hyper carry move, but I just feel like it's so overwhelming, challenging Virtus.pro, especially with a tank like Vestola, who is going to be so good at shutting down DPS, in particular with an off-tank speciality. This is a really difficult one. Just going fair 1-for-1 toe-to-toe in the tank matchup would be a huge win for this team, but I think they need more than that to get a win.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, Zoe. We'll kind of see. I think they'll swap their tank. We've seen them play both double flex support in the past, and then Simple is on the support, and then Aoi as well. He might play some tank when they do go to those kind of double flex support. I had some Swedish accent come in there, so I do apologize for that. I don't know that, but
otherwise, three letters is hard to get through. Yeah, Oi has actually played tank in the past. We talked about that in their last match. According to Liquipedia, I've not seen any proof of that actually being the case, but it's written right there on his page. Is the only factoid about him, so I just gotta trust the smart brains to put it in there. Let's talk about Vision Esports' keys to victory here. What can they do? They are going up against the best team that we currently have in OWCS, but as we said, they can bleed. Let's take a look at an interview post-match with Shockwave after their 5-map series. Second time this stage, we see you guys actually losing a map. 2, in fact, this time around. Is it Suravasa? Is it Ventures? Is it checkmate on Venture? Or was it the addition of perks or all of the above? Why do you think it looked a little more shaky today?
I actually think the Venture for sure was a kind of a curveball. That's why we banned it, and we had some ideas about the Venture and then also the Pharah maybe from them. But yeah, I think the Venture we were kind of stun locked. So yeah, that was a pretty good, I think, just a general good pick from them. But then I will say, towards the end, in the mirrors, they were playing pretty good, if I'm honest. So just respect to them, honestly, towards the end there.
That's right. Credit where credit is due. They did play it really well. It was a 5-map series and was a very exciting one too, which could have gone either way. So if we're rehashing the keys to victory here for Vision Esports, step 1, I guess pick Venture. If you're good at Venture. Step 2,
you have to be good at Venture.
You gotta be good. You gotta be very, very good. Maybe step 3, play on Suravasa. There we go. That's a good one. And play pretty good.
Oh, that's crucial.
As a bonus, don't get your tank banned from the game. I think then you have what it takes to maybe take a map, at least.
Yeah. To be clear here, though, you can play also better than pretty good. So you can play pretty good or play really well.
Or better, yeah. Pretty good
I think
plus.
both of those will do. But let's, as much as you joke about it, so this is going to be an uphill battle, especially when you don't really have your tank in the mix, right? I mean, maybe Taejong could, swap over to, a Venture if you really see that for yourself. But I think this is a team that will maybe be able to double down on the double flex support on some maps, on some payload maps where it kind of suits them. And then they'll just have to play pretty slow with slow dive, manning the hit scan as well as Taejong playing maybe a Torb or something like that. So, we have these teams who play, some ball compositions, some Venture compositions. I think we've seen this stage that you really have a team, depending on what their play style is, whether they're a dive team or a poke team, you have to play to your strengths. You can't just play whatever is the best counter to a specific team, right? So just because Venture was good against Virtus.pro, you can't just show up and play Venture thinking that might be the recipe to success.
Or maybe you can. I mean, listen, neither of these two teams has anything to lose here. So I feel like everything goes. This could go wild. Vision Esports taking on Virtus Pro in our first match of the day and our last day of play. So please, guys, walk us through the map set and the hero bands.
All right, let's see what the draft has for us here. Looks like it's going to be opening on Samoa, picked by VP. VP banning Hazard as well, the responsive Torb ban from Vision. We've seen how strong Torb can be, especially on these control maps, these scrappy fights, you know, just being so hard to kill on the DPS. The addition of that turret really helps you slow things down. We've seen Shockwave bring it out quite a bit here. Hazard ban, I think, you know, could be just a matter of like slowing down some of these super aggressive styles that could be strong on Samoa.
Yeah, and it's also been a hero that we've seen Simple play for Vision on Esperanza. We saw them play that earlier this week as well. It's one of the heroes that Simple can play, but, you know, maybe the Torbjorn ban makes sense as well. Maybe you want Taejong to mantle that Tracer, whereas Jwoo has often preferred the Genji, right? So we'll see kind of like how that compositional matchup goes down. I think this is a Virtus Pro team that is looking really comfortable this stage, Jake. And, you know, we've already talked about how impressive this team has been. I think for this match, it's just going to be them playing to their best ability. And, you know, you want to see a clean 3-0 here as we got the regional playoffs coming next week already. And that's when you really have to perform. That's when you have to play your best game. So hopefully this for Virtus Pro is just, you know, another match in the calendar where you go 3-0 and just clean things up, especially considering the circumstances for Vision Esports here.
VP definitely with some pride on the line here, opening up on Samoa with the Mauga comp, going with a very pokey version of the composition here. Sojourn and Pharah as both teams enter the mid. A slow poking phase should favor VP here. So far, abilities being traded, but no heavy commitments from either side.
Yeah, no heavy commitments, and, you know, Vision Esports playing Lucio Kiriko here. You think over time that, you know, we'll see a lot of value from Fix on the Brig, from Gala on the Juno here as well. So, you know, a bit of a conundrum here for Vision Esports. How are you going to play this matchup when you got the Lucio and Kiriko?
Yeah, the mirrored DPS, see if they can get aggressive with the Lucio. Right now, cap pressure coming in from VP. Jwoo takes the op angle on the right, gets pushed back by a heavy rail. Already forced to use this lifesteal on Mauga. Very defensive cleanse as well. And the point flip for VP, this is huge opening to the mid.
Yeah, I mean, getting the point cap early, you're really happy with that if you're VP, because now you can just play back, right? You can play back with this break, but Jwoo found some pick early onto Simple, and that's going to be a great start for VP. Not only do you have the cap and building percentage, but it's going to take some time for Vision to reset.
Jwoo low HP, but still hunting for more here. And I mean, that's just a very easy, stable fight for VP. They're happy to face super slow. They have much better heal throughput with the Juno Brig, much better ability to keep players like Pharah and Sojourn alive on op angles. And the poke really favors them there to the extent that Simple kind of just fell over, never really got the engagement he was looking for.
Yeah, so Vision here, taking a bit of a wrap around. You want to get closer with the Lucio, and here comes the quick engage from Simple, actually identifying Jwoo early.
Pistola trying to fight, still committing here. Soul Dive on the off angle, is getting pressure now, but Taejong does find one on Fixa, so VP starting to fall apart here. Simple pressuring out Pistola, who stays alive on the enemy side of the map. I think this is inadvisable from VP. They're going to get stalled very late here as Lucio, no escape from the speed, and that's the risk the VP run, right? When they get picked off early, they don't have the ability to escape and reset against a Lucio.
Yeah, no ultimates invested from either side so far. So Vision Esports, they take that fight win from a nice little rotation. They get close. They find a pick onto Jwoo. Don't have to invest anything. And now with this Lucio Kiriko, they have the opportunity to drop this Kitsune or somewhere. So we cannot see how they play it with these ultimates.
Big ultimate dump on the cards. It's all coming down to these little moments here in the fight. Some early poke pressure. Shockwave pops the overclock. See if he can get something done. Everyone hiding from Vision Esports, trying to play sword, trying to wait it out. Cage comes in from Pistola. They're still committing with all 4 support ultimates on the field. Fixa died in the chaos. And as well, Barrage comes through. And Vision Esports win the fight. Only cost them 5 ultis.
They got the job done. They got the job done, Jake. You know, there's 5 ultimates. You know, it's a fight win. I mean, look at Virtus Pro. They use 4. So,
yeah,
the fight win. What are you going to do with this rally now from Fixa? Went down early that fight, didn't get the rally off, but, you know, this is your win condition now.
I mean, rally versus nothing, though. Rally is so powerful in these low ultimate engagements. Taejong, though, strikes super aggressively, and Vision just pulled the trigger before VP was even remotely ready for it, and they're really leveraging this Lucio. I think they felt what happened that first fight, that, you know, slow death of the spam, and they really changed the pace up on VP, who got cut out there.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've been talking all about VP and how dominant they've been so far, but it's been nice, well played from Vision Esports so far. Getting the wraparound, being proactive in their play, finding picks early here, and that's led them to this point now. We got 80% in ticking, you know, not quite there when it comes to an ultimate yet. Fixa's going to pop this rally, but Vision Esports in a great position here to maybe take the first lead here with the round.
Overrun used by Simple, getting pressured. Vestola very low, trying to commit to this fight anyway, though. Does die. So now Simple, both tanks traded. It's up to the DPS to clutch this out. Barrage comes in from Taejong, but got shut down by Shockwave before he could get any kind of connection. And Virtus Pro managed to get the cleanup there after the tank trade. Really huge that that barrage doesn't connect for value. Shockwave's able to trade that out, stay alive. I mean, that could have been the death knell for VP, who's still at 55%. Quite a bit to go in this control round.
Yeah, quite a bit to go here. Jay was building up to that barrage. It's going to be an overrun here from Simple. Getting in early, actually, pressuring Virtus Pro back. But Virtus Pro, they want to take their time. They want to build these ultimates. Dropping really low. You can't get picked here early. You want to stay alive to build these ultimates, Jake.
Overrun out from Simple, but he used absolutely everything there. He's not able to stay the course. Now Vestola pulls the trigger, diving in super aggressively. Jwoo looking for an opportunity to barrage. Doesn't want to overextend. Looks like the team is electing to fall back from the Kitsune rush, take the reset. They give the flip over, but Taejong finds makes it. That's crucial. And Vestola got knocked down. Is there anyone to touch? He does make it to the point just in time. Jwoo with the barrage, Darla with the orbital ray, and Farah barely staying alive in this air. Finally makes it into the orbital ray, barely surviving. Shockwave clutching it out with another pickoff. And Virtus Pro dance back, give up the point, but come back at the crucial moment to potentially secure the round. Vision Esports now on a difficult recontest.
Go aggressive. If you got an overclock to go, you got a Mauga, you can brawl early, make it difficult for Vision to touch. Taejong's gonna swap to the Tracer, so they will get the touch here, but you know, what kind of fight will we see from Vision Esports to try and get a good quality fight going?
Vestola looking to cage. Tracer does get the cap on the touch. Overtime started. Cage dropped on point. Responsive cage from Vestola. Vestola thinking about going in. Does elect to come in now. Even the beat comes out, but there's overwhelming AoE damage in the corner, and it's Vestola just absolutely slaughtering them in the tiny corner there. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
The beat was worth nothing in that fight.
I mean, that's the concussive implosion coming in clutch there. You know, with the Farah, the major perk, the concussive blast, the knockbang it's inverted to a pull-in instead. And I mean, it's essentially like an Orisa halt. You know, we're going back in time here, Jake. And when you got so much AoE damage, we saw the concussive implosion. It was combined with the overrun from Vestola as well. There was just so much area damage in a very small place with a lot of players in it. So very well played by Virtus Pro there to close it out. You know, there was one fight there prior to the overtime kicking in where Virtus Pro did disengage from the point, and then Fixa goes down early, but then they re-engage 4 versus 5 and get the job done. I think that really displays Virtus Pro how they play this so well. They're able to disengage, they take a high quality fight, they take fights under their conditions, right? And they clutch out and get the first point here on Samoa.
And VP gonna go completely swap over to a very heavy poke style, keeping only the Farah from that last round. So giving up a lot of perks, really valuing the long range poke on this map. Vision responding with the swaps to Ana and Genji. So potential nano blades on the card, but hard to find nades here up against this Sigma. And with the poke pressure from VP, Vision Esports have to move fast. Look at those health bars just dropping. They're just getting crushed in the poke battle. With no Lucio, they have no ability to hard engage.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough compositional matchup here for Vision. Your win condition really is like Biotic Grenade here combined with Taejong making a bit of a hero play on the Genji to try and get to that backline of Illari and the Bat. But otherwise, I mean, this front line from Virtus Pro, you got a Sigma up close here with the shield. And that's going to just be Shockwave cleaning up on the Ashe, utilizing Vestola's defensive abilities to his advantage.
Ooh, Shockwave is sharp right now on the Ashe. I really think this is one of his best heroes and something very scary to be going up against. Vision Esports are going to double down on the aggression here. Going to go to the Winston, so full commit to this dive style. But this is not an easy spot to be on Winston. I mean, there's a ton of poke pressure coming in from VP. You really don't have any margin for error. You've got to make one dive very clean, very aggressive. VP keeping the pressure on, and Vision Esports just struggling to walk up.
Yeah, and Simple's going to jump here towards the point. The problem is, though, that like when this shield goes down, it's going to be easy pickings for Virtus Pro. Now, a nice Spider Grenade onto Vestola, going to get the lamp out, actually, and some pressure from Vision Esports here. Some trades coming out, but it does look like Virtus Pro, they should have this one in the bag as well, Jake.
Yeah, big pickup by Jwoo. Shockwave's able to live on just 1 HP there, and that's all he needs. Vestola sleeping for the second time there on the Sigma, but I mean, he's doing his job, just barely survived that nade dive with the help of the Winston. Nano online for Vision Esports, though.
Yeah, Nano online here. But the problem is you gotta work yourself in the position where you can get the value with this. So Simple's going to get the Nano. See a jump on towards Fix on the BAP here, but can't really quite find the value. Trades come out, Kitsune Rush comes out actually, and I mean, this is Vision Esports, Jake. They're just throwing ultimates here, trying to get some picks that could lead to a fight win.
Yeah, and the forward hold from VP really paid off. They're fighting far from the point. Winston in the flux, super low HP, does get crushed. The cleanse just off timing, and Vestola here on the Sigma. I mean, this is where he really gets to go to work, floating in here, attacking towards this backline. And Vision Esports are crashing out of this map. It looks all over for them now. The push continues for VP, chasing into the spawn, isolated on the flank, and that should be the map right there. Vision Esports will see if they can get a last-second touch, but Vestola doesn't want to let that happen, aggroing into the Genji as well, who's going to be forced into an ultra-desperate move to the point. Gala just barely survives the dash, but yeah, maybe AOI can touch on the Lucio. Winston's here as well, but not much hope in this round. And VP, I mean, the poke comp is where this team really shines as they win Samoa.
Yeah, really well played by Virtus.pro there, doing what they do best, of course. You know, it took some time on Volcano to get going. We saw that with these aggressive kind of like Mauga engages from Vision Esports. That is something they could maybe lean on as this series progress. But it really was Virtus.pro being dominant with the Sigma composition. You know, like you said, Shockwave on that Ashe. That is one of his signature heroes, right? And when you really pressure Vision Esports back, there's no Lucio on their side, there's no speed. It makes it difficult to set up these dives to begin with, Jake.
I mean, it's a really interesting dynamic now with perks in play, especially on a map type like Control, where you got to consider, like, do you want to go for a comp that you can kind of keep the same throughout the round so you can level up those perks, take them into the next round? Or do you want to, you know, make the swap ups and you know, just have the perfect strat for the map? And I think the Sigma really paid off there, but there's a serious question about whether that's the direction you want to go. And wow, I mean, that implosion combo, I think we might see more and more of that. You know, at this level of play, the synergy, the follow-up for like an AoE stun is pretty ridiculous. And man, Shockwave is nice on the Ashe right now. That's a huge asset. I think Ashe has some of the better perks in the game since those perks have dropped. I feel like she's got these really flexible, valuable perks that just consistently increase her damage output.
Yeah, looking at the stats here, I mean, nothing too surprising given the result at hand here. But, you know, I'm curious, Jake, to get your opinion as well, while we're waiting for map 2 to get underway here as well. You know, Pharah, I think that it's so obvious that Concussive Implosion is such a good perk, right? Because we've seen historically when Orisa had the halt ability, if you're able to pull enemies into a spot where your teammates can't capitalize, that is one of those perks that really stand out from the rest, I feel like, where you can actually utilize teamwork to get some good value out of a specific perk that really changes the game for Pharah, right?
Yeah, I think if you know, at this level of play, these teams setting up those skills for the combo, you got something like, you know, Mauga's Overrun stomping on them, you know, Ashe Dynamite, even Sojourn Disruptor Shot, Ana's Grenade, right? There's so many of these powerful AoE follow-ups. And I like that you mentioned Orisa's old halt skill, because it kind of is the same deal. It's a little bit less consistent probably to land and a little bit harder to see coming. You got to probably communicate ahead of time, but that Concussive Implosion is pretty powerful. I also think Drift Thrusters is not bad. I mean, like, that's one of the huge weaknesses of Barrage, is that you're such a sitting duck, you're so easy to trade even if you find a kill or two, but the ability to move in that Barrage is pretty potent in keeping Pharah alive, letting her like get a kill and actually survive, actually live to tell the tale. So the Pharah looks great and also fits really well in very different compositions, right? We saw it would look great in the Mauga comp, being played very aggressively as like more of a diver, but also looks great in a poking defensive style with the Sigma. So well done by JWoo, like, finding the pick that they're able to keep through the rounds.
Yeah, and for us, I hear we've seen more as well here. You know, even dating back to yesterday, we did see actually that SSG, they played some Pharah as well. And they combined the Barrage with the Nano. So then you have a moving Pharah that is nanoed up and it's just barraging all over the place. And it's quite lethal. It gets a lot of damage output. And like you said, you're not quite, you know, this static target that is easy to deal with. So I think we'll see more Pharah as this day kind of progress. But looking ahead there to map 2, Jake, it's a difficult kind of, you know, question here for Vision. Where do you go next? Like I said, I think this is a team in EMEA that has favored the double flex support lineup, with Simple going back to the support role perhaps. And then you gotta ask yourself, can you go to like a Blizzard world, for example? You're gonna see Dorado, like, where do you really take things? Havana could be a good choice given the compositions we're seeing from Vision, where Simple can play the Zenyatta, one can go to Diana. But you know, you got quite an important decision here for you, Jake. Like, where do you go from out to?
I think it's a lot on the tank pick as well. Like, I think the flexibility is probably pretty limited for Vision as far as the tanks they want to bring to bear. So if I were them, I'd just be focusing on making sure my tank can play comfortable heroes for them. And at the same time, that probably means it's going to be really difficult to like go to Dorado and force a Winston mirror. You know, I think that's going to be too difficult for them. So they're going to have to just, I think, sticking in their comfort zone, finding the way, like, you think about that last round, their biggest success was playing the Lucio, taking some hard initiations. So I think continuing on that like Lucio 5-man deathball style, in my experience, this tends to be like the easiest style to execute for a team that is, you know, forced to make some game time swap ups and adjustments, especially with their tank player. So I think just like running it down as 5 is probably their best bet here to win some fights. I mean, even a team like VP can be caught off guard if Vision play confidently, they take risks. I think that's probably their future here. So maybe it is something like a Suravasa. You know, I think there's a few maps in the pool, push as well, that you could go for that faster, high-paced style.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be Esperanza here, and it's a map we've seen them play before, where Simple was playing the Hazard, actually. And you do still play a pretty straight-up Lucio, Juno kind of composition there with the Tracer, Taejong on the Tracer. So, you know, they might be following that advice, Jake, where, hey, you know, we're going to play double speed compositions here. We're going to go aggressive early with the Hazard, and that could be something that favors us. It is usually the easier style to play, just like, hey, how about we speed and we go in and we try to get picks and then we kind of like brawl it out, right? Whereas, like we talked about, Virtus Pro, like they favor this Pokio kind of composition, right? Maybe you don't want to slow things down because then you're playing into Virtus Pro favorite game, right?
Yeah, and by the same token, I mean, the Hazard ban has been used, but so has the Torb ban, which I think is one of the better responses. Interesting that Sigma is banned by Vision, so I guess they're worried about potentially like that poke style coming out again here. Echo ban for VP. I'm interested. I think this is likely a function of like keeping that Torb protected. Like if you are worried about the Hazard, I think Torb has looked like one of the best DPS to match up against Hazard because he really can tank the aggression of that dive and kind of keep the fight going. Hazard also just struggles to deal with the turret, generally speaking. And Shockwave has looked great on the Torb this whole season, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out here for VP.
Yeah, it's certainly an angle they could go for. I like the Sigma ban though, because, you know, you're also protecting one of those other maybe brawl tanks that Simple could play, right? While also shutting down Vestola's ability to swap over to this very poke-heavy style. So, like the ban coming in from Vision Esports, there's going to be Simple still on this tank role. They're not swapping around the roles just yet, like we saw the other day here in EMEA. But for Vision Esports, tough task ahead here. You know, we'll see if they opt into these kind of speed compositions and see what they can do with it.
Yeah, I think this map pick for me definitely screams that that's the way they want to play. VP so far queuing out pretty much the matchup here. Vistola on the Mauga. We'll see if that ends up shifting. Curious to see if Fixit goes for the Brig again and they really play for this like defensive peeling style. I do think Brig's perks are some of the best in the game, at least on the support role, with that insanely powerful, like the whip shot, extra 3 seconds of Inspire proc. It's subtle, but that's a massive amount of healing, allowing your team to play much more defensively and wider. So VP, I think they're anticipating this Hazard comp for sure, based on the bans, and I think they're going for just a counter comp, trying to just play super passive, I would expect, with Vistola and just trading with the Hazard every time he pushes in, where Vision Esports got to make something happen with
They're going early. They're going real fast here. Simple's already in the backline. And Vision Esports taking the high ground here. Just trying to find a pick early. Doesn't quite get it as Virtus Pro. They peel away, disengage nicely here. And now this is going to be Virtus Pro. Shockwave finding a pick. I mean, ever so reliable to find those pick, Jake.
Yeah, and the cart's already rolling, so Vision Esports have a tough decision. Do they want to force the fight or take the reset? Looks like they are forcing now. They've lost already the Juno. Hazard coming to the cart for the cleanup. They do trade the Brig, but I think that's going to be all she wrote here for the first fight. And VP get away with that one pretty easily off the back of a pick from Shockwave, who's just been a superstar for this VP squad. I mean, we talked a lot about all the hit scans. Oh no, Lucio standing still. Don't stand still, bro.
Gotta watch out for the Sojourn. Yeah, I agree with you. You know, if we're making some kind of like awards voting now, Shockwave would certainly be one of those players that I'd look towards region MVP. You know, I think he's been that impactful, not only with his hit scan, but also flexing around. There's some pressure here now with Simple on the gauge. But Vision's gonna take a lot of damage here. Virtus Pro just trying to stay alive and slow these fights down.
Yeah, and Mauga gets pressure, does just barely slip out. Shockwave again with the opener. Simple's trying to fight for his life here on the cart. Virtus Pro backing, regrouping, getting to full HP, and now with the +1 player advantage, they're gonna look to push forward. Mauga charges into the side, just too difficult to kill with that lifesteal ability online. Hazard just can't possibly trade with that. Lucio being run down by Shockwave, wants to finish this kill. Seems like AOI will be able to escape, but one is not so lucky. And the cart just continues to roll forward here for VP. They really haven't been slowed down at all so far in this map.
Yeah, they haven't even popped an ultimate. I mean, Shockwave has just been sliding around, getting a lot of poke damage in, trying to hit these rails as well. You know, Vision, I know they're trying to be aggressive here, having Simple on the hazard, trying to get into the backline, but they're really expending a lot of abilities early, and at that point, Virtus Pro, they can engage. Nice flank from Shockwave here. Pops the overclock. Oh my god, what a shot onto Slowdive. Out of nowhere hits the headshot, and that's just going to be another fight wrapped up for VP.
Yeah, and AOI and Simple, you know, went for trades in this moment. They used the hazard ult. They did find Gala, but Gala's not too worried about that, right? I think Fixa is going to be pretty okay solo supporting here with the rally for a few seconds. Gala on the forward spawn, going to be able to come back in. And, I mean, this is the dream map for VP. Vision Esports still a little bit slow on these DPS ults. Going to be hard to take the initiation as they walk forward. Gala's already back. Orbital Raise traded so far. I think this favors VP. Blade comes out from Taejong, trying to find something. Does manage to clean up Gala. Seems like that will be it. Had to get the Lucio speed boost to get it done. And it's the fight in the small room with the cage, with the rally. Too much here for Vision Esports. Jwoo has the last laugh with the Dragon Blade. Cleans up absolutely everyone on this Genji.
Yeah, and you don't even get the sound barrier out there. Simple's gonna swap over to the Mauga here, recognizing that the hazard is not working. One goes down very late into this fight, and I mean, it's 1:15 and counting already. Nice ultimate combinations from Virtus Pro, and they just look to close this map out pretty early here, Jake.
Yeah, it's a throwaway fight for VP. No ultimates online. Vision Esports should be able to clean this one up with the overclock. Pistola takes the initiation early, forces beat. Overclock as well coming through. Damage being pumped into Mauga, but no kills found so yet for Slowdive. Does cut down Shockwave, finds the connections. That should be enough. Pistola trades onto Simple, but it looks like a cleanup now for Vision Esports. They hold deep on their side of the map.
Yeah, like you said, Jake, no ultimates to expend there for Virtus Pro, so it's an easy fight win for Vision Esports engaging with that overclock. But I mean, we've seen this so many times, Jake. You build like a 120-meter lead early here on push, and then the question is for Vision Esports, how do you claw yourself back into this one? You really need some big mistakes from Virtus Pro when it comes to the ultimate bank and how they're spending these ultimates. Not online quite yet, so if you could start out winning a neutral fight, that could be a good sign for Vision Esports.
Yeah, see if they're able to get something done here. The neutral fights are pretty difficult for Vision Esports, though, with this Lucio. They do need to find something. Aggressive dash in from Jwoo, able to set that up. Mauga overruns as well, being traded. Pistola happy to trade here with the help of the Genji, frontlining into the Mauga, so he can't take that lifesteal trade. AOI just barely survives on the Lucio. 1 DPS down for both squads. Virtus Pro still looking to be aggressive, close on a few ultimates here, trying to build up that last difference. But Taejong does have Blade. See if he can find some kind of opener, see if he can get into this fight early. Jwoo is doing a lot of frontlining here for the squad. Fix it as well. They're really fighting as a unit. The rally is just too much, though. Taejong didn't find the window for the Blade, and VP gonna win this fight dominantly. Rally pushing forward as well. Thinking Pistola can maybe catch more. Wants to find something here. Very low on the Sojourn. Is she burning down? Just, no, Dust barely gets back to the pack in time. Big ultimate banks for both teams, though.
Yeah, big ultimate bank here. Vision Esports, they got 4 and counting. Virtus Pro as well, coming close to 4 of their own here. But this is Vision Esports now trying to take a fight. Taejong's going to pop the Blade, cage fight, and Fixa just shuts down Taejong early. Wow, great play by Fixa there.
Yeah, and Jwoo comes in for the cleanup, got out of that cage just in time, didn't get caught there, and that's a dominant 5-0 team fight for VP. Shockwave with overclock. I think this is a moment Virtus Pro could get super aggressive, fight in the spawn. Look at Pistola holding right up against that spawn door. Shockwave pushing the car, but with that full overclock, he's ready to rock here as Vision Esports are forced to push out. Still 15% to the sound barrier. See if there's a fight able to be found here for Vision Esports. Super aggressive dive on a Shockwave, forces him back. Slow dive as well with his own overclock, trading onto Pistola, who's struggling to stay alive here in the enemy backline. And the spam rocket from Taejong shuts down Shockwave. That could be enough, but hold on. Vision Esports, they lose the Mauga. AOI doesn't want to pop the beat here this defensively on their side of the map. They would love to get the cleanup without it, but they're going to need it. It's a one-man beat. Oh, that's not what you want. And they can't. No!
They go for the cap. It's just mayhem. It's absolute mayhem there. Virtus Pro holding close, disengaging. They get the cap going.
Oh, they're getting slaughtered, Johnny. They're getting chopped up into little pieces by Virtus Pro
right now. They have better
now.
matches to, review and reflect on as this stage 1 comes to a close here. This match against VP, it's fairly one-sided so far, Jake. There's no other way to really put it here. Vision Esports, they're struggling without their tank available to play this weekend, of course. They're trying to put up a good fight, but Virtus Pro, I mean, they're the best team in the region so far, and they're showing why.
Yeah, you know, the engage, the disengage. I like that VP are playing a comp that just outvalues over time with the Brig. Fixa has been so strong on the Brig. I think that's been a key element for VP, one that I frankly underrated coming into the season. How good Fixa is playing right now is really a difference maker. And the fact that VP are playing this composition with inevitability in the Brig, I mean, by the time VP get aggressive and start pushing in, it's almost already over for Team Vision. Like, in order for them to win, they need to be opening aggressively. They need to be finding kills. And I mean, the Brig Juno is just so difficult to do that against.
Yeah, it's tough, right? And you're seeing Virtus Pro, they're flanking around, they're, you know, opening up these fights pretty proactively, taking the off angles. But then you're also seeing that in some of these scenarios where you're waiting for maybe an ultimate to come online. Then Vision Esports, they are like on the back foot already in Virtus Pro. They find a way to, you know, get these advantages, whether it's ability advantages, ultimate advantages. Really just well played fundamentally speaking, right? And as we take a look at the stats here, again, no big surprise. Virtus Pro, they're looking dominant so far. I think that is one thing to look out for when you're watching Virtus Pro play, right? Like, they're so coordinated when it comes to the disengages and then re-engaging under the right circumstances. And that is crucial when you're playing some of these compositions that they are, right? So another beautiful map, well played by Virtus Pro to go up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, I feel like VP really read, you know, Vision's playbook after that first round of Control, where it was like, okay, we got sped on a couple times and got picked off from those like super aggressive, very early pushes. The adjustment is really beautiful from VP. They play a lot more carefully, safer, and then the result we see is that it's always Shockwave now finding the first pick, and that comes from the fact that Vision are trying to get aggressive. They're playing the Lucio. They're looking for plays. They can't find kills. You know, the VP dance away, and then it's Shockwave who's benefiting in those exchanges, farming up a rail, and I mean, he's just so dang consistent, finding those pickoffs so early in the team fight. And the kind of pressure is pretty overwhelming here as Vision go for Havana here. So potentially doubling down on the hit scan trade. I do think Slowdive had some good moments. I'm curious to see the Havana meta here with perks online. I think it's a map where, you know, we could see like an aggressive rush style. We've seen dive, we've seen poke, where I kind of think anything can be viable. So I'm really curious to jump into the hero bands and see what we've got cooking.
Yeah, and I think both teams here might look towards something like a double flex support lineup, because that is what we've seen from Vision Esports so far, and I don't think Virtus Pro have a trouble matching it, especially with the Sigma ban out of the way here. You know, that could be a hero that Vistola might favor on Havana. It's certainly been really good on this map for the longest of times. So it's going to be curious to see what angle that Vision Esports are really looking at here. You know, what hero ban do you look to where you can get an advantage over your opponent, since you might be sharing some of those on ascent backlines, or, you know, even like a BAP send, something like that.
Yeah, it's a great call that if you go double flex support, you're kind of inviting Vistola to play the Sigma, who is probably, you know, the best tank to be playing into those like heavy poke backlines. And Vistola, I think, is one of the best Sigmas in the world. I mean, I think it's beyond EU right now how good this guy has been. We've seen him compete on the global stage on the hero. It looks like his best or one of his best. And it's a hero where that mechanical skill really shines, where the Sigma can really get in, take fights, you know, have huge impact, find, you know, frags of his own, and that's the impact that you need from your tank. And it's just difficult to match up against a player like Vistola, especially when you've got an off roll here for Vision Esports. So it's a tough spot to be in as they go to Havana. We'll see if they can potentially, you know, change up the way the series has been going so far.
You want to talk about perks, Jake? Perks is the hot new thing, right? Let's bring up Sigma's perks. Let's talk about Sigma's perks here. Because
Vistola draft the floaty feet perk on the last map.
I love it. I genuinely love it. You know, especially I think Route 66. You know, obviously we're not playing Route 66 here, but that is like a map where you just have a levitating kind of Sigma taking the high grounds pretty free now, and it's something that benefits Sigma quite nicely sometimes. I think the perks for Sigma are quite interesting. You know, you get a faster accretion cooldown the more you projectiles you absorb there, or you can go back to the OG accretion, where you get a 3-second stun if you do a bit of a long range kind of accretion impact there. So which ones would you go for here, Jake?
I mean, I honestly like the massive impact. I think it's like just so powerful. It's like almost a guaranteed kill if you can hit even like a mid-range stun for like an extra second of stun time. It's almost always going to be enough for you to get one more shot off and clean up a squishy. I've seen both the Hyper Strike and the Levitation, but I feel Hyper Strike makes sense more defensively, like when you're up against a comp that really wants to run you over. But Levitation really opens up so many new possibilities for Sigma, right? Conventionally, his weakness is that he doesn't have any mobility skill. So the opportunity to traverse the map in ways that you normally wouldn't have been able to. I mean, on Route 66, that's a great call out, but I think even on Havana, imagining on last point, you could probably, you know, slip around. You don't have to take those like long, difficult walk up the front that sometimes Sigma has to do. And so let's see if these off angles change things. Looks like the bans come in. It's going to be Lucio and Widowmaker. So Vision not wanted to deal with Shockwave's Widowmaker. I can hardly blame him. The way this guy's been playing, Widow is just devastating on Havana. If you get Widow gapped, it's probably GG. And the Lucio ban for VP is saying, all right, you want to pick Havana? Well, have fun. We're playing double flex support. Very committed
Fully
call
promoting
out.
it. They're just like,
especially with, this has been Vision's only key to success. The one thing that was a little hopeful for them in this whole series was the first round of Control, where they had some good speed amps. And I mean, that's Samoa Volcano, so I wonder if it would even work here on Havana, a much longer range, more difficult map to close rush distances on, especially after the map reworked where spawn camp isn't so viable anymore. And so I think it's going to be kind of the game of supports and tanks here. But Shockwave, I just feel it doesn't matter. You know, put him on Widow, whatever. Put him on Ashe, Sojourn. He's just going to be elite on anything. So the Widow ban, if anything, is more like, at least we won't lose the Widowmaker, guys. I mean, Widow is probably the most unfun hero to lose to in Overwatch, especially in competitive play when the whole team just builds a phalanx around her.
Yeah, I don't know if you call it the Widowmaker play yesterday, where Amplified just got spawn held by a Widowmaker of Chronic, who was just dominating on that Widowmaker pick. And you're kind of just like looking at the composition and you think like, all right, well, what do? You got to match the Widowmaker or just completely change up your composition to navigate around the Widowmaker, and they just didn't have an answer. So a Widowmaker ban makes sense, you know, could stabilize some of these matchups where they're not quite as oppressive, perhaps. But still, though, I think for Vision Esports, you know, we gotta talk about their stage so far here, Jake, where, you know, you're missing your tank here in the very final 2 matches of the stage. This is not exactly representative of how good they were early on, right? Where, you know, you beat Sakura in a 3-2 matchup early on, in quite a banger of a match, you know, ending on Lijiang Tower of all things. So, you know, they haven't had the best stage so far, but you shouldn't look at these couple of matches and be like, this is what their best foot forward. I really do think that the way they looked early on with their tank actually available, those are the kind of matches more representative of Vision Esports getting to play their game, being comfortable at what they play, whereas now they're kind of just trying to adapt. They're grasping at straws, really, trying to find compositions that make sense for them and trying to get a leg up on their opposition.
I appreciate your copium, Johnny. I would call this a crash and burn, is what I would call this. Is a crash and burn at the end of the stage. They're falling apart. They're swapping up the tanks, though. When all else fails, when you're down, you're not out.
Do you think
you can always play Roadhog?
I'm not going down playing tank. I always get on the Sigma. I'm not.
Yeah, he's like, give me.
Tank.
The supports are fighting about who has to play support, who has to play tank, who gets to play support.
Oh boy,
it's a tough one out there.
Yeah, look, no one wants to off-roll. Not even Rijihong or Taimu, right? But sometimes in Overwatch history, you've been called upon. Whether you're a damage player or a support player, you've been called upon to play the tank. And in this third map here between Virtus Pro and Vision Esports, it's up to Ayoi to flex from the Lucio to the Sigma. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, it's the Zen and the Genji versus the Pharah and the Illari. I love the Illari off angle here that Pharah is going to be able to benefit from the turret. Poking in the walk-up phase here. Unlikely to find anything. Taejong, I think, could struggle. He doesn't really have any help getting into the backline on this Genji, and Pharah just free casting. Already AOI tanks a stun. Gala on this off angle, making it so difficult for Vision to clear out the Pharah.
Yeah, let's see how we can work these off angles here. Try to get some poke in. Obviously, both teams looking for that initial pick. And, you know, Simple has that Discord orb, whereas Virtus Pro doesn't. So maybe you can utilize that Discord damage to get an advantage in the tank duel, something like that. A lot of poke going down early on here, as one keeps the rest of his team up.
Man, everyone is low for Vision. They're walking forward. They're pushing into Vestola. This BAP needs to heal on Overdrive. Really struggling. Drone already forced. Sigma dropping incredibly low in the front line. Jwoo picks up the Ashe, dives forward, pulls Vision aggro, slips back to his team, and AOI needs to get a ton of help on the side. Discord on Vestola, though, making it difficult for the Sigma to trade aggressively. VP looking like they want to back up just a little bit here. Vestola, though, got healed up and continuing the aggression onto AOI, who's low but not out of this fight just yet. Taejong on the flank hasn't dealt too much damage this round, but just trying to be a thorn in the side of VP, who have fallen back really nicely to the second hold and only given up just a tiny bit of cart time here. Amplification Matrix available for one. See if he likes to pop it. There it comes down. Stunning Vestola as well, but he's got the kinetic grasp, able to slip out. One super low HP, getting spammed by the Pharah, forces Trance as well. Very defensive ultimates coming out from Vision Esports. Shockwave responds with a Bob into the backline. Soul Dive needs to find something here. Yes, finally does connect onto Gala, and that'll be a cleanup. Vision Esports get it done with the earlier ultimates coming online in the fight.
Yeah, credit where credit is due. Vision Esports, they layer their support ultimates nicely there to get an early damage advantage with the amplification matrix, and then Simple pops the Transcendence, keep his team alive there, and that's going to be point A taken there for Vision Esports. You know, you secure that high ground as well, you push the enemy team back, you get those additional angles going, and slow dive rather, capitalized beautifully. So Virtus Pro now defending the second point here. You still have that barrage, maybe you can utilize the aerial advantage here with Pharah, taking this vertical positioning here, and you do have that pylon from Illari keeping you up as well, right? So let's see what Virtus Pro can do with this point B hold.
Yeah, VP trying to play all the off angles, keep the pressure on Vision Esports as they look to make the walk up here. Jwoo challenges Ash, needs to back off to that healing pylon. Souldive gets wide here. This is a big opportunity. Flux onto the far, but gets traded by the barrage from Jwoo, who slips in for even more damage onto the Baptiste. That's 2 picks for Virtus Pro. They look forward. They want to get a nice cleanup here. No movements for escape for Vision Esports. They're just going to have to walk their way out of this one. Seems like they may have done just that for now. And it's a big value on the barrage, right? Trading onto the Sigma after Flux was committed. And Shockwave, adding insult to injury, picks up Taejong on the walk-up.
Yeah, early pick up the Taejong there, and they're just going to push this advantage now. They're pushing up further, looking for stragglers here who aren't in a position at all to keep themselves alive. Slow dive going down. AOI is going to go down surely here as well. This is Virtus Pro buying a lot of time for themselves, right? You know, wasting so much time with Vision Esports on this attack, where now Vision Esports, they don't only have to think about how can we push this cart, like how can we get our respawn to begin with. Oh my god, they're pushing Simple on the Zen as well.
Vistola is hunting right now. He's super deep. He's on his lonesome. He does have some skills to potentially slip out of this. And I mean, this fight is just turning into a total scrap in the enemy Son. Vistola needs a little bit of help. Oh, stun right onto the Genji. I don't think Taejong's going to be able to commit anymore. Looks to go for it, but super low HP. Can't find anything. I shut down as well. Maybe overextending just a little bit, pushing the limit. Taejong just barely gets traded. Jwoo going down on the Pharah, and that might be an opportunity for a power play. Gala wants to continue to strike aggressively, though. Captive Sun forces the Transcendence, stays alive on the high ground, but the Bob shut down Gala. He's not able to escape, so VP, in the end, they do get cleaned up. I mean, that was an incredibly scrappy fight.
They're still going. I mean, I thought that was Vision Esports kind of like closing things out, but Vistola invests the Flux as well, which is a big ultimate there. Finds Taejong, and maybe with that, looking to stabilize their defense here. They're not willing to give up all this positioning just yet. So Vistola is up here, poking away. He's got some support helping him out as well for floating. He's levitating, trying to push slow dive off this high ground positioning here. And, Virtus Pro, they're not giving up quite yet here. They're trying to get in a good position to get value.
Vision Esports double down on the aggression with that amplification matrix for the Ashe. Very difficult to peek into this. Virtus Pro trying to slow down, trying to delay. Shockwave pops the Bob to delay, and that does catch slow dive. Fixa has gone over to the Brig to deal with this ball. He's chasing down Simple, forcing him out of the flank fight. Very low HP for many of these players on VP, though. They have no margin for error. Zen chasing desperately, hunting a kill. They need to shut this Zen down. He trades up to Jwoo before he dies. It's just a Bap and a Sigma holding it down, but Gala, confident on this Baptiste, continues to press forward, and this high HP Sigma may just be too much to answer now. Sojourn with the rail charge. Would love to find one trade pick on the exit, but Vistola is just walking it in here. Puts a ton of pressure onto the Sojourn. It's going to force her out here momentarily. Ball coming back in, though. Vision Esports are turning this into a scrap.
Yeah, they're turning it into a scrap, but there's so much freedom here for Virtus Pro. You're thinking, right, there's a wrecking ball on the field here. You do have the mines going here, so it could be an engaged competition here, but the mines, I wouldn't say they're perfect, Jake.
I mean, they're in a decent spot, right? At least they make it awkward here for VP to traverse the map as they want. But Jwoo over to the Tracer, and a beautiful stun from Vistola connects onto Taejong. He cleans it up himself. Gets it done on the tank here, and that's the difference Vistola is making in these games. Gala still has a regenerative burst, not really under any significant threat here. Headed deep into the spawn to reset, get health. He's staying behind, and this comp is getting real crazy here for Vision Esports. Heavy poke with the Wrecking Ball and the Kiriko. Gala takes a headshot super low, just barely survives to clutch it out, and Simple's charging forward. He's getting it done on this Zenyatta, forced to Transcendence, but Jwoo's already found a pickoff, and it's just the 2 supports in the Wrecking Ball. Sure, you're gonna live, but Fixa with the rally secures Gala's life, pushes back in onto the Aoi Wrecking Ball, and he's out of there, man. He's got to get fully back.
10 seconds, Jake. 10 seconds. You need to get a contest going here. Taejong has the overclock, pops it, trying to get Vistola down, but you need to get something going here if you're Vision Esports.
Yeah, they do have the touch on cart. Ball can handle that. Taejong finds Jwoo, which is big. Simple dropping low, but they can't get the cleanup here. And VP with the 1 pick, that may be all they find here, because in the overtime with these long spawns, I think a contest looks incredibly difficult right now. Vistola still fighting on the flank. Fixa as well. They're alive, but it's going to be a very difficult fight. That kill by Simple probably ends things here. Vastola fighting as best as he can. He does trade on the Simple, somehow overextended that. And hold on. Okay, Bob on the cart. You'd think that'd be enough. Jwoo touches for just a moment. It's kind of all he can manage on this Tracer. Doing a great job staying alive and getting what he can, but in the end, it's not enough. The overtime pickoffs. Vision Esports, once again, with their backs against the wall, they get it done. They find the cap.
Yeah, it got a little bit crazy even for VP there, right? As Vision Esports, they get a couple of picks here and just continue to push the tempo. But, you know, you see Vastola push up there on point B, and with that, Taejon's going to pop the overclock and gets a lot of damage done, finds a couple of picks, and with that, Vision Esports going to go ahead and cap point B here. So a minute to go here on point C. Let's see what they can do with it. Shockwave has the Bob available, but these mines, I mean, these mines can be so powerful, Jake. We really got to see a good placement here and see if you can open up the battlefield here for Vision Esports. But Virtus Pro, I mean, they're already finding picks in the back line.
Jwoo already with 2. Great play by Gala. Breaks the one mine under him before it activates. Really beautiful response to the mines there. Wrecking Ball shut down, and somehow Jwoo and Vastola just ran them down while they're waiting for the ball to do something. A little bit off sync here for Vision Esports. And now, with this very greedy poke comp, this could be a difficult spawn hold to break. Vastola playing very confidently here in the front line. Not really an answer to this Sigma other than raw damage. And Jwoo deep in the back line. Pulls the cleanse, forces a ton of attention onto himself. Is forced to recall, but now that leaves Oe with no support here. Everyone was looking at Tracer. And Shockwave just starting to walk on them here, pushing forward. Rail charge online for Slowdive, who does, rather Taejong, who does trade it. Fixa forces Rally, forces Trank out. Now Oe onto the Reinhardt. Okay, didn't have this on the bingo card.
Cook? I mean, it wouldn't be my pick, but, you know, brings it out. Can't be too unhappy with that. Vastola's going to get Simple here, and, I mean, we got overtime spawns here, Jake, so it's going to get a little bit chaotic here. They actually do get... Okay, that wasn't a pure charge kill, but it counted as a charge kill in the kill feed. We take those. But yeah, I mean, the Ryan here is going to face a lot of damage coming in, right? We do get the ball from Shockwave here. Is going to have the high ground positioning. This Kitsune Rush, that's what I'm looking for, Jake. What can you do with this Kitsune Rush if you're Vision Esports?
Yeah, I mean, Kitsune on the card could be pretty difficult to deal with. Reinhardt does pump pretty crazy damage with that attack speed amp. Vastola, though, on the D.Va is going to be super durable, able to hold that down. Bob opens up deep into the backline, but so much overwhelming damage pressure onto the Bob. Jwoo Cleanse Force can't find the connection on the stick, but Vastola gets enough damage to clean up Simple, and now Jwoo into the backline once again. Slowdive trades on the Ashe. It's an aggressive Bob into the backline, making it awkward here. 4 players to walk up. Fixa, though, the trades coming in thick and fast. Virtus Pro diving into the backline, forcing this fight. Baptiste still with the amp, still fighting it out. Overclock from Taejong maybe is just enough to get this done, and Reinhardt is just holding the cart down. He's doing his job.
He's doing his job indeed. It's Taejong coming in with some nice picks, but they're spawners for Virtus Pro. Despite it being overtime, Shockwave, Jwoo, they get back into the fight, and they're gonna close things out here. Vision Esports, such a long distance away from their own spawn. You know, they're slowly going to get poked down there, but you know, all that considered, pretty decent push from Vision Esports there, Jake.
This game is a little wild, Johnny. The Ryan, all right, tell me, analyze this for me. So I'm in ranked, and my teammates are going Ryan, Zen, Curie, Ashe, Sojourn. What do we do? What's the plan? I mean, Vision Esports almost got it done, though.
Look, really good on the objective. You know, you don't want to get close to the Ryan, but
Ryan's holding the card, baby, pushing the payload.
Castle area, and you're like, okay, well, they got a Tracer who's playing the off angle. They have, you know, an Ashe who's playing the high ground, and suddenly you're just kind of sitting on the cart, and you're like, well, I'm shielding the cart. I'm not really shielding my team, but you know, you're quite a lethal threat if you go into the melee range. Old school hero, Jake. There's no way to go about it really. Quite inspirational. Quite a bit of aura involved with picking Ryan there, gotta say.
I gotta say the Zen looked fantastic for Vision. I mean, Virtus Pro going with the more new school double flex style with the Iliari, but the Zen kind of pressured through them. We saw some big impactful trances that turned fights around. We saw Zen finding big damage, big pickoffs, even winning some of these low numbers engagements with the deathmatch ability from Simple. So Vision Esports kind of impressed me, honestly, with that double flex support. You would have thought VP would be super comfortable in that matchup. Honestly, kind of went against them there.
Kind of went against them. So Vastola's going to roll out on the Ram here initially, just, you know, poking around, seeing if we're holding close. This has been something we've seen from Vastola these last couple of weeks as well. Playing this Ram, certainly in his arsenal, a hero he plays well at. So a bit of a different approach here from Virtus Pro. Seeing some swaps still. Gala's going to be on the send. Fixa over to the Ana as well. So A bit of a different composition compared to what we saw on them for the defense, Jake.
And this Mei holds down the off angle, walls the Genji, and he's absolutely caught and controlled there. No escape for Jwoo. Trapped in a small room with Brig and Mei is not what you want. And this off angle hold is really nice here for Vision Esports. Really challenging to push in. Brig on this third person peek can see anybody coming. Mei can, slam the door shut on them if they get caught. So VP, they have a lot of playmaking with us on a Zen, but it's difficult to walk up into the crossfire here from Vision.
Yeah, it's a great win condition, this Mei wall, right? So if you're Virtus Pro, if you can just outlast that Mei wall, then I think you can start walking up. The Stola's punching away here in the Sigma Ram matchup, but also, there's a Brig back there that you could deal with quite efficiently. But yeah, we're flip positioning here a little bit, where IO is poking from behind here, poking Virtus Pro. Taejong on this Mei with this off angle, staying alive for now. It's just looking for any kind of condition to get this Mei wall out, right?
Yeah, it gets bursted down by Gala. Didn't see the Zen coming. That lack of footsteps really pays dividends here. And VP with the 2 picks. That's the opener they needed. Fix up playing safe, getting this regen, cleaning up Sigma on Car, who's just dying on Car, stalling what he can. And now VP have an opportunity to take the map control. Slow dive, forced to retreat, giving up everything to VP. And that's going to be dangerous against the Ana Zen here. If Ana can find a nice position for the nade dive, it's really just the immortality field from one that could protect them from that. Simple swaps over to the Zen as well, so very greedy, risky choice here in this position. If he can get live just a 1 or 2 more fights, it really will pay off. But aggressive Nano comes in onto the Genji. Zen, bye-bye, he's dead. Mei now next in the sights, but Jwoo turns his focus onto the point, wants to cut down that Sigma who's contesting. Blizzard on the point, freezes up everyone though, and Trance from Gala though, keeping them alive through the damage from that Mei ult. It's forced into the ice block, forced off of the point. Bob getting bursted down now. The Zen Ana really has no trouble dealing with that ultimate. Gala on 1 HP just barely survives, but in the end, VP capped first off the back of 2 beautiful team fights.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro, they recognize Vision Esports win condition, right? You're going to put a lot of frontline pressure on with that Mei wall, but that opens the door for Jwoo to get into the backline, gets nanoed up, didn't even have to pop the blade, really. I don't think he'd even had it at the time, but just nanoing a Genji versus a Zen, I mean, that's an easy pick, right? And so Virtus Pro, they play it really well. They recognize what Vision Esports is trying to do here, and now, even approaching point B here, this Mei, it can be good in these front lines, Jake, but I feel like it can also be easily exposed if you know how to play around it.
Ramacha trapped in the corner, but the nade comes in just in time from Vixa, keeping Vistola up. Now he's Flux in real trouble here. Overwhelming pressure comes in on Vistola. He ults just to get the armor, staying alive here, becoming real difficult. Now overclock from Shockwave, really disconnecting them. The beautiful dancing, though, from one. Keeps him alive for quite a few more rails than I would have expected with a tank trade going down. Shockwave with the rail charge. Looks to get damage down on Zen. Easy cleanup now for Jwoo, who's been activated. He's got the reset online, and Sojourn dead to rights here in the small room, flanked as well by Gala. And Oi gonna make the swap over to the Wrecking Ball, and oh boy, what?
You're get a bit of a recontest here with the Mei. Team not quite interested to go with him, actually, but here's Jwoo, pops the blade just to finish things off here. IO doing a bit of stalling, but I mean, Virtus Pro, they're in a great position here. They're just gonna clean things up really and move on to point C.
Wait, that's actually next level play. The Mei rainy day walking emote. I think you probably don't make footsteps with that. So he's moving his position without making footsteps. He could just crouch walk.
Wow.
But it's much swaggier if you use the emote walk.
2015, 2025. I mean, just that's next level, Jake. That is one of those details only you would know. I love it. That's beautiful.
Yeah, but you could just crouch walk and not be in an emote, but hey, it's actually a totally unjustifiable play.
Oh,
so that's
boy.
my copium for the day, Johnny.
That's your copium.
See if you can find something with this Mei ult. And this is Vision Esports. Their whole season comes down to this. One more hold, one more defense. VP with 3 minutes 30 on the clock. A lot of opportunity to work with. Oi drops super low, force a defensive nade. Jwoo strikes aggressively, charging into this. Hold on, the Sigma is just dying to poke here, just getting absolutely assaulted on the flank, and no Trance comes in. He's down already. Mei on the flank, looking for some kind of ulti, some kind of opportunity. Very defensive ult from Taejong. Gets just cut to pieces by the Zen Orb and the Genji. Simple trades onto Gala though. So hold on, this push could still be stalling out here for VP. It's a very defender's advantage position. Double support ultimate online. Oi on the signature Reinhardt. He's on the payload. He's doing his job.
It's a nano onto Jwoo. Slow dive. Finds the pick, actually. It's a nano overclock from Vision Esports. And I mean, they're still fighting. They're still going strong here. So investing ultimates. There's a nice play by Slow Dive to keep them alive here. 2 minutes 40 to go. And that's some nice value you get there, utilizing your hit scan play from slow dive. So a pin? We take those. We take those, Jake.
I mean, Simple's been the hero for Vision Esports, right? Finding that Zen pick on Gala was critical. That cut down the Transcendence. I mean, I think Trance would have radically reshaped that fight and really amplified the aggression. And Simple as well, able to hold on to a Trance of his own, giving good defensive options here for Vision Esports as they face down another 2 minutes of push from this VP squad.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, they have the Gravitic Flux available to them now, and Jay will goes down early, actually. That's just
Simple, my goat.
Simple, fragging out on the Zen. This is what Vision Esports do best, right? Playing this Rhine composition with the Zen and Ana. And, you know, you got a bit
This is really their bread and butter, Johnny. This is what they cut their teeth. Shockwave.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Slapped down by Taejon.
My guy is popping off.
Oh, he caught Pistola in the corner, swinging him down. Beautiful block on the rock.
Shatter, Jake.
Dude, he's going big on the Rhine. I'm a believer. I'm a believer on this Rhine.
Oh, wow.
We need to see the perfect react Trance from Gala. That's what we need. But there's a nade available for Vision. I mean, this is a really scary shatter. Pistola pops the Flux early, flying up above, being on high ground, so he at least doesn't have to worry too much about the shatter. Taking a deep flank. Oh my, Pistola into the backline. Nano, though, defensive and aggressive here for Vision Esports. Pistola overextended, got flanked by the Rhine. And that looks like another hold here for Vision Esports at the back of the Nano.
Yeah, minute 10 to go. I mean, IO is shutting things down on this Reinhardt, utilizing Reinhardt's skill set to his advantage, you know, moving around the map with this charge, getting a lot of damage done, shutting down these individual areas, right? So Pistola in that position, you know, trying to take a bit of an off angle. IO comes down with the Reinhardt, swings away, gets some damage in, and, you know, now your Vision Esports, you got a double hit scan composition going here with nice positioning. You got Transcendence to work with. This is actually quite tough for Virtus Pro to crack here.
Overclock force from slow dive, see if he can get something done. Is he peeking aggressively? Really risky, not getting any targets. Seems like it will just be a defensive overclock, not finding a connection. Put some pressure on Gala, who's forced to Trance super early, very aggressive, but he's very far from the back line. Simple with a much better responsive Trance answering the blade, and a pin from he shuts down the blade! And Vision Esports with Shatter as well online. VP have to be worried, but Gala somehow with 2 in the fight has to be shattered. You've got to stop this Juno. But Zen doing enough, trading it out. Ryan can't connect with that kick from Zen, and Gala somehow comes up on top on the Zen with a triple kill in that fight. Critical pickoffs, and VP still on track to win this game 3-0. It's a desperation recontest for Vision Esports with their whole season on the line, and it's done, Johnny. VP 3-0.
Oh, they can't get it done, even despite the beautiful Reinhardt play from Ioi. Vision Esports can't find a way to win that Havana. But, you know, that is also, you know, the benefit of playing Reinhardt, but it's also like the downfall of playing Reinhardt, where, you know, the Reinhardt's in the backline, and then suddenly you have Virtus Pro just like pouring in, you know, take these off angles, they dive aggressively and get value from their composition, right? So it's a tough look for Vision Esports, but I'm glad they got some Ryan play in there, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, as a fellow Ryan player, always good to see the big hammer on your screen.
I did not have someone being a card.
I honestly, I can say that about almost every single match day we had thus far in OWCS, because it's been a journey we've all been on with the teams and these players. A very entertaining journey indeed. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this 3-0 victory from Virtus Pro. Frankly, this was not Vision Esports' match to win. They did go up against the strongest team we have in the region. They have not lost a single match. So they are going up against the Goliath, and quite frankly, on an individual basis, there's so much talent on that Vision Esports roster. We've seen them popping off, playing so many good teams really, really close throughout this stage. So yes, they are in relegations, but I have no doubt, absolutely 0.000 doubt, that we will be seeing Vision Esports again in stage 2, because they have been so explosive, and so often they were this close to winning at maps, to winning at series.
Yeah, look, I'll do the copium here, Jake, so you don't have to. Don't worry about it. But
I just coped.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, so But there are some individual standout players here on this squad. You know, Simple on the Zenyatta really brought it here on Havana. But then also as well, like Slow Dive, making plays with this no overclock, of course. So Vision Esports, they're going to play in the relegation playoffs we have, which is around April, I believe, with an opportunity to stay alive in OWCS heading into the next stage. They'll be facing FACEIT Masters team in this kind of like relegation tournament we do have. So Vision Esports, it's been a bit of a tough stage for them, but if they, you know, recruit a tank, first of all, that's good to have, and put on a good performance in the relegation, they might be back for next stage.
Always ready. I don't know what you're talking about. Always ready. Keep simple on the Zen.
Where's the
Always
Reinhardt
got the
match,
Reinhardt
dude?
and the Wrecking Ball. Like, you can put this together.
Ois
I gotta,
Diva!
Ois
Ois Diva the other day
as
wasn't
well.
bad either. Like, I genuinely think, I mean, you can tell there's a former tank player in there. You can just tell. Like,
What, former because he played Ryan?
no, because he used to play tank.
I'm just saying, like, you know, if you played tank back in the day, you know, it was either like Reinhardt or Ariza, you know, or maybe some Winston in there as well. So I was just happy to see, you know, the old muscle memory of like, well, I'm gonna play Reinhardt here.
Why not? Player of the match is going to be Fixa, an absolute menace of a backline. I just like lost my sentence halfway through. Perfect. But yeah, congratulations to Fixa. He's actually joining us for a quick chat here as well. So let's bring Fixa in and talk a little bit about the upcoming playoffs. Congratulations. Last match of the stage 1 round robin, and you guys got another victory. Coming into this stage, did you expect to not lose a single match? Did you expect to be this dominant?
To be honest, we start Scream. We are strongest team in EMEA, so yeah, we expected this result.
That's right, no surprise.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, you know, looking ahead to playoffs, which teams do you think are most interesting right now to play against? You know, with Perks coming in, change the game. Who do you want to see in playoffs?
I think Genji is most strongest team right now. I think they play really well and they're flexible, and Meg is a really good tank player. Yeah, Genji looks good.
I feel like we've seen you flex around and play quite a few different heroes, but you know, we mostly know you for your Lucio play. What are some of the more fun heroes that you get to play with this Virtus Pro team?
Absolutely, Baptiste. It's really, really fun. It's shooting around, shooting enemy. It's really fun. I love that.
Yeah. Suits Virtus Pro as well.
That's right. Well, we can't wait to see more from you, Fixa, and your entire team. Once again, congratulations on not just the victory, but on such a dominant stage 1 performance. We're very excited to see how you're going to fare in the playoffs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you in playoffs.
Nice to
Bye-bye.
see Fixa. That's right. We're going to see him in playoffs going at it again. And they have a target on their back, man. Like, they've been just so dominant. Almost getting themselves the golden stage. They dropped an overall of 3 maps over the course of 7 best of 3 matches.
3 maps dropped. I mean, that is... I mean,
amateur hour.
To be real though, I mean, this is incredibly impressive, right? Because I think
It is. It
going
really
into
is.
this stage, at least me, I was like, well, I'm putting the ultimates up there, right? I'm putting the ultimates up there. I'm putting Twisted Minds up there. But instead, it's been Virtus Pro, Team Peps, and Gen G topping our standings here at the very final day of OWCS EMEA. So it's been really impressive to see Virtus Pro been this dominant in the EMEA region.
That being said, though, Johnny, I mean, this is one of the biggest patches we've had in a long time in Overwatch with the addition of Perks. And so I think, you know, sort of like half the results, 2/3 of the results of this stage are less significant when we look ahead to playoffs. I think that means there's really big opportunities for upsets going into playoffs for teams that are able to adapt and innovate better than the rest. There's a real opportunity to distinguish yourself, even for teams that, you know, may not have been even in the upper bracket. Even these 5th, 6th place teams, I think, could potentially put on a showing, as we're going to get a little taste of that in the next match.
You're making such a great point here as well. Generally, that applies to the entirety of the stage, I feel. We came into this just on a patch, so teams just had to figure out a new meta. And then the next week, everyone copies the homework of the Asian region and like shifts the meta again. So like the teams constantly had to adapt. So for Virtus Pro to be able to stay on top, this dominant throughout the course of 4 weeks of different iterations of different metas, and now the last week with Perks in the mix as well. Very, very impressive. Now we are heading into a quick break, and afterwards we're back with our second match of the EMEA region. Twisted Minds will be facing off against the Ultimates. You don't want to miss it.
We're so grateful to have the mobile clinic because there's a lot of people that live literally across the street in the burn zone. Having these resources is so helpful because already as is this patient population, they're under-resourced. And their main clinic where they get cared for, unfortunately, burned to the ground. So, which means these people who normally don't have very much have nothing right now. So having this mobile unit here, plus your generous donation, will help reach the masses that need it. And so the antibiotics, the breathing treatments, because people are breathing in the air and the ash, whether they have asthma or they don't, they're coming in with respiratory illnesses. So all this is going to be a great use, and your generosity will go far based on just where we're located. We're literally right across the street from the burn zone.
And to find out more about what Direct Relief are doing and how you yourself can get involved, make sure to visit directrelief.org for more. We're back here on the desk, Jake and Johnny joining me for our last match of the EMEA region Stage 1 regular season play. I obviously hope we're going to end on a very high note with an absolute banger. And quite frankly, we do have two teams which can deliver just that. If we're looking at Twisted Minds as well as the Ultimates, those are two teams who both had a slow start heading into the season. Immediately, everyone, pushing the panic buttons like, did we overhype them? Which I don't think we did, because quite frankly, if we're just looking at the rosters, the name value, the talent we have on both of these rosters, they are phenomenal teams. But slow start, as I said. What was the big takeaway? When did they start really warming up for you guys?
I mean, I don't think it's fair to, I don't think it's unfair to really say that they were overhyped, right? Like, these are two teams with some seriously wounded pride, teams that probably built their rosters thinking they would be the top two, at least somewhere in the top four here in EMEA. But now they find themselves competing for the 5th and 6th placement slots, in the lower bracket of playoffs, facing one match elimination. That is not where these teams thought they'd be so far.
Absolutely. Definitely not where we saw them either. However, that will not stop them from putting on a show for us, I'm sure, in their last match of the regular season play. The Ultimates and Twisted Minds, guys, please walk us through the map set and the hero bands.
Looks like it's going to be Lijiang Tower picked by Twisted Minds, and they're going to ban out Doomfist. So putting some pressure on Chase's hero pool. I think that's a hero that Chase is known for, that he'd be especially comfortable with. Maybe a read from scrims, and the Ultimates respond with a Juno ban, so mitigating some of those high sustained rush comps that we know Twisted Minds like to play.
Yeah, some interesting bans coming out early here from either team. Obviously playing for the 5th and 6th seed here accordingly, these two teams. And, Twisted Minds could maybe be something of a protect ban here as well as we're heading to Lijiang Tower. Team Ultimate, depending on what kind of roster they're fielding here as well, they have been liking these dive compositions, Chase on the Wrecking Ball, stuff like that, right? So we'll have to see what compositions we're going to see from both of these teams. But it's two teams, Jake, that I think they know their style, they know their strengths. I mean, you're looking at a team like the Ultimates, right? Like, you got Chase, who's a great dive tank, but then you also have Kevster, lethal on that Tracer role, and Kai, has been a hit scan legend, arguably, in Overwatch Esports, given that he's played at the top level for so long now. So these are two Ultimates that are very familiar with each other as well, Jake. So curious to see what kind of mind games and compositions we'll see from them as they go head-to-head here in the final match of EMEA group stage play.
Yeah, Chase marking the Wrecking Ball now, sort of a replacement for the Doomfist, the Ultimates, with a pretty heavy spam comp. TVNT is going to have his work cut out for him. Twisted Minds, though, very aggressive dive style with the Tracer Echo. Kai and Kevster are going to have some difficulty trying to stay alive. Chase with the disruption now, rolling in, but the roll fails, gets absolutely bullied out of the fight. Very little value on that initial roll from Vol. And Twilight's so far unable to really get into this. TVNT just guarding the bridge, keeping everybody back. Chase doing what he can to stay alive, but dropping low is really dangerous up against that Echo. Just barely escapes the focusing beam, and this could be the opportunity now for the Ultimates to start getting back in. TVNT lost the armor off the point, and Kevster into the flank. Love to find some connections here. Can't get anything just yet.
Yeah, you need to get some damage going, right? So the rest of the team can't capitalize. It's a nice kill by Chaser onto Psycho, actually, and that is just what the Ultimates need. Twisted Minds got the cap going, but the Ultimates fighting back here in a mad advantage situation.
Yeah, Funny Astro staying alive on the Lucio, trying to duel out, hold the point. TVNT, though, without the armor, it's so difficult for him to stay alive, and Chase knows that. He's keeping the pressure on this D.Va, not allowing her to reset. Giving up the point flip, though, does give Twisted Minds just that momentary opportunity to get those health bars back up. But now it's Twisted Minds who find themselves in the corner under pressure from the ultimates. They're charging forward, flipping the script onto Twilight, who's bursted down. And now Irony doubles down with the Kitsune Rush. Kevster struggling to get into this low HP, can't get healed up. Kai bullied out of the bridge, and it's just a desperate stall here from Chase. No real hope to win the fight. Kitsune Rush and the pick onto the Ana is enough here for Twisted Minds to flip it back.
Yeah, and as we get an opportunity to look at these compositions here, Jake, I mean, Twisted Minds, they got such an aggressive composition, right? Because not only does the Echo fare well against the Pharah, you have Quartz on this Tracer as well, and the Ultimates just weren't able to protect Twilight. Now, you swap to a Brig here. Nona's gonna come out to Chase, who swapped over to this Winston, and you try to take some space, but the re-engage is surely gonna be here from Twisted Minds as they look to take some of this momentum back.
Chase, way too aggressive there, got absolutely pummeled by Funny Astro, who now adds a beat to double down. Twilight's full committed here with the Brig. There's no escape, and without the tank, TVNT is just running rampant. And that, I mean, that was just a beautiful kite and re-engage from Funny Astro on the Lucio. There's a reason Twisted Minds picked this guy up. He's a monster on the Lucio. It's just a perfect fight from Funny Astro.
Yeah, and this has been what the Ultimates have been struggling with. We saw their match against Gen G as well. Chase swapped over to the Winston, but you know, it's not quite as good at, you know, finding momentum in some of these fights, and you get picked apart as these fights cannot progress. So, you know, we have Kai here with an overclock. This is where Kai really needs to step up and have an impact on this gameplay.
It's such a hard spot, even with OC. Aggressive copy from Psycho on the Tracer. Quartz does go down there. Psycho forced out of the OC, but TVNT trades it out, gets one down, and with that extra HP from the perk, he managed to get back into the resuit. And now Chase, 80% on the Primal. No chance he's going to be able to get that one online. It's going to be a desperation recontest. Kevster looking to get that touch, but already under so much pressure. Gonna struggle to escape with his life if he is able to get that touch. Kevster's such an experienced player. Oh, just by the skin of his teeth gets a touch, but already Brig being dope. TVNT charges in, slept by Twilight though, who's making this a pretty winnable fight. Faith with the rally, wants to potentially save it into the next team fight. The Ultimates are managing this incredibly well despite the difficulty of the retouch.
Yeah, they actually do get the cap here, and they're gonna clean up Twisted Minds. You know, the Ultimates, they got quite a decent ultimate bank here as well. So Twisted Minds letting the Ultimates back into the game here a little bit. Trades going either side here. Funny Astro's gonna start capping. It's a boop!
Oh, force Primal.
From Chase, he's alive.
That's so sick from Funny Astro. Forces the Primal, dancing around on his team side of the map. And that's going to be a great opportunity for Twisted Minds to potentially get back into this, though. Double support ultimate online for the Ultimates. They look to hold forward on the bridge. This is where Winston can really shine. He's able to engage without his lead. Kitsune Rush very early, very aggressive. Defensive jump from Chase, trying to keep the team alive. Beat comes in from Funny Astro over the top, right on top of Twilight. And with that powered up boop, he's able to send TVNT, or rather Twilight off the map with the help of TVNT. Chase with the nano, but he's kind of dancing alone here. Not much help for him. He finds two, but not sure that's going to be enough. Kevster just trying to stay alive, trying to be ready for the retouch. Wait, somehow Chase finds another onto Quartz. How the hell did the Winston do that? But he got it done in the end. I mean, unbelievable from Winston. TVNT trying to touch point, but no way he's getting this flip.
Yeah, it just doesn't have the teammates, right? Chase finds a 3K with the Winston cleaning up after all his team, you know, helped him out with some of that damage coming in, right? And now this is Ultimates. This is last fight territory. Twisted Minds, they got a few Ultimates coming up here, but Kevster could be big with this pulse bomb.
Yeah, Pulse will be massive. It's so difficult to get it past TVNT and Irony. Twisted Minds with a few ultimates on the cards, trying to charge up that copy a few more percent. Kiri dives in, putting a ton of pressure, dancing with the wall climb, but Quartz with the Pulse Bomb into Faith to clean up onto Twilight, and that could be the round. Twisted Minds, both backliners dead, now chasing more onto Kai, fighting for his life, but he's shut down by Quartz, and now it's all on point. Kevster, last alive, still has the Pulse Bomb, does find it on a Psycho, but doesn't mean much here in the end. Faith on the Lucio, no shot, he makes it. And what a map from both teams, honestly. I mean, this was a very close clash. What looked like Twisted Minds would run away with it. The Ultimates battled back impressively, especially that clutch fight from Chase.
Yeah, I mean, if this is indicative of the rest of the series, Jake, then I think we're in for quite a fun time here. You know, hitting these, like, you know, these shots with the Tesla cannon really well from Chase there to get the frag onto Quartz on that Tracer. And I mean, wow, Ultimates really with the back against the wall there. They make it close in the end, but it's going to be Twisted Minds coming out on top and securing the first round here on Lijiang Tower.
And Funny Astro was so huge that round, though. Like the boop of Chase to force Primal, he boops Twilight off the map with the help of TVNT. I mean, the Lucio really this is the signature for Twisted Minds, and honestly, it looks really difficult to play against as they go to one of the better Lucio rush maps in the game. The Ultimates electing to match. See it, Psycho can get done on the Venture. Chase, once again, going for a little bit more of a defensive option on the Ramatra. Needs to survive this initial engagement from the Mauga, who's already pressuring into the backline with the help of Psycho, but so much pressure on him, and he can't get the lifesteal from behind the shield of Chase. Kai just barely slips out, gonna get re-healed on the high ground, and the engage for Twisted Minds kind of fell flat there. The Ultimates were able to stabilize. Defensive play was perfect.
Yeah, and it's really well played by the Ultimates actually, because as soon as they see the Mauga, they recognize we need to avoid this overrun dive coming in with the cardiac overdrive, of course, so they spread out. They take the off angle towards the outer area, right? And then you take these angles away from Twisted Minds, and then you're poking them down, get the pick onto TVNT. So really well played by Ultimates here to start off on Control Center.
Yeah, and Kai is going to have a lot of rails online, poking this Mauga. Already put pressure onto Funny Astro and Psycho, who struggling to fight now, use movement skills already. Kai took a big shot there, though, dropped low, does get cleaned up. Quartz able to find the connection. Now Chase trying to push into the backline, but doesn't have so much support with it. Super low, does get cleaned up. Forced aggression there, not paying off, and Twisted Minds flip the point back off the pick from Quartz.
Yeah, flip it back, and you didn't really have to invest anything because Quartz find that pick. That is what he does for you, right? He finds those picks early, and it's invaluable having a great Sojourn player like that. It's a bit of a brawly fight going on here in a pretty awkward area here. Mauga's gonna go down here, but Twisted Minds, they find 2 more picks going their way, utilizing the Kitsune Rush to get those 2 picks off the backline from Ultimate. So, a bit of a chaotic fight there, Jake, and TVNT's going to swap over to the Ramatra here, actually, against Chase's D.Va.
Yeah, the D.Va just, too much mitigation against that lifesteal, so I love this swap. A little bit of a beat advantage for Funny Astro. See if he wants to push the tempo. Could be a hard window to find, though, as the Ultimates coming up on 4 Ultimates of their own. Early beat for Funny Astro. He's going to go for it. Faith drop super low, just barely survived there. Too low to even pop the sound barrier. Under pressure from TVNT, so Funny Astro found the window that I wasn't sure he could, but TVNT gets traded back by Kevster's Genji, and now getting back into the fight are the Ultimates. Twisted Minds, both teams dropping players. Twisted Minds looked like they want to just back to the point, lick their wounds, take the reset. The Ultimates over to the Winston, so it's a swap game for Chase, who's struggled to find his footing in this round. Still, ultimate advantage for the Ultimates. See if they can get in with their own aggressive beat. Overclock comes from Quartz. Responsive beat from Faith. Kai just barely got the beat at the last second, but Blade over the top onto Quartz with the help of the beat. No shot he's getting out of this one. Now Twisted Minds just trying to stall the point. Irony, though, trades one onto Kevster. Hold on. Chase dives away, but yeah, can't find a connection. Dropping super low in the face of the Ramatra, and hold on. Twisted Minds are dragging this one back somehow. This is unbelievable. TVNT so low, barely gets healed up in time. Pressure onto Psycho, who's holding down the point for the squad. Funny Astro's back, though, keeping people fresh and in the engagement, and TVNT charging in once again.
Charging it once again, and Kitsune Rush is dropped here from Ultimates. They need to fight here with 94% on the timer, and they do secure some picks here. Kai coming clubs with the overclock as well there, so a good fight for Ultimates to win there. But, I mean, you use so many Ultimates now. Now you got your backs against the wall, 97% for Twisted Minds, and, they have an Annihilation up here. They have a Dragon Blade going for themselves, so this could be Twisted Minds closing out the first map here.
Yeah, the Ultimates need some kind of hero play here. Chase setting up on the flank, but very difficult to charge into the amount of overwhelming damage that Twisted Minds bring to bear. So Ultimates need to dance back, stay alive, but instant dash straight into the backline. Psycho forces onto the Sojourn, who uses both slides, but she can't quite escape. Blade finds one. TVNT is holding down the front line now, stepping forward onto the point with that Annihilation. Chase goes in, looks for the play, 80% to the Primal, but he's so far from it, and in the Ravenous Vortex, no shot he's able to stay alive in this fight. TVNT still holds on to the Annihilation for the potential retouch. Overtime comes in for the Ultimates, but they're so low, there's nothing left for them. Even Kevster cut down, and no more touches in the round. Oh, wait, hold on. One touch comes in, but it cost the player their life. Chase close to Primal. I wonder if he's going to get this. Can't even make it to the point. Body blocked and booped by Funny Astro.
Yeah, really well played by Twisted Minds. I think you saw in both of those rounds there as well. They're able to disengage from the Ultimates when they bring that pressure, but then they stay alive. They find a couple of picks, Quartz is doing work on that Sojourn, and when the Ultimates, they feel like they have an advantage, they feel like they could win one of these fights, Twisted Minds, they turn things around. They get picks of their own, right? So really well played by Twisted Minds there, but I still like we saw some life out of the Ultimates there. Playing this Winston composition, we did see a few of their members, they popped off, had their own individual moments. And that's really what you need from this team, because there's no question about it. The Ultimates, they are a stacked team. They have so much talent on this roster, right? So, if Kevster can come alive here, Kai get a few picks, playing the Sojourn as well. That's a good sign for the Ultimates, but Twisted Minds played beautifully on both of these rounds, and they're going to come out on top winning Legion Tower.
I just feel they had no answer for Funny Astro's Lucio, like across the board, whether it's the defensive speed kites, perfect beat timings, being earlier to charge his ultimate. I feel Funny Astro is at least my MVP right now in the match. I mean, I think it's his ability to lead the team on the Lucio that is giving them so much success. That's allowing them to clutch some of these fights that looked frankly unwinnable, that they're able to just barely drag back into the fold. So really impressed from what we've seen from Twisted Minds on this Lucio comp, that is showing that this is a clear comfort zone for them, and likely something that the Ultimates are going to need to ban out at some stage in this match.
Yeah, and I mean, we can bring up Lucio's perks while we're waiting for the second map to come, because I do think you made a crucial point here as well, Jake, like with that extra knockback, that is especially key on a map like Legion Tower, right? Like there's a lot of areas where that can come in really clutch, especially on that garden stage, right? So, I'm sure Funny Astro, having played a lot of Lucio in his career, is quite happy with these perks being introduced to the game as well. Take a look at the viewer predictions here, Jake, and Twisted Minds, 67% here against the Ultimates. What do you make of that?
Honestly, I mean, from how that first map went, maybe this isn't strong enough for Twisted Minds. I mean, I feel like Twilight was really trying to force the Ana as much as possible, which is, his signature hero, I understand, but Twisted Minds just ate them alive for that. Like the Lucio Curie Diva is just so difficult to play Ana into. I would say bordering on impossible on a map like Lijiang Tower. And the Ultimates were really ham-fisted in that, like trying to make it work, really desperate. They made it close in some of these fights, but Twisted Minds look like the way stronger team, at least in this control style. And looking ahead, I mean, there's flashpoints ahead. Okay, nope. The Ultimates, I think this is actually really smart to pick Blizzard World because it crucially eliminates Flashpoint. You don't have to worry about Suravasa, where Funny Astro really could run rampant.
Yeah, and also to that point about the Ana, right? We've seen the Ultimates knowing fully well that Twilight is a bit of an Ana legend, that this is a strength of Twilight's, and can you play around that? Can you force some of these big Ana compositions? So, we'll see what the hero bands bring here, but like this would be a position where I'm like, well, okay, if you want to play around Ana, then, maybe we can work around it as well. We got a substitution coming in here, actually. We'll see what that is. So Sky is coming in for Faith, and I mean, that just tells you everything you need to know, Jake. They're now playing Sky and Twilight here as the ultimate backline. They're looking at something a bit unusual here. They're going for something more of a double flex.
Yeah, double flex. I've got to imagine they should first ban a support just to protect some of their own support options. Sure. If not, I suspect that, I mean, you could ban the Lucio, but I worry, like, is this the map to ban Lucio? Like, would Twisted Minds even really want to play the Lucio so much on this map? It's not really the best Lucio map in general, other than some niche strategies. So curious what they go with. The Ultimates are going to just ban the Diva, so it's another way to protect this double flex board, where Diva notoriously good at diving them. And Twisted Minds say, okay, you're going to let us get the Ana ban through, and they slam it down. So Twilight going to be forced off the Ana. I mean, this kind of makes sense, right? Because I would imagine for the Ultimates, they would love to play like an Ana Zen ball here. Really play to their strengths. It's a good map for it, like allowing their, Kai and Kepster to thrive. Kepster, insanely good on the Tracer, even with less resources in like an Ana Zen comp. In Kai, of course, he can navigate these long-range hit scan maps.
Yeah, exactly what I had in mind as well. Now, we have seen this support duo between Sky and Twilight play before, and on Havana, they brought out the Batiste and the Zenyatta, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we see something similar this time around on Blizzard World, especially with the Ana ban, of course, here. And then we kind of see how they, play their tank lineup around that BAP Zen, right? Blizzard World, especially that second point. I mean, it is so good for those long-range sightlines. So, again, this is going to be a really interesting map compositionally, I think, here. Again, though, I want to emphasize Kai. Like, I want to see Kai really start to pop off here in this matchup, right? It is someone who is capable of taking over these games sometimes, but hasn't really quite done it so far this stage, Jake. So, as the Ultimates, with their back against the wall, they're down 0-1 in this series. They need to find a bit of a recipe for success here going up against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I like that you highlight Kai, because I mean, despite where these teams are in the table overall, I mean, this is Kai versus Quartz. These are two of the best hit scan players in EMEA historically. And so clashing on a map like Blizzard World, this has big implications for the rest of the series for these players' mental. Like, this is very likely going to have a lot of impact on the outcome of the game, who wins the hit scan battle. But by the same token, I feel like this is not easy for Kai. Quartz has been insane. He's played on some of the biggest stages in Overwatch and really lived up to the hype, lived up to the potential. So Twisted Minds are going to queue up a very defensive Sigma comp here with the Brig and the Tracer, as well as the Batiste. So they really are setting up to weather the storm as the Ultimates very aggressive dive comp queued up.
Yeah, and like you said, if you can just weather this storm, right? Like the initial kind of poke damage, the initial kind of dive from the ultimates here, then you're really setting up Quartz and Irony to get the most amount of value from that Sojourn and that Baptiste as well. So Kevster, want to take a bit of a pot shot here, but I guess a headshot actually. I mean, that is the smallest amount of ultimate charge you get there right out of the gate, 5% on the Genji here. But it is going to be a ball composition here from the ultimates with Kevster on this Genji, maybe following up on some of these dives from Chase.
Bab Zen, though, is super awkward with his ball comp. Bab's basically just a DPS who can heal Sojourn sometimes. We'll see if they're able to get in past these choke points where Psycho and TVNT are being very aggressive. Ball tries to slip behind, under pressure, found a failed roll here from Chase. Slam does come in, able to put some pressure down on Quartz. TVNT, though, is holding down the rest of the ultimate, so they're not able to come in. They're not really able to assist on these ball engages. And Funny Astro really guarding on the Brig, not allowing the rolls to come through. Another failed roll from Chase, tried to boop the Sojourn off the high ground, but didn't find the connection. TVNT getting pressured in the corner, but he's so difficult to kill with the help of Bap and Brig.
Yeah, they are, and this is where, if you're the ultimates, you have to be wary of where TVNT is, right? Here comes another pile driver in from Chase. Kevster follows up on the damage, but drops very low, actually, and, you know, with no healing really coming his way, Kevster's just gonna go down, and this is the ultimates having to fall back now, and, you know, risk of getting picked off as well as they're kind of trying to get back to spawn.
Yeah, and this Bab Zen is just not working out. Sigma's able to hold down the corners of the point. Bab Zen, they just can't get an angle to actually fight. If they're peeking forward to slam or to follow up on these ball slams, they're really in a dangerous spot for players like Psycho and TVNT to strike back. So far these supports have not been able to get into the engagements the way they want. You saw Kevster really had to force it to get to the Wrecking Ball, used everything just to connect, and then when the dive fails, Kevster dies with it. And the ultimates grasping at straws. Chase, I think, has not looked good on the Wrecking Ball. He's been shut down time and time again and just not finding the connections, the boop downs that he needs.
Here it goes again.
There's one.
Got a bit of a boop.
Booped off the high ground, though.
Yep.
Once again, going for the roll. There he goes. Finally knocks the Brig off, although Funny Astro able to bash and get back into position. Beautiful rotation here from Twisted Minds onto the low ground. Vulnerable to the slam, but no follow-up, and a huge flush from TVNT. Finds the entire backline. Everybody slam down. Rock in as well onto the Zen. Clean up with the melee, and now TVNT is running rampant. This is an easy team fight for Twisted Minds. It started decently for the Ultimates with that roll from Chase, but I love the way Twisted Minds repositioned instantaneously to that low ground.
Yeah, and look, when Chase goes in for that dive, that's when the ultimates, they have to like push up, right, and try to find some kind of like advantage, help their Wrecking Ball out. But TVNT, he does some rotations, you know, utilizing the shield, pressuring the backline of the ultimates. Nice flux there. And I mean, at this point, you're kind of Twisted Minds, you're snowballing, right? You have a rally up to really prevent Kevster from getting value with this Dragon Blade. Psycho already putting pressure on the Chase, making it difficult for this dive to come through. But this is your Minds and Dragon Blade fight. You need to get value here if you're the ultimates.
Chase does find Quartz, Blade in on now, focusing TVNT, who's isolated away from the team. Just barely able to step back into the lamp and get healed up, but Funny Astro mind away, can't find the window to commit. Psycho, though, found Chase and forced the trance, so I'm curious if Twisted Minds go for the recontest. They've got Rally, they've got players alive. Looks like they're setting up to think about this. Tracer go for the opening touch. Oh, big pressure on the Psycho very early, forced a quick recall. It's not what he wanted in this engagement. Funny Astro in with the Rally, Chase from behind, not able to find anything, or rather TVNT rolling back, not able to find any connection, but I think Twisted Minds are happy to slow this down. Kai pops the overclock. Quartz responds with his own. Kai can't find the kill though through the drone. TVNT shuts down Sky, and that's most of the healing down for the Ultimates. They look to snowball forward. Psycho so low, just barely can't get the kill, but TVNT rolls in, gets the finish, and now he's back on the ball. Does die, so down to the scrap, but the point flipped in the melee, and now the Ultimates, at least they got the cart rolling. It was looking really questionable, Johnny.
Yeah, look, if you're the Wrecking Ball there, you can't just hold down the point forever because you're just going to get picked apart by the Discord Orb, the Sojourn as well. So TVNT tries to go for a bit of a play, but in that chaos, they do get the point cap, and at that point, you're just happy to get the fight over with. You don't care about investing more ultimates, right? And so now, Twisted Minds back onto the Sigma here, but the ultimates, some nice boops here from Chase, actually. Gets quite a bit of value from that one. Looks to replicate it, maybe, perhaps, and get a bit of a dive going with Kevster.
Yeah, and Kevster on the Tracer, I think, looks a lot more flexible in this matchup, able to be a lot more free in his position, play a little bit more solo. TVNT holding down the cart, though, and so far, the Ultimates haven't found a way to evict him from this position. They'll need to do that to progress the objective. But with the Overwatch from Quartz, it's very difficult to walk up, and that's the risk you take coming into the open against this hit scan player. Kai tries to fight back. Sky thinking about jumping up to the high ground, but so difficult. Quartz getting the support from the squad, and meanwhile, the pressure on the cart is just a little bit too much to get past. Drone force, Quartz looks like he's going to take a wide swing with a full charge rail here. Sky's still low HP. And that's going to be the Baptiste. Most likely. Oh, hold on. Not quite cleaned up. Dance as well in the corner. And Quartz had to get out of there. Well done by Sky to stay alive and keep the pressure on for the Ultimates.
Yeah, and now, Twisted Minds are on the low ground here temporarily. This could be a good fight opportunity for the Ultimates, using some of these Ultimates.
He's thinking about popping the window. There's the Amp Matrix. Follow-up from Kai. Burst down Quartz with the double damage. Twisted Minds. Looks like they're going to just fall back, try to stay alive. Kevster, Pulse Bomb goes wide, doesn't find the connection. Minds on the high ground. It was an expensive fight win for the Ultimates. Now pushing in to this Twisted Minds team with all 5 Ultimates online. Very difficult. Pulse not finding any connection for Psycho either. Under tons of pressure from Kevster is Psycho as he's trying to dance around, trying to get back to the team. Funny Astro barely saves his life, but hold on, out of the frying pan, into the fire. Funny Astro doing everything to keep this Tracer alive. Meanwhile, TVNT pushing forward onto the card. The aggressive dive commitment for the Ultimates doesn't quite pay off due to the heroics of Funny Astro. And once again, the Ultimates sent back to spawn. And I mean, a respawn is a difficult thing for this comp. With the Bap Zen, your walk back to the fight is very long, Johnny.
Yeah, it's really long, and you have to get some kind of positioning right. You really felt like that was the Ultimate's best opportunity there, because now you reset. Now you have to work these angles again and try to get in that good position where you can get value from that BAP, from that overclock that Kai has here. It's gonna come down to the last fight here, but Flux against Transcendence, both Sojourns with an overclock. This is where you need a bit of a hero play from one of your damage players.
Yeah, we'll see if these overclocks can get it done, but I'd say big advantage for Twisted Minds. Twilight super low, does not want to be forced to trance early. Aggressive window from Irony, under a ton of pressure though from the flankers, does get the trance out early. And now support ultimate from Twilight, just barely enough to keep people alive, but Quartz and Irony are winning the deathmatch fight. Kevster finds one, doing what he can to keep this game going. Chase low HP, can't quite get the minefield, 95%, and under the pressure of Quartz's overclock, things are falling apart. Even Kevster can't quite make it happen, and it's a 93-meter push for the Ultimates on Blizzard World.
Yeah, and it just felt awkward pretty much throughout that attack. Jake, I don't know if you agree with me, but like you said, playing that Bap Zen as well. You have Chase and Kevster, like they're trying to set up some of these dives, make it difficult for Twisted Minds, but I feel like Twisted Minds are in control of that entire defense. Funny Astro did a great job on that Brigitte, healing with TVNT, keeping Irony alive, keeping Quartz alive. And if you just win this battle of nutrition, really, the Twisted Minds, the longer they stay alive, they're going to get the value from their pokier composition. So credit to Twisted Minds. I think they did a great job there setting up their defense and working around what the Ultimates had to offer.
Yeah, and as much as I understand the Diva ban being a problem for flex support, I really feel that without the Ana, the strategy kind of falls flat for the Ultimates. Like, without a nade, how do you ever kill the Sigma? How do you, without the Nano, how do you kind of come over the top with some of these aggressive dives? Baptiste is, there's a couple moments where the window was impactful, but it's just not the hero you want in this situation, especially with Twisted Minds running the Brig, running the Tracer. They're absolutely willing to get aggressive, to push forward into you. And when your supports are this fragile, very difficult to stand up to that kind of pressure.
Yeah, really difficult. And now the Ultimates with quite a monumental task here, because they're already down to 1-0 in this series. You don't get the boost push here on point B even, so now you got a difficult defense set up here for yourself, where point A, we so seldomly see them teams full defense holding, right? And so Twisted Minds with a great opportunity to get an early 2-0 lead here in the series.
And just going for a little pick here. Twisted Minds running it back. The Ultimates, I think on defense, they should have a little bit of an easier time on this Bap Zen. Don't have to walk up and take space. You can kind of just hold the strong positions. But Twisted Minds immediately wrapping around to the defender's side of the map. They're going to come try and retake this high ground that the Ultimates would like to play. TVNT protecting the cross as well. Very clinical from Twisted Minds, and this is where the fight's going to really pop off. Bap Zen already yielding the high ground, not even trying to fight here. Ball's just coming in, but this is just a distraction play. No commitment from the rest of the squad, although Irony, hold on, under a bit of pressure. Burst down from Twilight, Kevster shuts down Psycho, and the ball distraction absolutely pays off. Twisted Minds tried to press the rotate while their supports were dealing with the Wrecking Ball, and they get brutally punished for it.
Yeah, and especially here on attack, right? You're going to see Twisted Minds forced to make some of these rotations, and that's where the Ultimates their task is really to pick apart Twisted Minds, and Twilight finds a great opening pick there with the Zenyatta, and then of course Kevster doesn't work well on the Tracer, so that's a good start for the Ultimates. That's what you want to see out of them, knowing full well that TVNT, you know, playing with Funny Astro's Brig, they're going to be pretty compact. They're going to have a really good composition when it comes to protecting themselves, but they are quite susceptible to taking a lot of poke damage from all these different angles, and that's where the Ultimates, they need some individual players to step up, get these picks early on.
Yeah, Twisted Mind just walking it right up mid this time. No fancy footwork on the rotate, no time for that. Twilight on this off angle would love to find some kind of a charge fire kill, and with the help of Kevster, could be difficult to eradicate, but Quartz shuts down Kai, now potentially looking to move forward deeper into this off angle right now, focusing the ball, trying to clear him out, helping the Baptiste. But TVNT is just charging forward all the way over the point, and so full control right now for Twisted Minds as they start to cap. The Ultimates licking their wounds, staying alive, both supports healing up. Quartz super low HP, needs the save. Pulse Bomb on the TVNT as well, but it's not quite enough damage to shut down that Sigma, who's getting tons of support. Psycho, a Pulse Bomb here could end it all for the Ultimates. Goes just wide. Twilight, oh, he had Trance, we got bursted down, couldn't get it online. Minefield on the point though. Chase trying to stabilize, trying to make this happen, but Irony, that Amplification Matrix proves too difficult to recontest into. Bomb though still came down, still popped Irony. Difficult cap now for the Ultimates to contest. And Brig with the boop. Wow, that it all comes from the opening Quartz finds onto Kai. I mean, that really does completely change the game. You know, without Kai's pressure, TVNT is able to charge forward, completely zone out the backline, and Twilight dying with Trance there is a critical error.
Yeah, you know, you want to hold it on for the Flux there, but that was a great opportunity to maybe re-engage with the Minds, with the Transcendence, put some pressure onto Twisted Minds, but Twilight goes down as well alongside Kai. You know, got picked a bit earlier on as well, and now Twisted Minds, I mean, they're in a great position here. They still have that Flux, they have the Overclock as well as a rally to fend off one of these dives, so Chase gonna go in for a bit of a pile driver here, but just for some early poke damage here, hoping maybe you can get one of these Ultimates out, but Twisted Minds, I mean, they look so comfortable right now.
Yeah, Twilight on the aggressive flank, see if he can get something done, but challenged now by the rally from Funny Astro is helping hold down the cart that keeps rolling inexorably forward. Amplification Matrix used, but not finding any targets, getting flanked as well by Quartz, who pops the overclock, takes a wide position on the high ground. Extremely dominant spot for Quartz to be. Ball tries to contest him, does force him back into the room, but now coming it back to help TVNT to put the pressure back on the cart. Twilight's low, forced to Trance, pulse from Kevster does find just the lamp, but the Trance over the top is enough for the Ultimates to finally clean up, get the fight they were hoping for. Just barely getting it done there. That was a scary one, though, for the Ultimates, right? Quartz on that high ground with the overclock. Things really could have fallen apart there, so props to them stabilizing.
Yeah, it really could have fallen apart there. So you outlived the overclock, you outlived the rally, and now the Ultimates, you know, you got some great value from that Transcendence, just keeping the rest of the team alive there. And now on this defense, you got 2 minutes 30 to go, though. And because you had to use the Transcendence in that earlier fight, TVNT now gets a free Flux here. You know, obviously there's a lamp to worry about, but if you can navigate around Sky's lamp here, you should be able to get some Gravity Flux value that could send this map to the way of Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds just walking it out the high ground here. Could be scary against Kai's overclock. Very difficult to recommit heavily here. And TVNT thinks better of it, takes the back off. With Chase on the cart, very difficult right now for Twisted Minds to make progress. Something's got to give. Now the Sigma walks forward, boop, onto Chase, makes it difficult for him to catch. Straight into the back line with the Flux, forces drone, and crucially just clears the position out for the rest of his team to walk forward. Kai overclocking, but kind of getting stuffed now by TVNT. Kevster shutting down Quartz is pretty massive. TVNT on 1 HP, oh my, just barely goes down to Kai before kill went against him.
Yeah,
and the Ultimates once again,
a little bit, you know, forced it from TVNT, recognizing obviously that the Gravity Flux is a great win condition there, but you saw the Ultimates, they peeled away from it nicely, they lived through it, and because TVNT got so separated with the rest of his team, that allows Kevster to do some work as well, so really beautifully played by the Ultimates there. 1 minute on the timer here. I mean, we're dwindling this timer down, Jake, to the point where Twisted Minds, you need to get something going for yourself. You are going to have the double support ultimate, and obviously Psycho has this pulse bomb. We know what he can do with that. So Twisted Minds, they're working away here, but these Minds as well, they're going to be so lethal. Psycho does find that pulse bomb, Jake.
Yeah, Drone wasn't able to protect him. Kevster on the flank, trying to pressure down Psycho, who just barely gets away. And now Irony with the Amp Matrix, creating space for the rest of the team to pressure the cart. Funny Astro with the rally, stuns Chase, who I believe, yeah, it's still got the minefield out on the cart, but it's not really protecting the ability of Twisted Minds to continue pushing the payload, and so it's still difficult for the Ultimates to get back into this fight. Twilight's alive, coming back with Transcendence. Rally, though, from Funny Astro keeps you alive, and Kai crucially dies before the heals from the Transcendence can come in. Funny Astro, they have to shut him down, but Quartz over the top with the overclock, stuns onto the Wrecking Ball, and no touch comes in. Twisted Minds take Blizzard World and put themselves on series point.
Great individual play there from Psycho, finding that pulse bomb, like you said, despite the fact that the enemy team is playing that Baptiste, that you have that drone that could come in and save you. Psycho finds the individual pick that really opens the door for Twisted Minds to secure that point B cap and ultimately Blizzard World. So well played by Twisted Minds, but it got close. It was still the Ultimates showing that defense that they can compete with Twisted Minds. So another impressive fight from them, but you're in a 2-0 hole now, Jake. Being able to reverse sweep here in the final match of EMEA OWCS, it's a tough task there. It really did feel awkward for most of that map, I gotta say, with this Babsen lineup, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, part of the challenge, I think, with this Babsen ball is your Zen really does have to flank and kind of take that DPS role. Just sitting in the back, spamming a Sigma isn't really good enough. You kind of got to flank with the Tracer and make plays. Downside is that makes you very vulnerable to something like a Pulse Bomb. You won't always be with your Baptiste, getting the bodyguard treatment. You might just need to make things happen. Quartz, though, such a huge difference maker time and time again. I felt like his overclocks were really putting the pressure on the rest of the squad, and Irony stepped into a bomb there. A little bit of an unfortunate spot to be.
Yeah. But it's the individual plays, right? Both of these teams, they have such great individual players that come out clutch here, and Psycho opened the door there. So taking a look at the stats here, it was a pretty even map overall. I do feel like, I question sort of the Ultimates attack there, weren't able to get a ton of stuff going their way on the attack, but the defense, it held quite firm, and that's where you saw Kevster and Chase perhaps combine a little bit, doing some good work there on the Wrecking Ball and the Tracer. But I mean, ultimately, wow, Twisted Minds. I've been so impressed by Funny Astro. I mean, seldom do we talk about the main supports being, the player of the match, but I kind of agree with you, Jake, that Funny Astro has been so good on the Lucio and the Brig.
Yeah, I think this map, the Brig really came in clutch, making it very difficult for Chase to find connections. You think about a lot of these crucial fights where Twisted Minds are able to put it over the top. It comes from the back of Funny Astro's rally, really stabilizing for the squad. You got to give credit, though, to TVNT and Quartz. I think TVNT is playing this matchup really well. Like, sometimes it feels forced on Sigma that you're just walking it down straight to the back line, but fighting a Wrecking Ball is just a losing game for Sigma. Like, you're never actually going to catch him. You're never actually going to finish him off. He's just wasting your time while his teammates clean you up. So I actually like the way TVNT is just charging forward and contesting the Zen and the Sojourn and just not letting them put down damage. I think that's absolutely perfect from him. And then for Quartz, I feel he is coming out on top of these hit scan duels and some of these crucial moments, finding the opening picks, getting a little bit more done with the overclocks. Kai uncharacteristically falling flat a little bit in this series.
Yeah, Quartz has been so good this stage as well, and it's been one of the best players, the best hitscan players in the EMEA for a couple of years at this point. So taking a look at a substitution coming into map 3 is going to be Faith being subbed back in instead of Sky here, Jake. So perhaps a bit back to the normal stuff of playing a speed character, whether it's Lucio or we could see the Brig potentially, but this is the Ultimates perhaps going back to a bit of their usual standard gameplay.
Yeah, I'm curious if the Ultimates elect to go for a Lucio ban. That could be a way to put some pressure on Funny Astro, but with how good his performance was on the Brig, I feel Funny Astro has really evolved as a player from being, such a Lucio specialist to now across the main support role, being super strong. The Ultimates, they're going to go for the Maga ban with the responsive Torb ban. So I think this Maga ban potentially is a way to protect your hazard, to enable you to play like those faster diving styles. But the ban from Twisted Minds on the Torb, I think we might see both teams going for I think like either a Ramatra comp or a hazard comp. Something brawly and aggressive is what's likely on the cards here for Esperanza.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty straight up matchup here. We're going to see both teams, play to their comfort, as there's a lot of Busan on the screen.
What is going on?
There's a lot of Busan going on. God, I love that map actually.
Busan 5 times in a row, and if you don't like it, you can forfeit, Johnny.
It's going to be Esperanza. There's going to Esperanza. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I think we're going to see more like straight up, compositions as we head into this matchup. And for the Ultimates, we've seen quite a few different variations. They have played Chase on the Wrecking Ball quite a bit, and that's what we've seen more of recently. But they have played more Brawl with KSA as well historically, but that doesn't seem to be the case in this specific matchup. So I'm curious to see what the Ultimates got cooking here. We are just playing for the 5th and 6th seed. I think both of these teams recognizing that this is a lot of pride on the line here, because these are teams that know each other. But you're looking forward to next week. That's when the regional playoffs kick off, and with both teams secure their spot already in the lower bracket, you just want to get some good momentum, really. So you want to find some compositions that work your way and ultimately bring that momentum when it really matters to the regional playoffs next week.
Yeah, I think teams are still discovering new things. I mean, and with this hero band format, the game is just a lot more dynamic. You can't just come into a match and have everything pre-planned. You got to adapt, and you've got to put pressure on your opponents, force them off of their comfort zone. But meanwhile, they're constantly doing the same thing to you. Twisted Minds, gonna go with the hazard strat and the ultimates. Back to basics, back to their comfort zone here. Season on the line, and they're gonna go with an Ana Winston comp. I mean, there's a lot of potential in this Ana Winston comp. It absolutely can work, but against Hazard, I think it's a rough matchup. Hazard with the shotgun, with the boop ability from his Violent Leap, he can really peel the Winston away or trap him potentially with that jagged wall. Chase has work cut out for him as well. Twilight just surviving could be difficult here.
Yeah, no, totally. And I mean, this is again what we talked about earlier on in the series, that they're really trying to put Twilight on the Ana because that is Twilight's best hero, and it can be really useful there as well. I'm curious to see if Chase is gonna stick to that Hazard hero. I believe we saw Hazard for Chase as well. Could potentially go to something like a Winston, depending on what the compositional matchup is there. But I feel like if you are Twisted Minds going into this series and going into this map, you kind of know what the ultimates are going to bring. I think it's quite predictable that they're going to lean on Twilight's Ana, and you're going to have Kai undoubtedly on that hit scan hero, right? And so how can we play around that? So I'm sure that Twisted Minds, they have something special up their sleeve to deal with those two hero picks.
And I mean, Irony's Kiriko, I think really is that, right? I like the ability to cleanse things, shut down Twilight potentially, especially with Carrie with these perks. I mean, she can be so dynamic. Her ability to slip in and out of these engagements.
Perks are out of control, Jake. I'm just gonna cut you off. They're out of control. Like, really? Double TP,
the double system is actually bonkers. Your ability to get in on a dive, try for a kill, throw a few shots, and then you're out of there. It's like, man, that's very scary. That's very threatening, especially great synergy with the way Hazard wants to play with that same hit and run play style. I mean, there's very little room for error for Twilight, but by the same token, if you go in for that dive, if you can't connect, you can't find kills, use all your Suzu and your TPs aggressively, then there is an opportunity here for the Ana to potentially push back. Could see Kevster making big plays on the Genji, but I think for Kevster, the real challenge is Funny Astro. It's the supports. I mean, Funny Astro is so aware on his beat timing, so clean with shutting down Kevster, and sometimes it's not even the beat. He's just going to speed away from you. He's going to boop your guys away. Scary map. I don't like the chances of a Winston dive into Hazard. I hope, for the ultimate sake, that they go for the Hazard mirror, because I do think Winston just has a very tough matchup there. Yeah, it does seem like a pretty decent pick there. So we'll have to see. I do believe we might be heading into a bit of a trailer here, Jake. That's what I've heard. I think. Let's check it out.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Show them you are superior, and bang! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memories.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again. I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Welcome back to the Overwatch Champions Series. If you're just joining us, you're watching Twisted Minds taking on the Ultimates. Twisted Minds up 2-0, ready to potentially close out the series here on Esperanza, as it looks like we're getting right into the action, Johnny.
Yeah, the Ultimates with their back against the wall, facing a reverse sweep scenario here where you're already down 2 maps. We're rolling out onto Esperanza, our 3rd map here in this very final match of OWCS EMEA, and it's going to be the Ultimates. They're opting for the Winston, Jake. We talked about it before, a bit of a trailer there. Opting for the Winston goes well with the Ana, but you're going to be under a lot of pressure facing the Sojourn and the Hazard.
Yeah, and difficulty for Kepster on the Genji to find connections in the backline. With Psycho on the Tracer, going to have a little bit more mobility. Right now, both teams poking and prodding. The Ultimate's content to just stabilize this, but that's going to give Twisted Minds a little bit of cart control. Start that projectile moving forward a little bit more quickly. Quick sleep onto TVNT. A lot of pressure coming in on this Hazard. Maybe overextended. Coming in with the Kiriko cleanse, though. Irony with the full commit. Looks like saved TVNT for the moment. Cost him his life. And the trades come in. Quartz with 2. Psycho finding another. Lucio overwhelmed in the flank. And it was an all-in dive for Twisted Minds, but they put it together and they get the team wipe on the opening fight.
TVNT really goes in there and gets saved by Irony Suzu temporarily, but it gives up so much space to Psycho and Quartz, and they manage to make, get some picks out of it. Quartz just firing down like a small corridor like that and gets a couple himself, but it does seem a bit chaotic, as players are getting back into the fight here. Chase already contesting the bot here, so not too much of a push brewing here for Twisted Minds. Players getting back to the fight, but this is the Ultimates. They're looking for that win condition, Jake. They're trying to land these butter grenades and maybe following up on it.
And TVNT takes a wide off-angle position, already onto Kai, shut him down, cut apart. And now continuing on, looking for that Ana, looking for more connections. Looks like there's no one who can really stop what he's got going on. Forces Kepster's deflect. Now backing to the payload. Quartz got low in the meantime, though, getting healed up by Irony. It seems like Twisted Minds are content to slow this down. Chase pushed in a little deeper than he wants to be here and gets bursted down by a TVNT who's super low. The trade desperate from Kepster. He really wants to find this tank pick, but the Jagged Wall is keeping TVNT alive just long enough. Getting stabilized now. Once again, Irony has been so huge this game. Perfect on the saves, keeping the tank in the fight. Twisted Minds, blood in the water. They're charging forward. Nade used. That's no defensive option here for Twilight. Just barely slips out with his life. Now TVNT forced out, but the cards rolling this whole time. The cap almost coming through now for Twisted Minds. Curious to see if the Ultimates can even touch.
Yeah, cards rolling. Chase is going to go for a bit of a touch here. Does have the Primal Rage. The Nano's going to come out onto Chase as well. A lot of the Ultimates drop from either side here, Jake, as the Kitsune Rush comes out. Funny Astro goes down, though. No sound barrier available.
Yeah, and the downpour wasn't able to connect from TVNT. Chase, Nano Primal seems to be enough for the cleanup. Psycho trades Kepster in the meantime. And Irony looks like he's able to TP out and escape. All in all, I think TVNT, that downpour not connecting is pretty costly. The Ultimates turn a Nano Primal into a one-team fight. Spawns just in time to get the forward for TVNT and Quartz, so that'll be big for their hopes to recontest quickly.
Yeah, and a bit of an opportunity here for the Ultimates to go aggressive. Sound barriers on either side here. Kepster with this Dragon Blade. He's going to try and look for a pick here. It'll be hard, especially. Quartz is going to open things up with the Overclock.
Yeah, and Beat protects Quartz Overclock. Now he's continuing on into the flank, taking a wide rotation away from the Winston. 2 kills come in now for Twisted Minds. Starting to stabilize, and a beautiful shutdown. TVNT onto Kai. Kepster, no chance to get the blade active in this fight. And it's a big team wipe. Once again, Twisted Minds getting that 5-for-0 trade. Yeah, it does cost you one more ultimate than the opposing team used, but you're not too mad about that. Twisted Minds, they're gonna start earning more point progress, and they're starting to really build their lead here on Esperanza. Kai and Kepster, these vaunted DPS players, they've got to get in, they've got to make something happen, but stopping the card is so difficult from this low ground position.
Yeah, pops the overclock here, and it's going to be a defensive wall there by TVT, just recognizing we're going to back up here. Probably look to build up this Kitsune rush, Jake. You know, you're happy to give up this ground as long as you can take an honorable fight with an ultimate of yours. It's going to be TVT actually quite caught here by Irony, building so much ultimate charge here, Jake.
Oh, beautiful jagged wall. Pokes Kevster in. He can't get out. And Funny Astro swarms forward now. No support ultimates available for the ultimates. No way to stabilize this. They've got to just fight it out incredibly effectively here. Quartz, low. Can't continue the fight. But the ultimates are falling back constantly. They're giving up a lot of card push, a lot of territory on the map. And Psycho's just eating all that up as he looks to get in with the Pulse Bomb. Would love to find Twilight. There's no defense against the connected Pulse Bomb this game. All on Psycho to find the connection. Nanoblade onto Quartz. Focuses him down. Now connected to the Lucio, but Funny Astro perfect with the boot. Oh, gets caught on the wall. Little misstep. Uncharacteristic for Funny Astro. Psycho found Twilight in the meantime. Maybe the only kill the Twisted Minds are able to get in this fight is Kevster with the 2k Nanoblade's enough.
The Nanoblade is enough indeed, and that's exactly what the ultimates need here. So it looks like Kevster actually going to go for a bit of a swap here, probably over to the Tracer, you know, one of his signature heroes. And you know,
it's a long way to go for the swap.
For the ultimates, yeah. I mean, you got the blinks to get back, but it's going to take quite some time here. Twisted Minds feeling quite comfortable here. Ultimates on their side as well. What can Chase cook with this Primal Rage? I mean, it is so hard with this Winston, right? Like, look at the amount of pressure you're facing here. So you have a Primal Rage, but like, Twisted Minds, you're going to be able to sustain this.
Yeah, and downpour, super scary as well for players like Twilight. Oh, look at Chase getting bullied so hard. He does not want to primal defensively like that, so he's able to hold on to the ultimate well. But the Pulse Bomb comes in, it's enough to catch Kai. And now backline under a ton of pressure. TVNT is completely zoning away the Ana here. So difficult for her to get in. She does find the sleep, connecting through Chase. Primal finds Irony. Funny Astro, the only healer left, keeping this game alive. And now both Lucios considering whether they want to beat, whether they want to double down on this engagement. Twisted Minds with a big lead, probably aren't too upset to just slow things down and stabilize. Irony on the respawn now, coming back in. But Chase overextended. Needs to be to keep him alive, but I don't know if he's even going to get out of this. Super low HP. Psycho is the cleanup. Downpour is beautiful onto 2. Easily picked off now by the DPS for Twisted Minds. And Kevster fighting alone on the point. Cannot get anything done.
Yeah, it's a bit of an overextension. It's tough, right? Because Faith has to drop the sound barrier to keep Chase alive, and that doesn't even help, right? And now suddenly, the ultimates, they have no real ultimates, right? They have the overclock, they have the pulse bomb, but Twisted Minds, they're putting so much pressure on the ultimates to come up with a fight win here. You're building towards that Kitsune rush again. Twisted Minds, they're so comfortable playing against around these dives, these biotic grenades, and the Winston play from Chase of the ultimates.
Yeah, Chase straight to the back line. Kai commits the overclock as well, but gets shut down by Quartz. Kevster does find Funny Astro in the meantime. Irony, though, pushes forward, gives up his backline, but still, player advantage now for Twisted Minds. Cart being stolen, though, pretty massive from Kevster, so probably not possible for Twisted Minds to make any meaningful progress here. Chase goes all in, cleans up Quartz, who just wants to die here, pretty much, looking like Twisted Minds take the reset. Not too upset about this. Kevster forced off the bot, so Twisted Minds just trying to cut their losses, get out. Chase doesn't want to let them out for free, though. Funny Astro is back. Irony has TP to escape, most likely. Just barely gets out in time.
Barely gets out in time. And look, we got under 3 minutes to go here, Jake. And it's a dominant lead from Twisted Minds. The only thing here for Twisted Minds is you don't want to mess this up, right? You don't want to take bad fights. You want to take high-quality fights. You do have this Kitsune rush, and they're going to pop it, actually. They're going to put pressure on Chase once more.
Chase got the Nano, though, and he has Primal as well online, so way too difficult to deal with this Winston. Nano Primal charges on top of Quartz, who slips away for the moment. Still on low HP, though, got cleaned up. TVNT trades on the Kevster, but it's 2 for 1 now. The ultimate's player advantage on Cart. Chase takes a double leap to get behind this hazard to cut his heals from the rest of the team. TVNT would love to find some kind of a trade here, but slept by Twilight's going to be too little, too late to make that happen. Desperation dive for Funny Astro as he takes the reset, and for the first time, the ultimate's gonna make some meaningful progress on the opposing side of the map. This switch from Faith, from the Lucio to the Kiriko, is giving them a lot more flexibility and the potential to survive and turn around more of these engagements.
Yeah, they finally get a fight win on their side here, and they're in quite a decent position here. You do have the Kitsune rush, but Funny Astro with the sound barrier going to come in clutch for Twisted Minds here. But at least you have this positioning right. You put Twilight on the high ground. Good position to maybe get a biotic grenade in. Chase is going to contest the bot here a little bit. Kitsune Rush does come in from Faith, so the ultimates, they're looking to push the advantage, but sound barrier in return from Funny Astro.
Yeah, Funny Astro is so aggressive with that sound barrier. The rest of the team in his right behind him there in the aura, and they're able to continue to push forward. Quartz walking up to the high ground, may not even need to overclock. Chase so low, but just forced into an over-aggressive dive with no chance to actually reset safely. And it's going to be a late pick onto the Kiriko as well. TVNT finds that one. And the ultimates, I mean, yes, they fight back a little bit, but this deficit in push is so brutal right now, Johnny.
Yeah, it's so brutal. And I mean, it's 1 minute 15 to go. You use the Kitsune rush there, so like, I mean, you need Kai to come in clutch here with, you know, the overclock that is building towards, but you look at Twisted Minds. Look at their ultimate bank, Jake. I mean, look at Twisted Minds' ultimate bank. They are so happy with their lead. They got their ultimates ready to go. They're in a great spot to close out this series.
They might go for the full cap. Looks like they're going to try it. Quartz sliding deep into the backline. Remember, he had that second slide if things go bad, putting in a ton of pressure onto the backline. Big downpour, catches 2, force Faith to pop the cleanse. Support's still alive, though, for Twisted Minds. They have stability here. Psycho, TVNT, back to the cart, into the Kitsune rush, bursting down Chase. Not even close to that Primal Rage. Kevster now being targeted. Psycho looking to dominate this Tracer 1v1. Kevster on low blinks. Looks like Faith came in to try and save Kevster. Does do that job, but it costs him his life. And the spike wall blocking the spawn door. No way to touch right now. So desperate here for the ultimates to come out. Chase touches. Kai out with the overclock. Gets the connection onto Funny Astro, keeping the game at least alive for the moment. But it's such a difficult climb back from this position. Quartz onto the Reaper. He's back to try and stabilize.
Why not?
Twilight has Nano, but he does not want to use it here. If there's any hope for the ultimates to get back into it, it'll be on the back of that ultimate. So Twilight finds a pick wisely, holding onto the Nano for now. Seems like it will be a cleanup for the ultimates. Give themselves one last chance to bring this one back, and they've kind of got the ultimates to do it, Johnny.
Yeah, they kind of have the ultimates to do it. You got a Primal Rage, you got a Nano. My dog's going crazy in the background, thinking maybe that the ultimates have a chance to claw themselves back into this series.
Well, Siri believes, maybe, I'm not sure I quite do yet. This fight is going to be important. The ultimate's got to win it without too many ultimates. Funny Astro charging forward, super aggressive. Nano comes in onto Twilight, onto Kevster, keeping himself alive, mostly, I think, for the defensive Nano there. Chase forced the Primal. Twisted Minds, first kill goes against them. But now TVNT trades it back, and it's getting scrappy. The ultimates don't want an engagement like this. They want it clean. They want it quick. But Twisted Minds are deathmatching incredibly well, and uh-oh, Quartz gets on top of that Winston. Chase in trouble. Slips away on the high ground. Seems like the Reaper is going to stay alive. This could kind of be bad for Quartz. I think he wants to die. I think he wants to swap. He's kind of stuck on the Reaper for now. But somehow Irony shuts down Kevster with a big headshot. And the craziness of this engagement is starting to tilt back in the favor of Twisted Minds, who are starting to stabilize. And both support ultimates going to be online in just a few seconds. Faith forced to Kitsune Rush very early, but forced off of it, can't stay in and heal. Psycho comes in with the sound barrier, gets the cleanup, and now Irony with the Kitsune Rush over the top. Surely this is the backbreaker for the ultimates. Twisted Minds can see that victory. They're fighting on the Kitsune, just bursting down Chase, gets stuck, perfect connection from Psycho for the finish, and Twisted Minds win the series 3-0, closing out against the ultimates, who have got to be kicking themselves for the way this round robin went.
Wow. I mean, what an unbelievable overtime there as well, but Twisted Minds, you know, they close things out. They had so many opportunities down the line, Jake. I mean, you know, the ultimates, they really faced like an uphill task there in the end, but this is a great win for Twisted Minds. 3-0 in the final match here of EMEA, and, you know, we're getting close to the regional playoffs next week. You secure 5th seed, which is a small boon in the grand scheme of things, but just getting a 3-0 against a team like the Ultimates, it has to feel good, Zoe.
Oh, absolutely. Also, it just, you know, puts on display why teams shouldn't be picking you, since you're, you know, you're a force to be reckoned with. I think overall this entire region has been pretty darn closely matched, middle of the pack. So I think this is a good statement piece for Twisted Minds. Phenomenal team.
Yeah, Funny Astro and Irony looked amazing in the support duo. They looked really, really cohesive, where Faith and Twilight weren't nearly as effective or flexible. And that really impressed me, especially Irony. You know, I knew Funny Astro would be top-notch on the Lucio, but Irony across the board was great, fit into all these comps really well. Funny Astro, off of the Lucio, off of his main comfort hero, still was a huge contributor. TVNT looked great. I mean, there's a lot of these players for Twisted Minds that I expected to be super dominant, like Quartz. It's like, yes, they're having good games, but the rest of the squad is right behind them. They really look like a full team right now.
Yeah, they look really well coached, I gotta say. I mean, they know what the Ultimates were going to bring. We talked about it, you know, the Twilight has been a mainstay in this lineup since came available to play here for the Ultimates. And I think that Twisted Minds, they played really well around it. You know, bringing out these Sigma compositions, but then also the Hazard play from TVNT was really impressive. I think the walls were like really impactful from TVNT, and it can be quite tricky sometimes to maximize the value you get from the Hazard wall, but I think it was on full display on Esperanza. TVNT did a great job there playing the Hazard.
Oh, absolutely. TVNT, always a standout player. Also, quick correction, I made it sound just now as if either of those teams are up for grabs for our number 1 and 2 seeded teams. That is not the case. 5th and 6th will, in fact, go directly into the lower bracket, whereas the 3rd and the 4th place team are the ones which will have the pleasure of being chosen as the respective enemy from the top 2 seeds. Now, of course, we do have a player of the match for this one as well, and it's going to be, drumroll, Bunny Astro.
Let's go.
Always love to give the bottom to one of our support players, Funny Astro. Just such an aggressive, fun player to watch. I feel like he's thriving in the current meta, guys.
I mean, think about the perks coming in for Lucio and Brig. I think these are two of the best perk slots in the game on support role, at least.
Yeah.
Where Lucio getting like a stronger boop can be good. Even, I mean, the wall ride ammo is deceptively decent for poking and charging your beat. But then that the amp it up aura is like insane. That's like Overwatch 1 original Lucio aura when you amp it up and you basically hit the entire map with your amp. I mean, that's insanely good in something like a hazard comp where people are split up, they're fighting all over the map. Funny Astro, I think, is kind of unleashed, able to get in, be aggressive, take fights, find frags, and at the same time, he's still doing his job on the Lucio, still able to amp it up for everyone, even if he is a little bit deep.
Yeah, but the Brig as well, right? The Brig as well on Blizzard World. Funny Astro did an amazing job, so...
What does Siri think about that? That's what I really need to know. How does Siri see
I
this
really don't want Siri to take over the show here.
I do. This is great.
I am the only person at home, so of course I gotta look after my dog here. So, but yeah, look, I don't want to take away Funny Astro segment here, okay? Funny Astro got player of the match, well earned, great Lucio play, great Brig play.
If anything, Siri added to the celebration that
she
we
agrees.
just threw for a Funny Astro. That's right. That's right. Let's take a look at our updated bracket now. With all the games being played in the region for stage 1 round robin, this is how it all shaped out. Looking at your early predictions before we saw any of those teams, is this roughly where you had them? What are your surprises? No. Okay, tell me how wrong you were.
Yeah, well, I thought the Ultimates would probably be the best team in EMEA going into this stage, but I think we quickly saw in week 1 that Virtus Pro and Gen G, they were mightily impressive. And then Peps as well, with that huge win the other day. That was an amazing series from them. So it's been a really competitive region, Zoe. And I think that is so impressive because, coming into this year, I think we looked at, Twisted Minds, the Ultimates, and we were like, okay, well, that's number 1 and number 2. Who's going to be 3, 4, and 5? And it was nothing but that. Instead, it's just been a chaotic region with all teams really competing pretty well with each other. So I'm really looking forward to the regional playoffs next year, or next week. Next year is quite a long way away. But next week...
Some days feels like weeks and years. I feel you on that one. Yeah, let's talk about the 2 bottom teams that will find themselves in the relegation and promotion matches. At the end of every single stage, we talked about that heading into this year, we do now have relegation and promotion matches. So 2 bottom teams after the round robin will find themselves in the position where they have to fight for their slots in the upcoming stage. I personally, just based on the performance we've seen from Vision Esports, I did not expect to see them there. Very unfortunate. They were so close to winning series here and there, but then unfortunately just couldn't close it out. But so much potential. So many fantastic players on that team. Again, no doubt we're going to see them again, guys.
I mean, I think I'm excited to see who's coming up out of Face It Masters, like what are the next teams that want to challenge them for the slot, because Sakura and Team Vision, I mean, we saw good things from them, right? We saw like exciting signs, but I think Overwatch is a game right now where there's a lot of these young players coming in and making waves in the scene. I think very much it's possible that there could be teams, players that we've never seen before coming out of Face It Masters and really putting a tough challenge to some of these established names.
Absolutely. Now on the other side, Sakura, a lot of players who were really excited to see in OWCS, players we've been following the tier 2 scene for a long time here, Johnny.
Yeah, I think for Sakura, slightly disappointing the way this stage went, because again, I think that this has been a team that has a lot of players that can make plays, like Zoro on the hit scan, for example. Surely capable of having some great overclock frags. China as well. We saw last year on the Impero, I'm pretty sure, right, that China had a great performances on the Tracer, right? So I think Sakura Esports, they probably came into this stage with fairly high expectations, thinking like maybe we can compete with teams like Peps, for example. Maybe we can compete with some of those teams. But I feel like with the teams in the middle of the pack or like the upper side, you're thinking of teams like Gen G, Virtus Pro, with them starting to compete with the best teams like Twisted Minds and the Ultimates, there's really no room left for a team like Sakura to play spoiler and be this dark horse in the region. They just were overpowered at this stage, quite frankly. And so a bit disappointing for Sakura. Wish those players the best of luck, because I do have a lot of fun watching Sakura when they do play.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they have an opportunity to come back, right? Like, it's very much doable. It's a very unforgiving format, let's put it that way. You have 7 matches in the round robin. 2 teams have to be at the bottom at the end of it. It's just the way it is. So that doesn't mean that you're a bad team. It can just be a bad day, a bad matchup, a bad meta for that matter. And it takes some of the teams some time to like gel and like string it together. And a lot of those teams have been formed like a week or 2 right before OWCS started. So, just shrug it off, go again. Best of luck in relegations. Let's take a look at our playoff bracket to see what we got in store for you. Yeah, the previous graphic, by the way, wasn't accurate.
So Twisted Minds are in fact the 5th seed since they lost the head-to-head against Katsuya. Yeah. So that's why they're, even though they have a better map score, the head-to-head is the tiebreaker before that. So they are going to be starting off in the lower bracket.
Now VP and Peps, or VP rather, as the 1st seed, will get to choose their opponent between Gen G and OWCS. If I had to make a guess, I'd say they pick Gen G, which sounds crazy, but OWCS played them so very close.
Yeah, that series was quite a while ago, right? Between those 2 teams, so I'm sure these 2 teams have evolved quite a bit as well. And if I'm Peps, I gotta be quite happy with the fact that...
What do you mean it was a while ago? It was yesterday.
Gen G versus VP?
Oh, okay, that was... I thought you meant the OWCS.
No. There's been a lot of banger matches, Zoe.
The Gen G and VP was literally the first match of the season.
Quite a while ago.
That was quite a while ago, it feels like. But it was a 3-1 victory for VP.
Yeah, so you get, it's nice that you get the choice anyway, because stylistically you can look at both of those teams and you can be like, okay, well, they play quite differently. Which one would we rather play, right? So Virtus Pro, they definitely, with the way they've been playing so far in stage 1, they earned themselves this pick, and it could be a crucial one to get, a more favorable matchup in the very first round in the bracket next week.
I mean, I think from the seeding, I think we're going to see a lot of upsets in playoffs, because I think you've seen around the world in various different regions of Overwatch competitive right now, the perk patch has really changed things up. It's been one of the biggest shifts in the game ever, and on top of the hero ban format this season, it really feels like there's very closely matched teams here at the top. It's not, one team reigning supreme over the others. I mean, VP arguably is that in Europe, but even they're a team that, there's going to be some competitive matches for. Like the rest of the teams, I don't think anybody is looking at VP as unbeatable, and that's true of everyone in EMEA. I think any of these teams in the top 6, I wouldn't be shocked to see them going ahead, except maybe the Ultimates falling flat today. They're definitely on their last legs here in EMEA.
Literally, as you just saw, the bracket, right? It's a double elimination bracket, but the bottom 2 teams already find themselves in the lower part of said bracket. So they got one single life and they have to make it work through those playoffs. It's going to be very exciting. All of that is coming soon, but for now we're going to say goodbye because we are done with the EMEA region. Jake, Johnny, thank you so much. And Siri, of course, thank you so much for calling the action. Siri actively got involved this time around.
Siri was on the cast, man. She came in at a crucial moment. Like, she brought the hype.
You'll have to have a good little hype doggo in the backline there. Thank you so much, Siri. Now, we are not done for the day just with EMEA, of course. So we're going to take a quick break, but it is time for Battle of the Bots again, as we're switching over to the NA region. This time we got a tank throwdown. So it's a FFA between Winston, Zarya, Ryan, and Doomfist. Who do you think got this one in the back? Let us know in the poll in chat. And we're going to see you again on the other side of this.
Let's go, Ryan. Let's go.
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer.
Blue ball falls and Sugarfree just carving them asunder.
Oh my god!
Merit again. This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Lib, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. Did the fight an Easter egg again? Another big down blossom. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a stick!
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Zarya on top with the T-pose to end it all. We love to see that. I love Battle of the Bots. Big fan. I also love Matt and Necra, and they're joining me for all things NA today. Guys, it's great to have you back. I'm so excited.
The Battle of the Bots. So I was like, what
How
the
dare
hell
you?
is she talking about?
What is this, T-pose? What?
Zarya
Well, usually
on top,
I intro
Matt.
about shape-shifting Matt. Did you know that Matt is a shapeshifter, Necra?
Not true.
Did you? That's what a shapeshifter would say.
I mean, it probably would.
I believe it.
but I mean,
Throwing it out there.
no evidence of this.
That's true. Well, I have evidence that all our teams are very closely matched. Let's take a look at our standings here, because this is coming down to the wire. It is so funny to me. 5-1, 5-1, 5-1, 5-1. Yes, map differential is not as close everywhere, but it still is actually very close. Never mind.
Yeah.
I can do numbers. The head-to-head
Tell who
apparently
the
is
bullies
even
are on the
as well.
playground.
Dude, the head-to-head match is equal, is what we've been told. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I mean,
The circle
a
of
lot's
suck,
gonna-
guys.
This
yeah, a lot's
circle
gonna
of
depend on this
sauce,
first
I know.
game, right? You get this like head-to-head, obviously, to break the ties. I know whoever wins this first game, obviously, then we go in to look at like, the head-to-head situation with our second game of the day. And that really determines, what possibilities we have in front of us. But you can see the top four, I mean, could not really be closer. Shout outs to the bottom for, allowing this to happen here in North America, allowing everybody to farm up to 5-1.
This is such a change of pace, though, if you're looking at previous competitive circuits in the NA region, right? Irish is Toronto defined on top, and everyone else is just like fighting it out for some crumbs. Now it's everyone on top in a bubble, and we're all just duking it out. Let's take a look at today's schedule, because we have two very exciting matches to close out our stage one in the NA region. Nightmare versus Liquid, SSG versus Timeless. Literally our top four teams going at it. Necra, I'm so excited.
I'm pumped too. I don't get a chance to cover North America outside of just a couple of small instances this stage. And so coming back, it's been so exciting to watch the journey of all of these teams, and now getting a chance to be a part of some of the biggest matches that have the highest stakes for the stage. Like, I'm pumped. And I get to cast with Matt. We got the Brainlet Brigade on the case.
The brainlet in the house. Yeah, and all of these teams, like in the top four, have like traded wins against each other. So it's kind of all up for grabs. If you were kind of wagering going into the day, I would say probably Timeless has the best odds of the number one spot, right? You get a win from Team Liquid, you get a win yourself, you're cruising on through, right? But obviously we got to play these matches, see how it turns out.
Absolutely. Let's talk about our first match here. It's going to be Team Liquid and Nightmare. They share currently the third place in the standings. They're going to look closely matched. What compositions will we see? I mean, Nightmare, we just saw them yesterday. UV's Ana was just insane, like the nades we saw being hit there. But Team Liquid also just looking so very solid right now. Can you even pick a favorite here? Do you think this is going to be a close match banger?
I think it's going to be very close. I think it's also interesting that like Liquid is going to want to play some of the ball comps, right? We see Infected play a lot of those, pick those up, but Nightmare really hasn't gone for that. They've actually gone for more like Ramantra-based setups, Orisa in the mix as well. So it'll be definitely a clash of styles, I think, here in the first game.
Well, let's walk us through the map set and the hero bands for this one. Necra, Matt, please take it away.
Oh, we're jumping right into it. Rose is.
Let's go.
We get started off here. So actually, with Nightmare, I guess the higher seeded team, all these teams so close, it'll be their first ban. So they ban the Orisa. This is kind of like the fallback pick, I think, for Infected when the ball's not really rolling. So a good pick here, potentially for Nightmare in the ban. And then on the other side, the Sombra. That's directly to impact the negation of the ball.
So Wrecking Ball certainly on the table, but I love your call out there. We saw Infected go to the Orisa even just yesterday in those matches. And especially when we take a look at Nepal, a map that we actually don't get a chance to see picked too often in EMEA, I feel like Orisa still has really great staying power in a lot of those points. And especially looking at some of the perks that she has access to now, Matt, I definitely understand why this is a hero that got targeted in the bans.
Yeah, Orisa very good in terms of just kind of like, dislodging players from different positions, right? The use of the barrier now.
Imagine spearing somebody off of like the map in Nepal.
Yes, we saw that. I think it was yesterday with Johnny and I think it was on Havana though. I think, but. Yeah, I think Orisa is pretty good with that barrier in the mix. I think that's where a lot of people kind of go to. The spear is like really niche, and then also the extra health with the fortify, right? So that actually proves to be pretty strong. The Sombra one I think is a really good ban from TL though early on here. Without the ball banned on the other side, it's like, okay, how can we kind of abuse that, potentially make it even easier?
Right.
Get rid of Sombra. We've seen Nightmare actually run a decent amount of Sombra, so it's a good read I think here from Team Liquid.
So Wrecking Ball just certainly in the clear. There's so many great flank routes that happen on Nepal as well, especially taking a look at Shrine. And so I think having that Sombra banned out just gives you way better chances of seeing the ball on that map in particular. But as we take a look at our first round, we are going to be on Sanctum. And so Ramatra, certainly one of those heroes that we can see both Kuffa and Infected lean into. And then maybe some different flavors of this Brawl mat.
And Ramatra, I think, with some of the perks becomes extremely strong. We talk about whether it's you go with the barrier or the extra little bit of burst damage. When you take a look at these lineups, I know obviously the mainstay of Ramatra and Lucio's in the mix, but it'll be Team Liquid actually using the Ana here. So you're going to have RuPaul. I mean, the Nano for the Ramatra could be extremely good. And then for Nightmare, they're actually going to play lethal on the Ashe. So opting for Ashe over the Sojourn for the little bit of extra long range damage.
But then even when you take a look at some of the other differences between these two Ramatra comps, I'm even looking at the fact that Ultraviolet is on Juno as just that secondary form of speed. It's just going to make these rotations for Nightmare that much faster. But Zera gets caught out by Tree while they make that rotation.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure over on the bridge here for both teams, and it's going to be Team Liquid giving up the point first, but quickly after that kill, they're going to be able to take it back as Knife was taking a ton of damage from Lethal as he was trying to contest the point, so they weren't able to do that at the start. Nightmare ends up taking it, but Liquid off of the kill on Zero takes it right back, so now with this a little bit more space roast, it's going to be Team Liquid who's going to control this bridge, probably the most powerful spot on the map.
And especially with that Torbjorn as well, I think that bridge control becomes even that much scarier for Team Liquid, because now you can put Knife on the corner there. You can see how much that turret is just dealing damage to Zera as he's trying to flank around the back of the team.
Yeah, the Genji's been really good at taking space and contesting the point as they push the Ramatra straight through that high ground, and it's Team Liquid who backs up just a little bit, and then Tree comes back, takes out Lethal as it is the point that ends up flipping to Nightmare, but I imagine Team Liquid is going to be able to flip this right back. It's going to be a Nano here onto Knife on the Torb, making him extremely dangerous on the point. Admiral getting closer to a sound barrier. UV also ends up with the orbital ray, but you're just going to back out. You lose Kuffa there. You have to back out in this fight. But Nightmare set up here for a next fight that could be quite interesting.
The orbital ray is going to have to push everybody on Team Liquid back, and we've seen sometimes that the orbital ray damage increase is just able to power through this Lucio sound barrier. So if Nightmare can get the right setup, and especially if you can kind of flip the map on them, here's the orbital ray push.
Yeah, they go around on a flank, so instead of fighting for that high ground again, they actually go speed around the outside, and then they use that orbital ray. It's going to get them some space, and it's going to get them the point. So now we see the point being flipped on both sides, and not really even a fight contesting over it. It'll be Zero using the Dragon Blade, but that is just quickly dealt with by the sound barrier from Vega, but it's going to be a later sound barrier here from Nightmare. They're going to push in behind this Annihilation, and it's Kuffa able to get two. They're going to circle back to the point, be able to keep it in their favor. So Infected actually with a late annihilation here. So he's still got Vega. So potentially they want to continue to try and fight this. They're just going to wait a little bit of a beat though, right? They're going to let some of the players from Team Liquid come back off of the spawn and then maybe try and take advantage of a window of opportunity where Cup is not in the fight.
Knife is actually going to switch off of the Torbjorn and go over to the Genji. So you do have that immediate access to come back to the spawn. But you've got to take a look at how is this Genji going to actually get access to some of these speedier heroes. And it's going to be tough. Tree's going to have to try to open things up with this overclock. But for now, because Nightmare is able to lay that bomb on the point and have this crossfire, Nightmare just gives a huge reset to Team Liquid.
And Lethal has been so good on the hit scan at the beginning here of the OWCS season in North America, and will actually be a push straight on through here. That's actually going to get the Nano out. So they get the Nano out here. It's going to be Knife getting the benefits of it, and then Nightmare just back on up. So this is really good value for Nightmare, but oh, they end up losing Lethal. If you would have been able to get out of that with Lethal alive, I mean, that would have been massive. It's going to be an overclock here for Tree, just trying to find anything here as it looks like Zero. Oh, not going to be able to get away, so you're going to find that second kill, but it's going to be Cuffy who chases him down. You still have Admiral here in the mix, but now that you've lost your tank, you're going to have to give it up, just completely reset for Nightmare. So Team Liquid in the final moments, even with a little bit of a wasted Nano there, Nightmare gets it out. They back on up, and then they end up giving the point over to Team Liquid, as Nightmare will have another opportunity here, Rose. Really probably going to try and farm up this orbital array and then push in behind it.
For sure, that just gives you such a good engagement tool to try to get into the scrappiest last couple of seconds of this map. And if you are able to build that up, can Team Liquid actually withstand that power and maybe build up to something that can answer that a little bit later if the fight extends? Vega's really close to the sound barrier, has his knife to this Dragon Blade, but you gotta get through this orbital ray first.
Yeah, they're farming up the orbital ray to get a big fight up here on the bridge. Is a little bit of damage down here goes on to the players on the point. They'll just use those torpedoes of the Juno to be able to keep them alive, as Lethal finds Knife, and that's actually the Dragon Blade that Knife was farming up is completely off the table now. It's going to be the orbital ray, going to just bully Team Liquid all the way back. It's going to be a sound barrier from Vega, but it only actually connects with him, so the barrier goes for nothing. The blade comes through from Zera, and that's going to be first point for Nightmare.
Everything started to go wrong in just those last couple of seconds. Not having the Dragon Blade to combo alongside of that sound barrier just left Team Liquid without options to try to fight back. And Nightmare, I think major credit to them. It was such a competitive round, and the fact they were able to close it out with basically just the orbital ray shows a lot of power behind this team and just how well coordinated a lot of their attack pushes have been. And I want to go back, Matt, to one of the comments that you were making during that round about Lethal. Like, Lethal, with just such consistent damage on the Ashe, I felt like was able to farm up those bobs, get a bunch of first picks that also really opened up those fights for Nightmare.
Yeah, he's been really good throughout the first stage here in the OWCS. I think this, though, Rose, this is going to be the big test for Nightmare, right? This ball type of composition, no Sombra in the mix, right? That is something that they've gone back to for Nightmare to be able to counter some of this stuff. How do they end up dealing with this, right? It'll be Cuff on the Winston. They'll play Winston Tracer with an Ana in the mix. So UV, yesterday we saw him actually go for that groggy perk, being able to kind of sleep players, and then the slow that comes after, so potentially an option as Knife takes out Zera. As Team Liquid with their ball, they're actually going to go with a Pharah Sojourn. So we've actually seen Pharah kind of rise in play here since perks, as some of hers are very strong. Being able to move while Barrage is sick.
Yeah, or even just the concussive implosion to try to group everybody up together makes it so nice to combo with something like that Wrecking Ball Slam. And we'll see what Team Liquid decides to go for here. It does look like, there you go, you just want to get that Pharah Barrage movement right away as Knife continues to farm that up. But Pharah versus the Tracer here as kind of the two different DPS options for both of these teams.
Well, it's a lot of pressure you're going to put on Lethal here, right? Because you're going to have that Pharah damage, you know, the Wrecking Ball in the Sojourn's face, and then also have to deal with Tree. So you're putting a lot of pressure onto Lethal here. If you can keep Lethal up, keep him alive, his Knife just very low. They're going to send Admiral up there to finish him off. Not able to get in like line of sight of RuPaul potentially there. So you end up losing the Pharah. That's a large source of the damage. Infected gets hit with a bio. So maybe this is enough to be able to take it from Nightmare. I imagine it's going to be Team Liquid coming in with yet another fight potentially. No, they back up. This is actually going to be a Nano here. Onto Kuffa. Oh, a nice sleep there from RuPaul comes on through. Skills being traded.
these trades have been so good, but I think Nightmare has enough staying power, especially because you do have Zera that's coming back with a pulse bomb. Maybe you're able to land that on Team Liquid and at least like kind of stem the bleeding. But RuPaul goes in with a nano onto Tree, so this Soldier is going to be very powerful if you get too close to her.
And something also of note, RuPaul actually not running the perk that you get like the self nano with that nano boost, actually running the extra damage with like the headshots of the Ana. So one of the first ones I think we've seen do that here, at least in North America. But really interesting twist. The Ana can pump out a lot of damage, and then that just kind of adds to the firepower of Team Liquid. I was talking about like putting a lot of pressure on the lethal. The Ana is no joke when she can start landing headshots. I mean, that damage is nothing to scoff at.
Well, especially because of how mechanically skilled RuPaul is as well. Like whether it's on the Ana or the Kiriko, I feel like RuPaul is always finding tremendous value. Unfortunately, finds himself on the receiving end of this overclock from Lethal, and that is incredible. 3 picks, Lethal hunting for more. That anti onto Infected is going to be easy cleanup for the rest of the team as well. And so despite the fact that Team Liquid was going in with so many ultimates, the fact that Nightmare were able to pull the trigger first, they actually do get back control. But with Team Liquid still having another opportunity to come back and needing one more fight.
Yeah, nothing's going to stop that. A 3K from Lethal coming in with the overclock. Good luck there, as TL, though, will come back with their sound barrier, right? Use their buying Nightmare, being able to stay in the fight. So Infected actually gets hit with a sleep. That bio will come through yet again, and you see the little bit of a slow there comes on through. Right after, it'll be a sound barrier from Vega just trying to keep him up, and they finally get Ultraviolet, but it takes a very long time to take out the Ana from Nightmare, as Infected just hunting for a health pack. But while he's just kind of like flanking in the background, right, just trying to stay alive, it's actually when he couple using a Primal Rage, Lethal's going to connect with 2. And even though you do get that Ana, you just see how long it takes to develop there for Team Liquid. They're going to end up losing the fight in the long run.
All of that pressure onto Infected bullied him away that left the rest of the team so vulnerable. And especially when you've got this Winston, I think those perks are also really good with just being able to go for the dive. So Kaffa shutting all of the supports off, just isolating the DPS as well. I love where Zera is too, but just missed the pulse bomb.
Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss there on the pulse bomb, but you're going to have this nano potentially, right? Ooh, they actually nano Lethal to keep him alive. It's a nice pulse bomb there from Knife that connects onto the Sojourn, so they're going to have to burn that nano just to keep Lethal alive. And look, he's been so good. You kind of have to do that. They're going to end up losing Vega. You have to keep RuPaul up. RuPaul's getting close to a nano boost here. Potentially an opportunity. Yep, you're going to use it on Tree, but nice jump in there from Kuppa. Actually, that bubble's going to split off RuPaul. You see, he's not going to be able to get line of sight on the point, get some of that healing from the Ana straight on through that, so he's going to have to move up a little bit closer. It's going to be a sound barrier here from Admiral. It's going to connect with absolutely everybody. Nobody here left in the fight for Team Liquid and Rose. This is a great start for Nightmare.
Very good start for Nightmare because they're going to take this round as well as the map and kick off the series strong. Nightmare taking an early lead in the series and also looking so good that we were wondering that about how this Winston dive is going to play into the Wrecking Ball that Infected has tried to lean towards, and it's the Winston cop that comes out on top first.
That's the biggest thing for me, is the ball has been something that a lot of teams have been having a lot of difficulty trying to stop. Nightmare's been a team that has not played the ball. I believe we had Lethal for an interview, kind of mentioned it was a little bit of he thought the ball was like a crutch for teams who couldn't communicate from the front line and the back line. I don't know how much I'll say to that, but I think the ball could be very good, regardless of how your team's made up. And they deal with it really well. Without a Sombra in the mix, they handle it pretty well. So Nightmare get off to a fantastic start. I think definitely a little bit of a surprise, I think, to most people, but with the way that Lethal and the rest of the crew were playing, very good map 1, and they look to be in position to potentially even take the series.
You could also tell a little bit maybe how Team Liquid was starting to get uncomfortable. Knife had come out on the Torbjorn at first on Sanctum, felt pressure to switch onto the Genji, and similarly on Shrine, we saw Knife start on the Pharah and go to the Tracer just to match that of Zera's. So maybe just also not quite having the right game plan to kick things off, or feeling like Nightmare threw a wrench in the plans.
I liked it when they had the Pharah in. I think the Pharah just puts a lot of pressure onto the Sojourn and even the Tracer in aspects. I think once you kind of go to that Tracer and you're kind of matching, obviously, Knife and Zera, I just feel like it gives a little bit of it puts them on even footing. I don't want to say it gives Nightmare an advantage. I just think it wants to put them on a little bit more even footing where then it's Nightmare that ends up taking it in the end. Some big shots from Lethal. Now we get Rose a rare Team Liquid map pick. We'll see where they decide to take us here. I think probably Suravasa, right? That seems to be where a lot of teams would like to go. They also get the first hero ban, so we'll get to see what they decide with here.
I would either think that, or maybe you consider going to like an escort. I don't know. It's so tough to call because I just feel like there's a really good comp
with the Zen on Havana. That could be a thing. They wouldn't want to play Dorado. Like Dorado, we've seen them play the ball on Dorado, but that allows the Winston to come in unless you ban Winston. But it actually will be Havana. So I'm curious if they, like for Team Liquid, do you ban potentially a support first to protect the Zen, right? You can ban like, let's say you ban like Juno, right, to protect like an Ana Zen type of setup. I'd be curious what they decide to roll with the bans, because the Zen comps work really well here.
I love your call out for the Juno, because especially if maybe we see these teams lean into like Vermatra or Orisa, I think just being able to have something like the Juno, we saw Nightmare go for the Juno Lucio backline in Sanctum, then you do remove just that extra key piece of mobility that the team can have. And I think also when you look at maybe an Orbital Ray, that can be so effective on Havana, just sending it down main.
It's definitely got to be tough though for Team Liquid, right? Because if you don't ban, let's say a Curie or a Juno, right, that leaves the opportunity for them to ban the ball on the other side because they didn't ban it in map 1. If you ban, let's say maybe the Orisa or something like that to secure that ball, then you leave the Zen open. Okay, so it's going to be Team Liquid. They get rid of the Lucio. So this also, getting rid of the Lucio also kind of protects that Zen Ana, like I was talking about, and then Nightmare get rid of the ball. I love the decision to get rid of the ball here, as opposed to like we see a lot of teams just get rid of it right away in map number 1, and then like you're kind of screwed the rest of the series. I like getting rid of it here, making it a little bit more difficult to play a comp that Team Liquid likes to play here with the Ana Zen with the ball, and then giving yourself an opportunity to go up 2-0, right? I mean, I think that's the better play here for Nightmare than potentially using it early on.
I like that too, because we actually did see Team Liquid play Havana yesterday, and it did come down to Infected playing a little bit of both the Wrecking Ball and the Orisa. And so now maybe you do force Infected to just have to play the Orisa, a hero that I feel like has started to see a little bit more play as of recently with the perks involved, but still not a hero that a lot of our teams have wanted to rely upon as a consistent strategy for a lot of these maps.
Yeah, Orisa is a pick that a lot of teams are starting to go towards. It wasn't obviously in play for a bit, but now starting to make a little bit of a comeback. Drops, everybody, make sure you're linked your accounts. Make sure you earn the drops here.
It's the last day.
Yeah, this is the last day. I had to check the calendar when I saw February 23rd. I mean, that time is flying by, Rose. I mean, I feel like yesterday was just Christmas. Now we're all the way through. I mean, we're almost all the way through February. What the hell's going on here? But make sure you get the drops. You don't want to be a 2024 in game. You want to be a 2025er. You got to get those drops. And then also connect your Faceit account, right? You want to earn those Faceit drops as well. We got drops all over the place here.
We also have drops for the start of this current season of Overwatch. You can get a lot of those rainy day emotes and icons and things, so make sure you take a look at those drops. And OWCS does count. So it's going to be exciting to be able to gather all of these in-game goodies, and hopefully we can deliver you a little bit more action since we are starting to run out of time on the OWCS counter. But come on, map 5s all around for our 2 matches today in North America.
Hopefully we just keep the stream running, and also support a streamer going on right now. I believe it's like the 2 gifteds. Just make sure you don't gift anonymously. I saw that going around, people doing the anonymous gifts. You gift anonymously, there's a chance you got to gift even more. So gift with your name out there. Make sure you get that Tracer skin. I believe it's the Rainy Day Tracer one. All the Rainy Day skins are kind of cool. I don't really understand like how you qualify for like Rainy Day, like what the the costume kind of is for it, because
well, I mean it's a raincoat and a parasol, like an umbrella, and the little rain boots.
Right. I should have known that.
Yeah, come on, Matt.
Now I just.
But you've never worn like a raincoat when it rains?
No.
Or used an umbrella when it
No,
rains?
because if it rains, then I stay inside.
You just get wet.
I'm permanently looking for excuses
Okay,
not to leave.
so the rainy day Matt skin is just pajamas.
Yeah, the rainy day me skin is just, whatever shirt out of my hamper is the least dirty, and
a white t-shirt.
whatever
Got it.
sweatpants are readily available. Yeah, so that's my rainy day costume. Some people also call it my broadcast outfit, but that's just them.
Yeah, spot the difference. Looks like the same picture.
Team Liquid, so they'll run that the Zen Ana, like we were talking a little bit about. And they'll run it with a Sigma here. So no ball in play. We talked about how we kind of like the ball ban from Nightmare. They'll combo this with Genji Sojourn. And then on the other side for Nightmare, you play that Ramattra yet again. I like Ramattra matchups into the Sigma. I'm curious to see, and we'll obviously get an extended look at it, how they kind of deal with the extra damage that's going to come through with the Zen and the Discord.
The Discord Orb just becomes so powerful as well when you're trying to go after some of these smaller targets. I'm looking at the Juno on Ultraviolet, if you get caught out there, but even Vega being able to catch somebody like Lethal. Let's not forget the amount of DPS that a Zenyatta can do, especially if you just send a full volley of charged orbs to a head.
Yes, Zero over here on the on the side is actually trying to take a
well,
a
it does damage back
there.
to you too.
Yeah, they're taking a 1v2 against Vega and Knife. You're actually able to kind of come out on top in terms of like a trade there in that scenario, but you're going to lose Kuffa on the front line. You can just keep this contested though, right? Just prevent them from getting around this corner. This could be huge. Zero with yet another kill here, and they're doing a good job keeping him alive. So even though you kind of get a good start to the fight there for Team Liquid, you're not really going to gain a ton of payload progress, and you're going to have a blade here available for Zera, as Infected is actually going to switch from Sigma over to the Orisa. Orisa does a better job dealing in the neutral with the Ramattra. It's going to be up top with a blade, and then he's going to get kicked in the mouth there. As that's RuPaul giving the nano over to Vega, and they deal with that Genji easily.
Oh my gosh, I was wondering if Team Liquid would know that the Genji blade was coming, and then I keep also taking a look at how fast RuPaul is charging those nanos, and what a great response to have. Send the nano over to Vega, just allow him to have that empowered kick. And now Vega's gonna have the Transcendence.
Yeah, the dash into the sky potentially gave it away there. We saw see it towards the end of Owl, right, where Genjis would kind of like dash up and try and bait out some of those like ultimates, right? They would like bait out like they were going for a blade. That time those are full commits. They don't get the Transcendence out. It's just the nano that they're able to deal with it. But Nightmare comes back. They have a lot of good stuff to work with here. So it's a pretty good point A take though for Team Liquid, right? You're gonna be able to get that first checkpoint, get above 4 minutes here to move through the second part of the map. Now I think you're gonna have to see Nightmare come online, and they start things up with an orbital ray.
The orbital ray here, though, is just easy to disengage from. Team Liquid don't even have to expend an ultimate to answer that. They just simply back up and think about going in with their own Genji blade, and Knife is able to slash out Ultraviolet, and everyone else is soon to follow. Knife has got some great dash resets and opens up these doors so easily for Team Liquid.
Like you mentioned, bros, the orbital ray comes on through from UV, and they just back on up Team Liquid, and they know at that point, okay, they're at best, there's just the rally on the other side. It's an annihilation there from Kuffa. So he'll make a change over to Sigma, but Knife just kind of dashes on through it. He's able to get 3, and that's opening things up here for Team Liquid. It'll be an overclock here from Lethal over on the side. Actually puts a lot of damage down into Infected. That's going to get the Transcendence out. So you don't actually have to push out here right away for Nightmare. You can wait a little bit, and then now that the Transcendence is gone, push on to the objective.
Ooh, but Knife actually going in a little too deep there. Gets bashed in the face as Admiral also hits the rally, but Team Liquid, they've got Tree on a flank, and just this big collapse onto Kuffa, especially alongside that anti, is going to make him so easy to take out here. Vega gets another one into the chin, and Team Liquid, they only have to deal with the rest of this backline, and they've also secured the second point.
Tree really starting to come alive on the Sojourn. Nice overclock usage there. The supports for Nightmare, Admiral and UV kind of get cut off from Kuffa. They're on like opposite sides there. One on Kuffa kind of trying to control that high ground, then Admiral and Ultraviolet over on the right-hand side by that spawn door. So they get split off from each other and not able to get near and be able to keep Kuffa alive. And that'll be the second checkpoint here for Team Liquid with a decent amount of time here, Rose, to be able to finish out the map. Some changes, though, is actually we're going to see a Widowmaker battle. So although both DPS, the hit scan going for the Sojourns early on, now bringing in the Widows for these long sightlines.
Lethal changed first, tree tabbed, and said, all right, I will go up against you. But take a look at Infected going for this Surge. Doesn't actually get anybody, but it forces Ultraviolet to use the Nano into Kuffa, just in case he did get caught up into that Terror Surge ultimate. And Kuffa now being able to charge up to this Gravitic Flux. Where's the response? Vega is dead. There isn't even a Transcendence available either. But despite that, Team Liquid send the Nano out onto Knife, and he wreaks havoc in the backline. Now Team Liquid get a chance to move this payload over this midpoint and potentially even towards the castle doors before before Nightmare come out for defense.
You'll take that trade every time if you're Team Liquid, right? You end up using Terror Surge and it gets a nano boost out of UV, so great trade there for Team Liquid. They come back with their own nano boost onto Knife. He's able to cut down through 3. So Zera on the flank, though, is able to get Tree. Now it's going to be a Blade that comes through, connects with a second one. This will be Transcendence used by Vega. It's not really going to be able to save much of anybody. You just have Infected here over on the cart. You have Knife who's going to back up here as well. Just trying to keep maybe Vega up. You're going to lose some of these players towards the end, and this is going to be Knife's Blade. So he gets one, but there's nobody else here for Team Liquid. So that is good for Nightmare on the defensive side of things. That Blade that could have been pretty dangerous there for Nightmare to deal with comes out, just gets one, but everybody gone at that point. I think if you're Knife at best there, you're trying to maybe get them to use a Transcendence, but Nightmare, they know that they're, what, 2-3 players up at worst. They know there's no need to panic there.
Oh, and on top of that, Knife actually just gets domed by Lethal on the Widowmaker. But absolutely, Matt, I mean, save the Transcendence for later. Now you could save that if you need to deal with something like a Nano, I guess, or even if the Gravitic Flux are infected, or because neither of those ultimates are really close to getting charged up yet, you can just use this Transcendence pretty aggro. 1 minute and 30 left on the clock as we're going to see Team Liquid step back up to the plate. But look at the Gravitic Flux and no answer.
Yeah, there's nothing to be able to deal with it there for Team Liquid, so you end up losing your Zen. And I gotta say, Rose, when you start mirroring some of these comps that involve like Sigma and Ramatra, Orisa, like I think it starts to make these two teams a little bit closer together than some may think. As Kuffa gets the benefit of the Nano there, he's going to push up. It's UV desperately just trying to keep him alive at range. Treach trying to find anything here with the Widow. Not able to find much, and what was a 4-minute plus time bank here as we go towards the end of the map is now below a minute.
It's so hard to get past this bridge, though, oftentimes. Usually takes you so many ultimates just to be able to power through and break these doors.
Oh, nice
but Team Liquid don't have much. And yeah, Kuffa with that big accretion onto Knife just dislodges him and makes sure that he actually can't break through these castle doors either.
Well, and now there's no pressure from the Genji, right? You can kind of push up, get a little bit more aggro here. If your Nightmare is Vega going over and playing the break, knows that this Blade is going to come through. Nice timing here by Zero & Co. pushing up, using the Blade. They actually get Vega and they get the Nano out here. So fantastic stuff from Nightmare, finally putting his stance together on defense. So we're going to be below 10 minutes. Bio there connected from UV. So you see Kuffa using the ability to get to the high ground there to best of his abilities, and that's going to be the Gravitic Flux interrupted there. Zero finding Infected, as this looks like it's going to be a hold here from Nightmare on the defensive side of things. So right before the castle doors, the Nightmare gets a hold here against Team Liquid.
Can we just get just mesmerized for a moment at the Transcendence from Pichu Zenyatta, like the new mythic skin?
That's the new mythic one, right?
Doesn't it look good? It looks so good. Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I mean, all the mythic skins they release are pretty awesome. You know, since I've actually seen a decent amount of the Zen one. Like, people are just
Oh, I'm waiting for my tokens. I need like 10 more mythic tokens, and I'm about to get my own.
You got to do what the whales do. Just buy them all. Just drop the hard cash. Just make it rain on the store.
Damn, I wish I had the the liquid capital for that, but I do not.
Ask Johnny. Ask Johnny. He's got it. I just
Yeah, okay,
asked Johnny for all the skins.
Johnny for some
Like,
Blizzard bucks.
yeah. I'm like, hook it up, man. And he usually just stops responding. But it'll be Team Liquid here on D. They'll actually run a Widow right off the rip. So they ran the Widow towards the end. I think the Widow kind of obviously is pretty good value here at the start. It really falls off, I think, in the second part of the map when you're indoors. We've seen people run it. It's just really difficult to do so. And at least here at the start, potentially for Nightmare, hovering over the Brig instead of playing the Zen. So we'll see if this kind of holds.
What's interesting about running out on the Widowmaker right away on the defense is that Nightmare can see that and go, okay, well, I could guess we're just going to send Lethal back to spawn and run the Widow as well. And I feel like Widowmaker from Lethal was getting a ton of value on the defense on that third point. But we'll see whether or not that sticks. I also think that Lethal has a lot of that one-shot potential, still being able to play the Sojourn as well. And there's no close hold from Team Liquid on D. They just give up so much space.
I think if you're Nightmare, I think you still play the Sojourn because you get better value in the second part of the map. And then you believe that, you know, whether it's the Sigma Shield and then plus some pressure from the Genji, you can actually like neutralize a little bit of the impact that the Widow would have. I think that's kind of the thought process you have to roll with here. If you're Nightmare, right? As a few shots go into Infected, you see Tree at the top of your screen getting dangerously low. So Bio goes in, does not connect with anything, but this has been a really good start for Nightmare. I mean, they've done a lot of payload progress for really nothing. I mean, they've just taken space, taken some really nice angles, denying sightlines from the Widow. About as good a start as you can ask for, and then you get rid of Infected. So now it gets even better. You're going to deal with that Genji, and man, this is going to be a clean point A take here for Nightmare.
I love that Kuffa was just going after Tree as well, using the natural geometry of the map to shut off those sightlines like you said, but also just using a giant Sigma shield. What's better than that? Just to be able to go in, also get the grasp and take out that Widowmaker with an accretion, a couple of hyperspheres. And somehow Kuffa also is able to grab Infected. Look at how much space he's creating. Matt, he's literally going back to the spawn doors on second.
That Nightmare making it look easy at this point. And then now, because you actually play that Widow early on, right? You reset some of the ultimate economy for Tree here, right? So gonna have to work his way back up towards the overclock where Lethal, because they end up staying on the Sojourn early on and continue to run it here in the second part of the map, you just kind of carry that ultimate charge over. I think the benefit for Team Liquid, I guess, like the fortunate side is that the first fight is so dominant, you don't have actually Lethal build up towards a huge amount of that overclock. It'll be a nano boost here onto Zero, connects with 2. It'll be actually a flux used with the nano there onto Infected just to deal with the Genji. And the cart is just continuing to roll here through the second part of the map, Rose.
Wow, I feel like the damage was already done though. Despite the fact that you use that nano onto Infected, your backline is already killed. And so Nightmare can just keep Kuffa stuck up at this high ground. You go for the Gravitic Flux, and how now does Vega actually land the Transcendence when Knife gets antied?
Yeah, Knife actually got hit with that bio, so doesn't get any benefit of the Zenyatta Transcendence once he lands. It's a nice flux from Kuffa, and this has been all Nightmare. They are beating down Team Liquid here at the start of Havana. 5 minutes plus in the time bank here for Nightmare, and you see that golden box of victory. It is not even through the castle doors. Nightmare putting themselves in position here, Rose, to go up 2-0. Yeah, fantastic start for them. At the Rio here would be huge in terms of obviously the standings, but then also the map count as the accretion misses there. They're going to try their best to keep Kuffa alive, and they end up losing him, but the payload's going to continue to move. You're not exactly, look, you get that kill on a Kuffa. It's not exactly the worst thing in the world here, though, for Nightmare, right? You can use this overclock, and maybe you find one. You're going to gain this position. You see the pressure they're putting down with the Zero onto Infected, and that's actually a bio that lands onto Infected. Zero putting some pressure from behind him, then also the overclock in the front. So now you're going to get Kuffa back in the fight. You're going to continue to get this rolling. This looks like Nightmare is just going to kind of walk this one in.
It doesn't even matter that they lost Kuffa so early because the rest of Nightmare, the commitment is there. Zera going in, and with this nano just has too much overwhelming DPS. You even get the deflected to spawn. Nobody can come out and touch because that's the shield as well to body block them in the door. And Matt, Nightmare 2-0 so far in the series versus Team Liquid.
That's about as a good of 2 maps that we've seen anybody play here in North America, especially when you're taking into account the competition. Nightmare Definitely when you look at them, we knew obviously they're in the top four obviously here in North America, just kind of trading wins all throughout. But this feels like a little bit of a statement from Nightmare that they are here to play, especially with all the changes that come through from perks. You really love to see the flexibility that they have all across the board, and they look in complete control of this one.
They look so good. And I want to call back to a comment that you made during that first map, which was that I think when we see both of these teams start to mirror each other, the mirror is going the way of Nightmare. And what better way to re-kickstart that conversation by now having a second map in that sample size to say, yeah, I think pound for pound, Nightmare right now are absolutely getting the beat down on Team Liquid.
I think what Liquid has excelled at really throughout has been playing a lot of the Orisa and the ball, different types of comps. That's kind of what we've seen them at their best. And if you obviously can take the ball off the table, but then also be proving that you can actually kind of beat it, at least what we saw in the first time on Nepal with that ball matchup, that you can get into these Sigma head-to-heads and Ramatra and different things, and that's where it feels a little bit more winnable for probably a lot of teams, right? But Nightmare specifically with this, just the play overall from everybody playing at such a high level at the moment, giving Liquid so much trouble. We take a look at the stats, and it reflects the outcome of the game. Nightmare just kind of taking it to them.
Well, I felt like the push on Nightmare's attack was just non-stop. They did not have any breaks on that train, and poor Team Liquid, I felt like they were just losing players a little bit too often, just getting picks. They have to reset, can't come back and actually get a full defense as 5. And I think a lot of that comes down to Kuffa just really pushing the pace, stepping up to the plate, blocking the doors. You could see that he was pushing towards that second point spawn for defense. It was crazy how much space Kuffa was creating, especially for the DPS on his team.
And Team Liquid now with another map pick. Where do they go with their series hopes on the line? I think that's also benefit for Nightmare, right? You get rid of that ball, and even if you lose this map, right, you get to pick the rest of the series essentially, because there's no way it could kind of turn back the other way. So all signs pointing to Nightmare here in this one. Take a look at viewer predictions, and yeah, they favor Team Liquid, but this must have been done before the series. After seeing map number 1 and 2, a lot of faith still rolling with TL.
Want to run those again? Maybe see if the actual chat predictions change on this one, because recency bias and just what we see on paper already, Nightmare being up 2-0 in the series. Matt, when it does come down to this next map pick, I kind of wonder if we're going to go to hybrid. Okay, I feel like that. So, I had that. And
why'd you think hybrid?
You take out the opportunity to go to a flashpoint. I feel like push is very much a toss-up, and I think that regardless, either you're playing the Wrecking Ball or the Winston, I think it doesn't really matter. Blizzard World, though, seems like a very good Wrecking Ball map. Out of all of the hybrid maps that we have, I think Blizzard World would be the best one. Yeah,
it's also a good point, because if you play, let's say if you pick from the hybrid pool, right, most teams are just going to play Esperanza, right? So you take a little bit of the impact that the map selection could have on the other side.
Exactly.
I mean, sure, we could see a Coliseo. We saw Coliseo yesterday in North America, but kind of unlikely. So you do kind of limit in terms of the map pool that the opposing team can pick from. Blizzard World here, though, potentially closes this series out. As Team Liquid, they will get rid of the break. So this is either kind of maybe you're looking at protecting an Ana or a Kiri here, right? The Lucio was gone in the last one, so you now get rid of the break. This also hurts if the other team is obviously constantly getting dove. And then the Tracer ban on the other side, I actually like that from Nightmare, because Zera's been really good on the Genji, especially in comparison to Knife so far in this series.
But I also think it's just a really good way to make sure that you're stemming a lot of the pressure that a Wrecking Ball setup could put on a dive. Imagine if that dive gets executed with a Tracer and a Genji, and now you actually can't do that. So I think that that's a very, very smart ban from Nightmare, just in the sense that they were also banning second. I want to go back to the Brig one though, because I do feel like that's also just a way that you can protect the Wrecking Ball outside of just being able to protect the backline supports that you want to play. Now, how do you really stop the Wrecking Ball outside of just sleeping it? There's no shield bash, there's no whip shot.
Yeah, you're looking at Lucio boobs pretty much here. Taking that perk, getting the benefited of the advantage of the Lucio boobs is TL on defense. They will roll with Ball, Ana, Zen. So this is something that we talked about that we usually see them do on Havana. But the ball is gone. They will do it here on potentially our final map of this series. TL desperately needs a map win here against Nightmare. We'll see now what Nightmare decides to go with here, because there is some options. So the Sombra was gone in map number 1. It's available here, and they'll play a Sombra Genji dive here, built around Winston. So we saw them run the Winston into the ball early on. That's a nice virus there, actually. Connects onto Knight, gets him quite low, not enough to finish him off. But now that the Sombra's in play, that's what they're going to run in combination with all this.
I think what's so interesting about the Sombra is not just the fact that you can get the hacks onto the Wrecking Ball, but you can also hack away the health packs. And so now, how does this Wrecking Ball actually survive all by itself? Kappa going in, gets the cleave onto Knight. You cannot deflect away that Winston damage. But there is a bit of a clapback here. Tree taking out that Sombra that's been such a pest, but Infected gets left on the point and makes him so much easier to clean up as he has to roll away. This is giving the space to Nightmare to get that first tick.
The biggest thing, though, is UV still playing really well on the Ana. Connects with a 2-player bio off the rip, connects with Knife and Infected. They're not able to find the kill onto Infected, but they find the one onto Knife. And that's going to allow Nightmare to take this first point with relative ease. Is maybe a kill or two traded out there, but UV doing a fantastic job just setting up the rest of his team for success. As you see, they're going to try and control some of this high ground space. Is Nightmare. But Rose, they're building up towards an EMP here quickly. They do lose Kappa, so that's going to slow down a little bit of the progress.
EMP is going to be so nice too, because you're going to have both of these nano boosts matched from Ultraviolet and Brute Paul. So maybe that EMP can just be that extra little bit on top of the pie here for Nightmare heading into this next attack. But also have to take a look at everything else coming online, Matt. We're basically going to have a full slate outside of Vega, who is certainly trailing behind on the sound barrier progress.
Yeah, just how do you get like massive value off of this EMP? That's actually the nano that goes through onto Knife. It's an EMP when they dive on in, so you use it a little bit late here, but it's going to be TL coming out on top in terms of the trades. You still have Kappa here, potentially going to use up Primal as, he's going to end up deciding to pop it. So was wondering if he was going to use it. You're down a few players. It looks like they want to kind of continue to extend this fight with players coming off the spawn. See if you can actually get the payload moving after that, and does not work out in their favor. So Nightmare ends up using the EMP. They end up using the Primal, and Team Liquid just invests the nano in that fight.
Yeah, I don't like that trade at all in terms of the
Nano
ultimates
Blade
for Nightmare.
available here, though.
They do, and so it is nice that you can get that through without Vega having the sound barrier just yet, but you have to imagine that Nightmare is at least trying to play around that a little bit, and Tree is even the first to pull the trigger as you do see this overclock get popped, but Nightmare, with that nano boost on top of Zera's Blade, is able to cut through that Sojourn, and we finally see Nightmare take a full, clean team fight outside of losing Admiral right there.
Yeah, the Nano Blade is really good up to the high ground, deals with Tree, who's popping that overclock at the moment. Infected extremely low, trying to make it back to the team, and does so. Our Team Liquid will have another opportunity here on defense, though, to get a hold, and they'll have a lot of good stuff to work with, right? They're going to end up having a Blade of their own, just Sound Barrier to work with on the other side. It's going to be a minefield. Infected gets hacked up right after, also gets hit with a virus, but still going to continue to push on in and fight. So the Genji is out of this one. It's a large source of damage, really the largest source of burst damage available for Nightmare at the time. And just off of the minefield, they get a fight win here. Poor Admiral slept. Gonna get staggered out here.
Ouch.
Yeah, you'll have to wait for him to come off the spawn, but as good as things could go for TL in that one.
without any ultimates expended outside of those wrecking ball mines. You are so happy about that if you're Team Liquid, because now you still get a chance to rotate through that nano blade, and Admiral does have the sound barrier now, so you would be able to respond to that. But if you're just continuing to push the pressure, especially forcing Kuffa to have to go so far back after focusing him down, here is this nano blade, and Admiral doesn't even get a chance to use the sound barrier. I don't think you would want to at this point because you're already down a couple members.
And Lethal was so far away at that point, it would have been really dangerous to push up in and end up using that beat. So that's, I think.
Wow, they just get the. No way.
We almost have Kuffa just kind of walking in there towards the end as everybody from Liquid hightails it. This may allow, though, Nightmare to end up getting some of the high ground. It'll actually be sound barrier used from both sides. UV will have a later nano here. He's going to nano the Winston, see if Kuffa can get into the backline, make an impact. UV running the perk that's also going to give himself the nano as well. So going to make him very difficult to dislodge. Now you just need to get infected off of the point. Kuffa with a primal takes out RuPaul. Infected, the only one here dealing with this point, drops the minefield, but it should be enough for Nightmare to get by, as you still have this wrecking ball still, though, being a nuisance here, Rose, and it's gonna be a bio that comes on through, doesn't actually hit Infected, so you're actually gonna be able to get a hold, off of just the minefield there. You had both supports in the Winston alive with just the wrecking ball, but it's just not enough damage to be able to deal with it.
God, Wrecking Ball is so annoying. You think it's bad in your ranked games? You're just bowling around the point to be able to contest it, and that buys enough time for the supports on Team Liquid to come back and deliver the perfect stimmy to Infected to make sure that that health pool is good enough to be able to get this defense. But they've got to be careful. That was almost a C9. Like, Nightmare almost backcapped that. That would have been crazy.
Nightmare in a pretty good spot here, though, Rose. They're going to have the Nano Blade opportunity, plus Lethal getting very close to an overclock. You just cannot get picked off by trees. Overclock that comes on
the
through.
bio.
Yeah, it's a nice bio, though, but it doesn't really matter. Zero is going to connect with two players with the blade. Trees overclock doesn't make a huge impact in that one. A lot of protection for the Genji on Nightmare, as that'll be the second checkpoint. Team Liquid, though, doing a much better job holding on that second defense.
Oh, I meant, though, that there was a huge bio need that came through from Ultraviolet that got a purple onto Team Liquid. So that blade was able to cut through even easier, and Nightmare, with just some really great plays from Ultraviolet opening up these engagements, they're able to take that second point despite the fact that Team Liquid had had such a strong defense. But now they get a chance to respond with their own nano on top of Knife, really hoping to get that Dragon Blade online for the next fight, with Admiral not quite up to that sound barrier just yet.
And Lethal pops his overclock there when they come in with the nano onto Knife, see if he can maybe find one, prevent that push from being effective, but does not connect with anything. It's going to be a railgun shot that connects with Knife there towards the end, and they try and follow this up there by Kuffa, but it's going to be a bio that comes on in, and that actually takes out RuPaul. The Knife following things up with a blade, so this is going to be another hold for TL. They're going to be able to kind of stabilize here on defense. And with this minefield, I can block off the choke, Rose. I think it's going to be pretty difficult for Nightmare to get any more progress.
Absolutely. Either it blocks off the choke, and then it really forces Nightmare to have to find different ways to ingress and take this team fight. So you're kind of pigeonholing yourself into these smaller areas of the point. When you see the minefield laid down behind you, Kuffa's trying to dive in a little deep, knowing that he has the Primal Rage. He can access that backline just a little bit better, and Infected gets taken out to just a charged railgun shot by Lethal. So Infected maybe not getting the value he wanted to try to get these backline trades, and all of a sudden Nightmare are starting to inch closer to the end of this map.
I was going to say, for Nightmare, you want to push up and try and get some of these kills, right? Team Liquid just trying to regroup in front of the spawn. You do get trees, so that's going to gain them a little bit of progress here. And you do end up, you're going to get a nano blade here for Nightmare, so there's an opportunity, Rose, so they could actually finish the map. It'll be Vega with a sound barrier from Admiral as well, so both teams going to be pretty healthy. Nice bio there, connects onto Knife, as now you have the nano blade here from Zero, going to try and cut players down to the spawn, but you see the benefits there of the double nano. It's actually a deflect of the sleep there onto trees, so some really nice plays there from Zera, as it's going to be the payload going across the line. So Nightmare going to get a full map completion here on Blizzard World.
Wow, it looked like Team Liquid's defense was going so well for them, even pushing Nightmare to the absolute limit on that second point, where they only had a couple of seconds remaining to actually capture the second. And that third point, it didn't leave them with very much time to close out the map either. But Nightmare, they do get the job done at the end of the day. And now for Team Liquid, they have no choice except to capture all 3 of these points. I do think that the Wrecking Ball will probably do a little bit better on the attack, but it was still very competitive as a defensive dive.
And just to remind you guys, I mean, you see the records at the top of the screen. We have the 4 best teams here in North America playing today, all sitting at 5-1.
That is crazy, by the way.
This is a huge, yeah. I mean, we're top heavy and bottom heavy here in North America. You know, we have a really strong top half, and they're all competing here today. And a 3-0 for Nightmare would be massive in terms of map differential, head-to-head, everything that goes into the tiebreaker. So obviously that second match of today between Timeless and SSG would impact things greatly in terms of what the top of the standings look like here in North America. But Nightmare gives themselves an awesome opportunity to potentially land that spot, getting a 3-0.
That first place spot would be so big heading into playoffs as well, because that means you get the potential to pick 3rd or 4th place, and gotta give yourself the best shot to have that chance, right, Matt? Such an important decision.
Let's say for Nightmare, let's say you don't even get that top seed. That's actually a really sick bio again from UV. Connects with both supports. They're able to get RuPaul, but not Vega.
So
if you're Nightmare and you 3-0 Team Liquid, who's gonna want to pick you to play against next week, right? You know,
yeah,
if they don't get number
point.
1, who's gonna want to see you in the first round, right? So you potentially maybe even end up yourself getting a little bit of a more advantageous matchup, even not getting that number 1 spot. So
good point.
First push delayed a little bit here for TL. There's a nice bio again from UV. Connects onto both supports. They're able to get RuPaul. Now they fall back to the point. We'll see how they kind of go about this defense now as we see Infected roll over the top. That's going to be the bio out from RuPaul. So looks like Cup are going to go in, dive a little bit now. See if they can put some pressure onto the Sojourn and the Genji as they get Knife pretty low. They're going to see if they can maybe chase him up to the high ground. As you see Zero, as soon as he sees Tree lighten up, he dodges out of harm's way. He knows that railgun shot's coming.
Oh, but you can just play so patient if you're Nightmare. Ultraviolet is able to get this nano boost early on in this round, and despite having that at their disposal, they are just able to get raw picks across the board to confirm a very clean first defensive hold.
Yeah, this has just been... this has been a bit of a surprise, Rose. Obviously, we know that Nightmare is extremely good, 5-1. But we expect the Team Liquid to be kind of the clear-cut number 1 team, Toronto Defiant-esque, right, of the region. A loss here, especially in this match, I mean, this would be them with 2 losses, and, you know, yeah, 2 losses is not bad. But you think about their 2 losses, potentially, if they were to lose here, I mean, a 3-0 against, 3-0 against Nightmare and a 3-0 against Timeless, I mean, 2 massive losses. You're going to lose Vega and you're going to lose Tree here. RuPaul's extremely low. He's working his way all the way back to the spawn. They do end up getting Kuffa, so maybe players can come out the spawn now. You actually get Zero as well with a deflect there from Knife, so maybe just this aggressive push there from Nightmare opens things up for Team Liquid, as you're going to have Kuffa and Zero coming off the spawn now. You're definitely going to get a touch here, at least for Nightmare.
But this is the time to go. Everybody on Team Liquid is now stepping up to the plate, especially with this Nano Blade online. But Vega goes for the sound barrier. And where did that go? It just gets eliminated like that. Matt, what happened?
This is not going well here for Team Liquid, as Infected has the minefield, doesn't decide to use it. He will go back to spawn, and that only goes for 2 checkpoints there, Rose. So you still need, I know, obviously 70% there for Team Liquid. You still need another chunk. And now with no beat, like you mentioned here for Team Liquid, it's going to be Zero free to reign with this blade. Zero and Cup has done a great job of just kind of diving in together, making plays. They've almost like ignored the ball, right? And they've just kind of like pushed on through past it, as you know, the Ajax from Vega there. Pretty difficult now to battle back from. As you see, it's going to be the blade here, potentially popped towards the end of this primal. So you're just pushing players back, but it might be enough, right? You get the tank, you may not even need to use that blade. You kind of sit here at the choke, Rose, and now under 40 seconds, now you can end up using this blade against nothing on the other side and put away this series.
Yeah, I think you allow Infected to roll past you, and then Zera goes and plays Body Blocker again. Ultraviolet even gets tree before he could use the overclock, and that was the last bastion of hope for Team Liquid to take an opening on this first point attack.
They're getting bullied back to the spawn here.
Oh my
this
god.
Is Nightmare just kind of displaying just the level that they can play at here in North America. As we move into the playoffs, they just look absolutely tremendous. Asleep there from UV onto Infected. It'll be a bio there. He's extremely slow coming out of it. Lethal takes him out. And this should be the kind of beginning of the end, so to speak, as Zero will get the benefits of the Nano. Does have the blade to deal with. It's going to be Knife getting one, but it's not going to be enough. As we see here, Zero cut through the rest of Team Liquid. And Rose, our first series of the day is a blowout. Nightmare destroys Team Liquid, takes a 3-0 commanding series win here.
Nepal was looking pretty competitive on Sanctum as well as Shrine, but towards that second map, and especially on the third, Nightmare coming up so big. So a 3-0 here for them. It feels so good knowing when that first place seed is on the line for you and you want to have that pick of team for third or fourth.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the close series that was promised, mostly by us because we're running the narrative. But it would have.
We were hoping
it would be. It had everything. It had everything that is required to make it a banger series. It's very unfortunate to see Team Liquid falling over like that. But of course, Nightmare, they're positioning themselves in such a good spot now because with this victory, they now are jumping into the first place and they will stay there even if Timeless now will move on to beat SSG. If SSG beats Timeless though, then Nightmare will be second and SSG first. So basically, Nightmare's first place seed is not in their hands anymore. They now have to root for Timeless, which makes it even more exciting because they did the work that they needed to do in order to put themselves in a good position.
Oh, I mean, look, even if they don't get that top seed, Nightmare, this is not going to be a team that people are going to want to select first. I actually think this makes you take a little bit of a deeper look at like Team Liquid's stage here throughout stage one, as we see Kuffa almost back cap during Blizzard World. Because if you think about it now from Liquid's perspective, we talk about how top heavy, this is the nice shot there to get that Ajax. We talk about how top heavy NA is, right, guys? Think about this. TL goes to game 5 against SSG. They beat SSG 3-2. And then against the other two teams in the top 4, they get 3-0'd. So it makes you really kind of think about like, okay, like where, you know, how good are some of the other teams in NA, right? Where do we kind of like stack rank them? And then Team Liquid, right? Like it seems at least against 2 of these teams has not really been close. So definitely a lot to work on come playoff time.
Absolutely.
But it makes those playoffs more exciting, doesn't it, Zoe?
It does.
Who knows who's going to be the top 2 teams?
Honestly, that's just kind of been the story ever since like the first 2 weeks because we had the circle of
Equilibrium
of life.
Call it like
life.
that.
Yeah.
The circle of life, the circle of competitive Overwatch life as it stands, and it just left us with so many questions. And then the following week, none of them have been really answered. We just had more questions, and we're heading into the playoffs with exactly the same kind of thing. So at least we're consistent in our quest for knowledge and understanding of who is actually the best team. For now, we know which player is the best one for this particular match. So let's take a look who got themselves the player of the match honors. That's, of course, Zeru slicing and dicing through the opposition.
Yeah, I'm happy that Zero gets player of the match. We talk a lot about, you know, the players here on Nightmare. It feels like we kind of give a lot of love to UV and Lethal at times, same, you know, and obviously they all deserve it. But Zero had a tremendous series, whether it be the Genji or the Tracer. The Genji specifically putting a lot of pressure onto Infected when we saw them go with like Sigma and different types of setups. So really happy that we highlight Zero here. Had a great series.
I think there was a good argument for Kuffa though too. I'm just saying. I think that Sigma looked real.
Good argument for everybody, Rose. They
If
you're good at arguing, there is a good argument to be made about literally anything.
That's so valid.
Such a good point. I haven't quite heard you, my dearest producer, but yes, maybe I did understand correctly. There is an interview, and it is our player of the match joining us now. So Zeru, let's bring him in for a quick chat. A dominant performance, Zeru. Congratulations with this victory. You and the team now put yourself in that first seed. That said, it's kind of out of your hands. You now have to root for Timeless to win against SSG. How do those two teams stack up in your mind? Is there anything you want to say to Timeless? Any words of encouragement or maybe some advice on how to take down SSG?
Well, for Timeless, you know, forget our scrim a couple days ago. You guys got this. Like, it'll be a breeze. You guys can bounce back. And then SSG, I love my former teammates on SSG. You know, I always want them to do well and have success. But for this tournament, I'm sorry. I need them. Not today. Not today. Yeah.
Look, man, even if you don't get the #1 seed, I can see whoever it is out there deciding to play you guys early on. You guys look tremendous today. What is it? No, we see a lot of teams struggle with the wrecking ball. How are you guys able to kind of deal with that with look like relative ease?
I think versus the wrecking ball, like that's obviously Liquid's like really strong comp. It gets very chaotic, so I think the best thing that we do versus it is we have like really good calls. We're very coordinated, and overall we've like you know, we've done the work. We've reviewed a lot. We've scrimmed a lot versus it, and I think we're just confident. We're confident versus everything, I'd say.
I mean, talking about the chaos and you guys thriving in Azir, I feel like you're such a big part of that, being able to go after a lot of the backlines or even being able to win out some really big 1v1s. So what is your favorite hero to play? Like, I know we saw a lot of Genji today, but what else are you kind of hoping that you get to pull out for the playoffs?
Well, I saw a lot of like Pharah in Korea, and I love Pharah. So I'm hoping I could pull out some Pharah. I love Tracer. I'm confident on anything. If I need to play a hero, I'm down to play it, you know? Everything's fun, so.
I was just waiting for you
Hopefully
to
fair.
list every single DPS.
Yeah.
Why not? Well, Sarah, we love to see you in action. I am certainly a fan of some aerial superiority, and I'm sure we'll provide that when the time comes. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck to Timeless, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck, Timeless. You guys got that.
That's right. Thank you so much, Sarah.
He's supposed to hype him up, and he's like, hey, look, we're sorry we beat you down the other day.
We
but,
gave you a whooping. Please.
Yeah, we're trying
about
to
it.
build you back up. That's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, gotta put them down to build them up. It's
true. That's the way it goes.
Exactly. There's some law to that. Anyway, standings. Let's take a look one more time to visualize what I just waffled on about. Nightmare on top. Timeless beating Space Station Gaming means that Nightmare will remain on top and Timeless takes the second. Now, if SSG, however, is going to beat Timeless, then SSG will take the top spot and Nightmare, I believe, will fall into the third place? I think so. I think that's correct. But I'll get confirmation on that as we're heading into a quick break, and then we're back after that with a very high stakes last match of the season. Couldn't have asked for a better script, guys. I can't wait to finish this one strong. Timeless Space Station Gaming coming up after a quick break. We see you on the other side.
We're here today supporting the Venice Family Clinic in Santa Monica, neighboring the currently burning Palisades fire. They are doing a community distribution event today, and we brought 6 pallets of supplies down to help support their efforts. A bunch of over-the-counter medications, kind of 15 to 20 cases, PPE, some solar chargers, nutritional supplements.
The last several days have been really difficult, especially here on the west side of LA. We with Venice Family Clinic stand in solidarity with all of the community at large, coming forth to maximize every single resource and opportunity that we could present for folks in need. Thank you to Direct Relief, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to extend these essential resources. It does take a village, so I'm hoping that we can just continue to fight and serve this fear and convert it into something positive.
Absolutely in awe with all the good work they're doing over there. So make sure to visit directrelief.org for more information and also to find out how you can get involved and lend a helping hand. Welcome back, everyone. Clarification time, because I got it right and then I got it wrong for absolutely no reason except for Matt Mr. X Morello throwing me off. So, clarification. Timeless wins, Nightmare on top. Timeless second, that makes sense. SSG wins, SSG will be first, and Nightmare will be second. So either way, Nightmare is in the top 2. There, we got there eventually. Woohoo! Make sense?
We made it.
We did it. That's all I get paid for, honestly. It's that and hanging out with friends. And you know what? 2 friends is good, but 3 friends is even gooder. That's a real word. Let's bring in caster extraordinaire, Rich Rad, who's joining us for a quick game, a little bit of a chat, and just having a good time. Rich Rad! How you doing, Rich Rad?
Friends? How you doing? I mean, it's been a long time, Zoe. I know since Desk and everything a while ago. Matt, the bearded brother, and then we've got Necra coming out as an old-time long caster. So, like, you know, I've missed you all so very much.
Yeah, we're fine.
You guys are rocking the same beard-ish.
I feel like I think it's only you and me that have like the beard across the two. You have a lot greater complexion though than I do. I am pale because it is cold and I'm inside.
Don't put yourself down. Don't put yourself down like that. Don't do
Matt
that.
literally doesn't leave the house, so that's a bad excuse.
That's
but,
man, that's true. That means
Rad.
my complexion's just really bad. So.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
So, come on, we're trying to hide. I was just trying to hide them up. They just made it worse.
Okay, let's hype him up then. Let's hype him up. Rich Rad, just like Dante, you gained them gains, man. You've been on the grind, but you have certainly.
Yeah, there's been some. Man, we're gonna throw it out. All right, so I'm not a fitness influencer. The lighting is terrible, but yes, it's been a long journey. 20 months.
Who are you getting ready to fight? Why you gotta look like that? Who are you fighting?
I'm about to go on a bulk soon, so we're gonna start getting a little bit more gains in there. I did a cut, so it turned out nice, and just gonna cycle through again. So
get a little pasta in you. Get a little pasta in you. You'll be fine.
Right? Oh, trust me. Being Italian, I get plenty of that.
There you go.
But yeah, health as well.
I
mean, trust me.
Health as well.
I mean, you and the whole health kick too. I've been seeing so much of yours, so it's like we all just trying to get on that like better life, better health stuff. So.
Damn, I'm inspired. What?
Healthy body, healthy mind.
I gotta get on it.
Indeed.
That's right.
Takes a lot of work, Rose. Takes a lot of work.
Oh, so much effort.
I mean, we'll get you a home gym, so at least you don't have to leave for that too. You know, it's just.
Okay, I love it.
Just set yourself up for success. Speaking of success, both teams are looking for just that are in our upcoming match. How do you have this one panning out? Because our top teams are just so competitive. SSG, Timeless, do you feel like there's a clear favorite?
I mean, that's directed at me first.
Yes, only at you, actually.
Okay, just want to make sure. I mean, honestly, like when it comes between the two of them, I'm still really leaning towards Timeless. I mean, there's been, so much history with this organization. 2 players and specifically at which that are like paired, which is both Rocket and Chopper, who like, a talking point is that they've just been together for so very long. Granted, they've cycled through, they've had such this relationship and bond. I think that's so important when it comes to a DPS line to synergize already with a stacked quality worth of team that they have for the rest of them. And I think with what we've seen a little bit previously in these weeks, I mean, Matt even touched on it a little bit, talking about, when you're looking at like strength in comparison to other teams, it went to that 3-2 map and then you had the 3-1 when it came to space. So at this point, I think it's going to be a really, really good, I'm going to hope to say at map 5 kind of situation, but I think Timeless is still the one that's going to take it. I'm going to channel my energy. I'm going to channel the energy. Kenobi and I do it as much as we can. But
Yes, on this, Rich Rad.
Yeah, we can
have a lot of hateful people in the chat,
if we see one.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, okay, we can smell that from miles away. Now, can you smell a hot take or a fake, though? That's a real question, and that's the game we're about to play with you, Rich. Simple rules. Basically, all of you three will have to figure out if a statement that we will be showing you on the display on your screens is an actual hot take from the community, the people out there, you know, on the streets.
Anonymous Redditor.
Anonymous Redditor with an anime profile picture, could be them. Or is it something entirely made up by our wrinkled-brained producers?
I think this is going to be a good one.
This is going to be a good one. Have we done well the last time we played?
They do a really good job.
I've never played this, so...
No, I have. They do a good job of blending the line between Anonymous Redditor and production, so it can be tough.
Okay, I think you're all playing as a team, kind of. Okay. So you can sidebar, you can discuss the realness of the statements. Let's take a look at our first statement of the day. For every 1,000 healing done, Mercy's pistol damage increases by 25. Oh yeah, actually the prompt. Maybe I should give you that one because I don't know if it's clear. The prompt. These are perks. Perks suggestions. Is that
these are
okay. These are perk suggestions by either producers or the people.
This just scale infinitely.
So, but here's the thing though: is like I feel like this is a little bit reserved for it to be like super crazy, so I think that this would be more production. I feel like 1,000 HPS, like that can happen.
Sounds like something Costa could have said.
It's just a steady flow, you know, like maybe I don't know.
1,000 healing is like it's a lot though. Like you can get like 7.
There's no chance. This can't be a real person. This can't be a real person because you know a Mercy does like 10,000 healing in a game. Yeah, no.
That's what I'm saying. So it'd be like
damage.
Like 10 real. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're on to them. Yeah, this was a fake. This is our producers tripping.
It would be like 250% extra damage.
Oh, so it was producers, right? Because it's producers versus Reddit?
If it's a fake, it's producers. Yeah, it's producers.
Okay, yes.
Because apparently our producers are not real people.
I counted. That counts. That counts.
That's right. Diva can do a barrel roll by pushing left or right while using boosters.
Ooh, I feel like this is
pretty
real.
Cool.
This is
actually kind of
cool. I feel like this could be real.
Yeah, there'd be no use for this, but it would be cool. I mean,
yeah, it would. This is all for those Star Fox fans out there. Let's be honest.
That would be really cool in a real. That is in fact by Lexington Luther. Good idea. I like it.
You want more health or the ability to barrel roll?
I take the barrel roll.
I absolutely take barrel roll. You just go down a lane and then barrel roll out and then barrel roll back in.
Yeah, it's like strafing.
Just for that, cool. Just for that player of the match highlight reel, it would look so sick.
Barrel roll your bomb.
Exactly.
One way.
Bob deals 40% more damage to burning enemies.
Production likes to throw these in because this seems like it could be very real. Like this could be, you know.
Sounds like something you would have said, actually.
This is pretty legit. This is well structured. I would agree with you.
This is too close to the truth for me. I feel like I'm gonna get screwed here by whatever I say.
40% is a lot.
What do you think, Necro?
So, like, I feel like Bob already does a lot of damage, and didn't his damage just get buffed in the recent?
But you gotta think about how absurd production was with the 250% damage boost on the Mercy pistol.
That's what I mean. Kind of like, so I think this is a production take.
Yeah, this. Let's go fake.
Yo, production, you gotta get your numbers in order. You're overdoing it.
Yeah, I'm bringing out the calculator, production, so.
Start seeing matrices like come up on the screen and you do it.
Yeah.
All right, next one. Enemies in range of Lucio's ultimate are booped back away from the epicenter.
Yeah, Lucio needs to get better.
Yeah.
Wait, wouldn't this be bad actually? Because if you're going, well, I guess it depends on how you're using the sound barrier.
I was gonna say, I think it's really just applied use.
Yeah. I could see this being real.
I'm gonna say not fake. I'm gonna say that this is from a Redditor.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this is real. This is from a Lucio who's been dove about 1,000 times.
Yes!
Yeah, by a Genji, and yeah, he wants.
Dude, this Lexington Luther guy, like.
They probably have a whole thread. It's just them.
No, I can also see this being good, but like I also see this being anti-synergistic in some ways. So like, be careful.
Big true.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for. Lexington. Okay, last one. Sigma can absorb lasers with his suck.
All right, I think this is real because they refer to it as his suck.
Yeah,
the kinetic grasp, right? We're the only ones who use proper
just
terms.
knows the fact that we see suck in there. That makes sure that we know that it's the community.
Yeah.
That's a real person.
The numbers are wonky. It's production. These kind of slang terms. We're.
Although I officially,
though. 5 for 5, guys. We're
that was pretty good.
That was good. That might have been the best one so far out of 2.
That was the Rich Red deadlift right there. So
it's all you, Rich.
Oh my God.
There's big squats going on.
It's working. Yep.
All right, we're gonna let you go in just a second, Rich, but not before I let you plug all your socials. Where can people watch you, find you, talk to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's already listed below, so I don't really have to say too much, but yeah, Rich Red Live, across multiple platforms. Twitch, I haven't as recently, just due to a lot of work and things like that, but again, I'll still be tweeting, looking for stuff in the future, still talking and being with the community in Overwatch, and just being alongside all you fun people, so.
And we're gonna try and get you back onto that desk whenever we can. Thank you so much, Rich, for joining us, and everyone, make sure to follow this fine gentleman for all he does in esports and
pleasure, my friend.
Too. Now, it is time to get ready for our last match of the day. Matt, Rose, please take it away.
Our last match in North America for the first stage.
That's our last match of the stage, Matt.
True. Yeah, I forgot.
Oh my God.
EMEA is already over, right?
So on North America.
Timeless. They end up getting the map selection, right? Because of seeding. They will get rid of Ramatra off the rip, and then SSG will get rid of Kiri. So same map as we saw a little bit earlier in the day with TL versus Nightmare, but a completely new set of bans.
Wow, they're feeding you guys something different in North America. I don't think we saw Nepal like once.
Really? Yeah. I mean, I feel like we've seen it pretty much most of the time, I would say, in North America. Typically in North America, we get the good old Nepal, Surabasa back-to-back as the first two, and then we see where we go after.
Yeah, we got the Samoa start, or like the Lijiang start is usually the EMEA special.
Yeah, that is true. You guys, watching EMEA, I do see a lot of Samoa and Lijiang. But what do these bands tell you about the first map here?
Well, I totally see us being able to still play Lucio here. I think you're also still going to want to try to lean into some more of the brawl. We already see Kellen and Riker both hovering over the Orisa and the Junker Queen respectively, but maybe that does change. I think Sigma is also so good here, just being able to have a shield and being able to make those rotations. Ramatra also very good on this map, as we saw in just our last series. So 2 very different looks here, Matt, as both of our teams come out of the gates.
Yeah, let's see if Space Station Gaming can get past this Sigma shield. That's really what it's going to be about. Can you close the gap, put pressure on this Sigma? Because you're also running a map with a Brig here, so a lot of help for that Sigma if the aggression comes on through. You'll be playing Chopper on the Ashe, so a little bit of more range, giving up some burst potentially here as the point will open up. Look to see both Genjis try and contest it.
Wow, so the difference here between the poke and then this Orisa style composition, really looking at Chopper to try to get an opening pick, and he's already focusing down Sugar Free on the other side, as Kellen needs to continue to step up to this front line that Riker's holding down on the bridge. But look at, the dynamite damage goes crazy. Imagine if that hot take was real from production and you do more damage.
There's just a lot of pressure onto the point from Rocket and kind of going back and forth with Sugar Free, but it's the extra damage though that Chopper's putting down on Sugar Free in Bliss there, being able to try and make a play for the point. You see as soon as Sugar Free steps up, he's extremely low. The Orisa just taking tons of poke damage, as the poke extremely strong here for Timeless, and you're already going to have an Amp Matrix. It's going to be a Nano here that goes on to Sugar Free. This is just trying to back them up, get them off of the bridge. This is space that the Orisa absolutely needs to contest. So it's going to be though Timeless coming right around the corner, Rose, and it is an Amp Matrix, and it is just a full wipe there of SSG. So Timeless does a nice job backing up, when that nano boost comes on, and then they do, the Amp Matrix right around the corner, they get that space back. So SSG, they make the change already. They're going to go with the Winston. So you needed to get past this Sigma shield. You weren't able to kind of slowly, methodically do it on the Orisa. Now you're just going to go full on dive against it.
You are increasing the pace significantly with this Winston, and you're really looking at trying to dislodge this more static backline. Baptiste and Brigitte, both very good, and Chopper as well. You have some good cooldowns against this Winston, though. Looking at the shield bash or the whip shot, and the gravitic flux even comes out here as well, so Kellen just gets stuck and slammed down into oblivion as this accretion just to get down Sugar-Free, try to hit them where it hurts. I mean, this looks like dominant hold already here, Matt. Timeless looking strong.
This is bad news for SSG, as Timeless is going to be able to move up here to the choke. Sound barrier available here for SSG, but you're going to have a blade here for Rocket. It'll be Rocket popping the blade. It'll be the rally used here by Lucamino, but Sugar-Free's blade with that sound barrier. Going to get at least Chopper off the rip. Let's see if they can actually kind of get that point flip back over. It's actually going to be SSG who does end up getting the flip. So finally, towards the end of this, and I do wonder, Rose, if there's going to be some adjustment here from Timeless right now that the Winston composition is all the way through here for SSG and they have point control. So Lucamino makes a change here. They're going to just bring in Lucio. I think they're going to hold on to this for now, probably just to play around this Amp Matrix.
I think that makes a lot of sense as well, because I think you still have just the shield presence here from the Sigma, and look at how far forward Space Station takes this. They walk right into the amplification matrix, but that anti from CJ is so cracked. You got 3 members of Timeless that get stuck with the purple, and Space Station, Kellen just cleaves through that with Sugar-Free, and that was a very clean team fight win.
The anti was sick from CJ, and then also Kellen gets the benefit of the nano once he takes a ton of damage there from that Amp Matrix that comes around the corner. Mind you, as all Chopper has the perk that gives a little bit of the firing speed, right, to Ash while unscoped, but sacrifices a little bit of the damage. But through the Amp Matrix, right, you're picking some of that damage back up, so then you just have the attack speed. So gonna be very strong and bursty with that Amp Matrix, as that's gonna be a dynamite thrown in there for Chopper. Doesn't really get much of anything, as now SSG has really controlled this choke. Nice dive in there from Kellen. And look at that body blocking in the doorway, actually connects 2 players, just kind of splits them off. Chopper not able to make it out with his life. So really nice dive in there from Kellen. The body block there with the bubble in the choke separates that Ash off. And since the start, really Timeless, they get up to 99 rows, and then it's all been SSG.
But I would be cautious if you're SSG. No ultimates at the ready for either of these teams. But if you step up too far, it's very possible that you just find yourself getting pushed back by some type of rotation of the gravitic flux into sound barrier. And so you see Space Station very smartly trying to play towards the back of point. Make Timeless come to you, as Riker needs to actually get close enough to you to land this gravitic flux. That's going to be the first thing that comes out, but Bliss with the perfect sound barrier to respond.
Both teams with the sound barrier here. Lucamino using it as well for Timeless, but you're not going to have one for the beat that's the blade that's going to come through here for Sugar-Free. He's going to have the nano boost as well. Sugar-Free finds one, CJ with another. I think it's going to be difficult to cut down through the Sigma. They finally do it though, and nobody's going to be able to get a touch. Rocket gets a blade there towards the very end. It would have been an overclock though from Seeker that does him in, as you end up using that sound barrier a little bit early there for Timeless and don't have it towards the end to keep some of the players alive through the blade that comes through from Sugar-Free. So although it's Timeless getting off to a good start there, Rose, it is Space Station battling back.
Space Station switch from Kellen over to the Winston was just perfect. The bubble placement that Kellen had to make sure that you were isolating a target. You called out some big isolations onto Chopper, but I also think the critical part of that was that you were using those bubbles to block off all of the healing that could come through from someone like Squid. That Baptiste just didn't quite have the range to be able to get through that bubble, and with no healing. Oh my god, the ante! Wait a minute.
A 3-player bio right off the rip there from CJ, as Riker and co try and walk out the doorway, and they just get met there, and that is no way you can fight through that, as Rocket will go over to Tracer here, but CJ kicking things off yet with another really strong bio. A bio resulted in a fight win in the previous round, and now may end up giving Timeless the point first.
Yeah, and I mean, Kellen just gets even stronger when you're able to follow up on the lack of healing. You can see the Disruptor shot coming through from Chopper as Space Station also start to pivot to the back of the point towards the health pack. And look at how fast they're able to move with this Juno speed ring. But it's going to be on Rocket and Chopper to try to actually get a pick on the Space Station after Space Station are the ones they're going to capture the point first.
Yeah, it's following up on that CJ bio that allows SSG to get control of the point first, right? And now Rocket trying to work his way back towards the point here. That'll be another bio, just connects with Lucamino, no follow-up. And Timeless, it seems like they've had a really rough go here, Rose, trying to either, they're not really able to make a play for the backline. You know, CJ and Bliss doing a nice job protecting each other, as you see Bliss here peeling for CJ. But they also have not been able to really punish anybody even by the objective. So nothing really working out here so far for Timeless in round number 2.
And they also have to deal with that Nano, another big ante onto Timeless, and maybe you don't even need the Nano from CJ to shore up yet another team fight win. And so Space Station gets a hold onto that ult for the next one. Orbital Ray from Squid as well as a Pulse Bomb from Rocket, but you are on the back foot. How do you use these ultimates proactively when you can just get Primal Raged and Nanoed on Space Station?
It could also be pretty difficult as Hazard to get some of that high ground control, right? Obviously has a leap similar to Winston's, but not with the same verticality as Riker. Going to use the wall climb just to get up to the high ground. Another bio there. 3 players, Lucamino, Squid, and Chopper all hit. Kellen's going to go off the back of that. Gets there a little bit late, so you're not going to have those players antied, but still just good enough chaos caused by that bio, and you're going to be up to 80+% here on the point. Timeless getting bullied back to spawn is now outside of the first fight of this map, bros. It has been all SSG.
Oh my gosh, Squid even switches over to the Mercy just to res Chopper so that he can come back with that overclock and hopefully push back Space Station. But as Timeless move in, they're going to be walking right into a Nanoblade combo from CJ and Sugar Free. As you can see, Sugar Free trying to take the angle, but the Sound Bear to come out from Bliss first as Seeker just tries to finish up this fight with the overclock.
Oh, and that's actually a Nano there for CJ onto Seeker. Also gives the benefits of the Nano to himself while he gets hit with a Pulse Bomb there. So you see how some of the perks impacting things. The blade swings there from Sugar Free just finishes off one, but a nice overclock from Seeker as that is a fast first map for SSG.
Timeless looked really good until Kellen switched over to the Winston, and even on Sanctum, a map where I feel like Winston isn't played as often. You're typically seeing Sigma, Ramatra, Orisa, or some of those more stationary tank heroes. Winston comes in and is the perfect answer for Kellen to be able to control that territory and uses that momentum to capitalize on that second point as well for Village.
You know, I laugh a little bit, Rose, right? Because we talked to Zera and he was talking about how they beat down Timeless the other day and they can bounce back from it. And then we see in map number 1 here, SSG beat them down. You know, just kind of putting two and two together there. But man, I think you're gonna need to see Timeless make some really big adjustments, and I think you called that out perfectly, right? Once Kellen went over this Winston and you started to dive, and in combination with CJ on the Ana, there was just no response. And I wonder how you kind of counter this here for Timeless, right? If you ban a Winston, you still leave the Ana out in the mix though, right? And then if you ban the Ana, it's still going to be, you can play the Kiri with the Winston, right? So just a very difficult situation to play from. This is where we see the Nano Boost actually goes on to Seeker, connects with a few players with the overclock, but then also the Nano now obviously going on to the Ana, negating some of the damage that comes through with the Pulse Bomb. And just like that, the NA special, we get Suravasa for map number 2.
It's so funny that that's the 2 maps you guys rotate through. I think a lot of teams seem to also favor just being able to go from Control to Flashpoint or something like that. But to answer your question, Matt, I feel like Kiriko was the answer. And the fact that it got banned out on that first map meant that you didn't have the Suzu to be able to cleanse off a lot of those anti-nades. And so CJ just had maximum impact and value. And it does go back to what you were saying, that you can ban out the Ana if you want, but I feel like CJ is going to be able to perform on a Kiriko as well. So I really don't know how much that ban actually impacts things.
Yeah, I'm curious where they decide to go with the ban for map number 2. I think they probably look at, like, you know, the Winston and the Ana in combination, right? Potentially getting rid of one of those. you know, Kellen's so good on that Winston. Like, if you can force them to play, Kellen's been playing a little bit more ball, but if you can force them to play something that aligns a little bit more with what Timeless is trying to do, right? Especially playing some of that Sigma there in that first round, and then going over to the Hazard, maybe you can make some inroads that way. But yeah, with the Kiri gone there in map number 1, you saw how powerful the Ana can be, where CJ just landing bio after bio there. I mean, making it look easy.
Disgusting. Yeah, like 3-player antis, and they didn't stay purple for very long because Kellen was killing them. So I mean, it's just really beautiful stuff there. But as we look at Saravasa, Space Station is actually going to ban out the Wrecking Ball as Timeless bans the Sombra.
When Timeless bans Sombra here at the start, it probably is a go, you know, tell sign that, you know, there's going to be some type of ball play potentially there from Riker on the other side. So SSG gets rid of the ball. So now with the ball and the Sombra out of the mix, right? Anakiri still in the works here. This also keeps things available here for SSG to play that Winston yet again. So the ball off the table here, a lot like what we saw in our first series, right? You get rid of that ball in that second map, potentially go up 2-0. You're kind of sitting pretty the rest of the way as SSG looking to take that 2-0 commanding lead.
It is just still so interesting to see that the Wrecking Ball ban was matched by the Sombra. I feel like sometimes, especially looking at our last series, it's kind of mismatched. Like, you see the Sombra once, and then you see the Wrecking Ball ban, and it's not necessarily the two to counteract each other at the same time. So they both nailed it. Now there's a Wrecking Ball in play on Saravasa. It's kind of nice.
So I mean, that Ana's still in play, like we talked about, where obviously the absence of the Kiriko in map number 1 was pretty impactful, but we still see CJ land a lot of those all the time. And even with Kiri gone, you still probably would have ran like Lucio there. Like, you can't just kind of give up the speed, right? So there still would have been the opportunity. Maybe you play, if you're on the receiving end of those bio grenades, maybe you play Kiri Lucio, right? But interested to see what we have now that the ball is gone in combination with the Sombra for map number 2. For SSG, you can potentially play those Winston-based comps. Kellen has also been able to play some Diva, right? So everything kind of open for them. It's more of what are we going to see from Timeless?
I think you're so on it when it comes down to the option to be able to play something like the Kiriko Lucio. Kiriko also, with the perk being able to give you a second swift step, allows you an additional escape mechanism away from something like the Winston. Now, whether or not we actually see that, it does look like Timeless is hovering over some potentially interesting picks, but we still have a couple of extra seconds before that gate opens up. And in fact, it will just end up being a Malka-based composition from Timeless alongside Brave Juno and this Sojourn Genji.
And notice, even with the Kiri still in the game, Timeless not going to play it, and you're going to see the bios rein in yet again here from CJ. And you thought the bios were pretty good in the last one, right? Here against Maga, like, that is one thing that really ruins Maga, especially when you don't have, like, you have the speed ring of Juno, right? But it's not as easily, readily, available as, like, let's say, like Lucio speed, right? So it'll be on Seeker with some nice railgun shots, and then CJ, with the bios, that'll really stop Riker in his tracks. And you see it right there just off the start. That'll be SSG connecting with the point. That's going to be cardiac overdrive use here, Rose. So you're going to be able to come back and fight this if you're SSG, potentially with a bio. Yeah, and they have to run out. The cardiac overdrive completely gone. So you have to play around this Maga cooldown. It's like one of the strongest cooldowns in the game, probably up there with Immortality Field. You have to get good value out of it.
But now it's going to be tough. Space Station already have 30% of the point. CJ is very close to getting a nano. Seeker does take a huge chunk of damage, but that's something that's easily staved off by CJ, and that's what's going to earn him the nano boost. But Chopper with a big pick on Sugar Free is going to have to be this nano boost investment, but it gets matched by this Squid Orbital Ray. So this space is not as easy to take from Space Station as they would have liked. And that is actually going to be a team fight win for Timeless. Orbital Ray pushes them back far enough that they do capture the splash point and send Space Station back to spawn.
It takes a while to develop, right? But they finally do get it. Even though the bio does connect onto Riker, it's just that orbital array. Even with SSG using the nano there onto Kellen, you can't really fight inside of the orbital array. You're also down Sugar Free, right? Who's a decent amount of damage on the flank. Now we'll see if they're able to hold it, though. It'll be Seeker with an overclock. Just a late Chopper right off the rip. You see Riker there go in, tries to go with a stomp, but it's the Ana right there with a bio grenade yet again. So just like that. It'll be SSG flipping the point on back in their favor. It's a quick timeless lead that now goes back to SSG.
And SSG have some pretty good tools to hold onto this flashpoint as well. These flashpoints, I mean, this Malga comp is kind of slow. You talk about the rotation of the cooldowns between something like the Cardiac Overdrive as well as that Juno Speed Ring. This is last fight already, and Space Station could hold them at the door with something like the Primal Rage. Or what if Sugar Free actually lands his pulse? Doesn't though, and that is a whiff and a miss.
Yeah, Chopper's gonna get pushed out here though by the Primal of Kellen. Oh, nice shot just flying across there by Chopper, connecting with the Tracer, but it's gonna be Seeker answering back on the other side of things. Riker hit with a purple. They absolutely need to keep this Maga up. It'll be a blade here from Rocket, seeing what he can find, making a play for CJ just to swing onto the Yana. So it will be Timeless getting the point back here in OT. Space Station though with an opportunity to push into this yet again. Rose, you're gonna have both support ults available to use, right? You're gonna have the Nano potentially for Kellen, Sound Barrier as well, but they're gonna be playing into that Orbital Ray yet again, this time though made even stronger with the cage fight.
I think that does become just an ultra difficult combination of ultimates to get past, because Riker doesn't even need to land a full team-wide cage. You just have to catch somebody. It is Bliss. Bliss does get the sound barrier up, but because he's stuck in the cage, it's just going to end up hitting himself, and it doesn't keep him alive enough, even though that Nano gets invested onto Kellen. Look at how quickly this Winston and the rest of his team is getting demolished by the extra damage coming out from the Orbital Ray. So despite the fact that Space Station get that early lead, Matt, it's Timeless that takes that flashpoint.
Yeah, it is a really nice cage fight there, and the Sound Barrier, like you mentioned, does not get much of anything of value. And then the Nano as well, right? Used on a kill in there towards the end. You can probably keep turning it, keep fighting it. And they don't really get much value out of that either. So now we'll see Timeless. They take a flashpoint lead here, winning the first one. See if they're able to hold this. They're doing a nice job keeping Riker alive. And Riker, even when he gets hit with those bios, doing a nice job getting out of harm's way, preventing SSG from finishing off those potential kills here. Is Riker and Co. Looks like they're going to take a little bit of an outside angle here. They're now going to use that Maga charge to just go into Kellen on the backline.
Oh my goodness. Kellen absolutely pummeling the backline of Timeless. Chopper gets stuck in a corner. Kellen does try to escape with his life, but I feel like with all of that extra healing follow-up too, you just send Lucamino over the edge to get the reset, and Space Station off the back of a Primal Rage takes a great fight.
Yeah, when Kellen dives on in with the Primal, we actually saw Riker uses the charge of the Maga to try and like almost meet the Winston in the back line, like land the slam there, and then maybe you're able to finish him off, but the Primal just keeps Kellen up on through that. So SSG with an early point take here, and then also now, Rose, they're above 60%, potentially in a good spot to take this one. A two-player bio here. Lucamino's got to be so careful. Doesn't want to pop the rally just yet.
Ooh, the rally could be really nice to have, especially with just the extra Inspire healing. I think Space Station would really need to be careful about trying to take these fights in a small room, but they lose Rocket before they can even utilize this rally. And so at 86-87% here for Space Station, and still pushing them back with these purples, that's another flashpoint for them. Nobody can go in and actually get the touch. That is going to be Space Station tying up this map, and they still have ultimates to use heading to the next flashpoint.
Yeah, and with the way that SSG played on that first flashpoint, Rose, I think you got to be really careful here if you're Timeless. That's going to be layering both support ults. I feel like even if SSG just kind of like lose this fight, who really cares, right? The point is still not going to open up for another 20 or so seconds, and Timeless ends up layering both support ultimates on top of each other. So it's going to be Timeless picking up some kills here. They might get control of the point first, but I think in the long run, though, this kind of works out for SSG. You come back with both support ults, Overclock and Primal, and they ended up stacking their Rally plus Orbital Ray on top of each other. I feel like even with Timeless getting control of this first, it sets up SSG for some success. They may not even get it first, right? Sugar Free goes in, actually gets a touch.
Yeah, I mean, this is just absolute chaos. The cage is able to lock down Kellen, but because you have the Primal Rage, there isn't a follow-up of an actual pick. And the Nano investment from CJ as well. Space Station still have this Sound Barrier and this Overclock to get through. And so Seeker, both up the Overclock. Malga is so easy to actually get picked off in that corner. And you were totally right, Matt. Space Station gets first control of this actual flashpoint. And I also want to call out, within those double support ults that Timeless had invested, they had invested the blade too. So 3 ultimates not to actually get the flashpoint capture is awful. Like,
yeah,
it feels so bad.
Well, you use those ultimates and there's still 20 seconds before the point even opens up, right? So for SSG, you know you're in a good spot. Riker now goes over to the Winston, right? So you'll try and match this a little bit. But then for SSG, right, it's another bio from CJ, and then Kellen just sits in basically the choke with a bubble, right? Just separating some of those players off. They're also hit with a nano. It's going to be a fast push here from SSG. They're going to push on forward here behind Bliss's sound barrier. It'll be Sugar Free who gets 2. They'll finish off Chopper here, as this looks like a second flashpoint here for SSG.
Timeless, we're starting to look really good at the first part of this map, but it's coming up big for Space Station as they still are able to stop Riker on this Winston from being able to go to the flashpoint. He gets booped away. He actually does get the overtime proc, but for how long? Lucamino invests the rally just to give Timeless a fighting chance, and as the orbital ray gets layered on top of it again as that rally expires, Timeless have to win out the fight here. Space Station is so smart. They go for the disengage. Unfortunately, Seeker gets caught while trying to escape, and Timeless finally get a little bit of progress down on this flashpoint.
They try and just kite to potentially let those support ultimates roll out and then come back with their nano boost, but they'll have it for this fight. So no support ultimates for Timeless yet again. A nano boost, whether you use it on the Kellen or Seeker here, an opportunity to close this one out. It'll actually be Seeker getting the benefits of it because he's got the overclock and he's looking to do some damage. I mean, Seeker generally, even with just the overclock, not a nano, a very difficult player to deal with, and just slides into the back line. That's both supports. Riker with a primal here, going to end up deciding to pop it. Rocket does get 1, so could get quite interesting here. So it's going to be Sugar Free, though, chasing down the Tracer of Timeless, as we'll see. Riker, can he make it back to the point? It looks like he just kind of gets body blocked there for a second. Lucamino here on the Lucio as well. He'll be able to get a touch. They're just trying to cycle in. A nice boot back there from Bliss, though, onto the Lucio, as that's going to force one player to just jump out onto the point, get there a little bit too late, and that's going to be SSG taking it.
Oh, it looked like Riker was doing such a good job of juggling that point as well, not going down, still having the healing backup of Lucamino and Squid, but it just falls apart for them in those final moments. Space Station take another flashpoint. We go to round point on this map. Still haven't found a good name for that yet, but she only need one more flashpoint.
Flashpoint.
Point, map, flashpoint, map point. Map.
Yeah.
Yeah,
now, so you'll actually have a Ana in play here for Timeless, right? So now you just start to match this Ana where it's been so impactful, right? CJ constantly landing those bios. See if you can kind of return them in the opposite end, as that is actually Kellen hit with a bio. It's going to be a sound barrier in response here from Space Station Gaming, as the overclock comes through here from Chopper, putting down some pretty good damage as Riker gets a nano. A nice boot back there, though, from Bliss, trying to deny some space here from Riker around the corner. Kellen hit with a bio yet again, so Squid on the Ana starting to pay off a little bit, but they do deal with Riker first. You lose Lucamino, as eventually it seems like SSG probably will get control here. Yep, another kill goes down there as Chopper, Squid do fall, so it's going to be SSG getting the point back. Timeless gets it at the start here, gets a little bit of percentage, but it's going to be Space Station taking the lead.
It's crazy that Timeless doesn't seem to be capitalizing on value from these ultimates. Like Nano Boost, the Overclock, both invested into that last fight, and they were already playing from behind because Space Station had capped the flashpoint under their noses. They only get 27% before Space Station grab it back, and now Timeless, they've got the sound barrier, but Squid gets taken out before they even move in, so a disengage has to come through from Timeless.
And I wonder if you're SSG, right? You have an opportunity here where...
Oh, you push here.
Yeah, you can up the pace here, right? You can push the tempo, and like as they're coming off a spawn, yep, final fight. You can give a nano here over to Kellen or Seeker yet again. Seeker with that overclock plus nano can just kind of chew through this sound barrier. As we'll see, it looks like, look at Kellen going on a little bit of a flank, and that is Chopper falling right away. Squid goes there with him. This is going to be eventually SSG coming up with the kills to take this one. It's going to be Riker using a primal here, just trying to keep it alive here for Timeless. A Rose, Space Station Gaming just kind of asserting their dominance over our first two maps.
Wrecking Ball and Sombra might have been off the table, but that's not the raid boss. It is the Winston Ana combo from the Space Station squad that is providing to be a huge task for Timeless to overcome. And they haven't figured out the answers, and they don't have a whole lot of time to actually do that, Matt.
Oh.
They're down 2-0.
And we are on the, like, this would be such a shock, right? This is your top 4. They all have the same record. We're coming into today. These games are going to be so back and forth. Everybody, I know, even at looking at the schedule even weeks ago, was like, oh man, the final day of NA is going to be crazy. We're on the verge of 2 lightning fast 3-0s. Yeah, just kind of stomps, quite frankly, where I don't think anybody saw that coming, but SSG looking just flat out awesome today.
They're so coordinated right now, whether it's Seeker just getting a random charged railgun shot kill before Timeless move in, or you're seeing just these antis Kellen is able to follow up on. Even while antis, like, I don't really care. We've won the map. Like, it's just so good. And take a look at the stats as well. These don't lie.
No.
What a dominant performance from Space Station.
Just flat out clean across the board, right? Timeless did get some percentage, I know, on just about all of them, right? They win the first one, but after that, it is just all SSG. Rose is also potentially, right? SSG on series point, and we're going to go to Esperanza, so these teams just rapid firing shotgun and maps off. If SSG wins their first Nightmare second, we could actually just see a run back of today, right?
Yeah, true.
Like, if you're SSG, like, why pick Team Liquid when you just 3-0'd Timeless? And then if you're Nightmare, you're like, yeah, okay, we'll play Liquid again, right? We just 3-0'd them, yeah. Where we might get just a little bit of a run back of these same exact matches, which would be really odd, right? But we would see how much progress the team could make in a week, right? If both these games end up being 3-0s for their respective teams, how they would bounce back next week.
It's still a lot of time. Yeah, there's still so much time between now and playoffs. I think teams can do a lot with just a couple of days, maybe a couple scrim blocks every single day. And we're still trying to figure out how perks are impacting this high level of competitive play. But Matt, now we take a look at Esperanza as their potentially final map in the series. And with how much trouble this Winston Ana has been giving Timeless, do you think they try to go for a ban of either of those heroes?
I mean, you would think you would ban the Ana, right? You ran the Ana a little bit of your own there towards the end, but it does not seem something like you're getting as much value off of as SSG is, right? I mean, CJ's just been flat out on fire with the bios throughout the day, so the Ana ban makes a ton of sense, and we do see it. I don't know. I mean, they kind of let it go. I thought after map 1 and how crazy it was, right? You would just kind of see it.
Kiriko last map too.
See it be gone, yeah, and the Kiri gone with map number 1, but Kiri available there, and nobody even kind of thinks about it, right? So, I mean, maybe you get rid of the Ana. Maybe that's kind of what they decide to go with here.
Yeah, but we did see Squid actually switch off of the Juno and go to the Ana towards the end of that last map, so maybe you are trying to match the tempo a little bit better. But it felt like Timeless playing behind the 8 ball, even after they made those swaps, just couldn't quite keep up with the ultimate rotations that Space Station had already set. And as we take a look at Esperanza, Timeless are like, I've had enough of this. I don't want to play Kellen on the Winston, but then do you actually want to play Kellen on the Wrecking Ball either map? Because Space Station just banned Sombra.
Yeah, exactly. So the SSG, they banned Sombra. So we've actually seen Sombra banned twice in this series, right? Once by either team. And then Timeless. Yeah, Timeless, they get rid of the Winston, right? Where we've actually seen Kellen play Winston really well through the first 2 maps. They run the Winston against Maga. They've run it just about all the time here so far. Really, it's kind of been Timeless, right? Running the Sigma at the start. It was Kellen that came out on the Orisa. Then once they switch to the Winston, it's been full on for SSG. So you get rid of that hero for Kellen, but Kellen's really good at a lot of these different tanks, right? I could play the Diva here, potentially Hazard. So a bunch of viable options here for SSG with the potential to close it out.
Let's see what both of these teams decide to do. It could be the final map of the first stage of OWCS groups. And so let's see if we can actually either have Space Station win this 3-0 or Timeless can finally come back in the series.
Be a bit of a...
It's going to be close.
For a final day, right, where you have all your top 4 playing, it would kind of go out with a little bit of a whimper here with 2 quick 3-0s as looking for Timeless to put together a potential comeback here in this series, but obviously so much on the line, Rose, right? I know both of these teams up there vying for that top seed in North America, and just to remind you guys what is on the line specifically, right? If SSG wins, Nightmare's that first seed. If SSG wins, they're the first seed. If Timeless wins, Nightmare's the first seed, right? So Nightmare rooting their hearts out for SSG. Has not worked out thus far. I know they have Timeless is really behind the 8 ball here.
Well, as we see them meet each other in the middle, we've got Kellen on the Wrecking Ball as we would have expected with all of the dives that have come through today, and Timeless decide to try to beat them to the punch with this Hazard. Tracer, Sojourn versus this Pharah from Seeker.
This Chopper does take out Sugarfree. We finally actually see the Ana and the Kyrian play as well now to combat the Ana, right? So CJ behind this Wrecking Ball setup will be running the Ana here. Is Timeless, they'll finally bring out the Kyrie, right? We're tired of getting hit with those bios constantly. So that will actually see SSG play the ball comp. I like the Pharah. We've seen the Pharah in APAC a lot, and I think with the ability to move with the Barrage and in combination with the Nano, just kind of filthy.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot in EMEA as well. Just a more recent pick with those perks, as you were saying. But I think even just taking a look at how Seeker can impact this particular matchup, you're looking at some direct rockets being enough to follow up a lot of these antis, and look at those directs onto a sleepy Riker. One way that Space Station can get back in and try to match this progress.
But not a lot of gained here by Timeless, right? Only 25 meters, not a significant amount gained. Lucamino here hit with a bio. It doesn't look like they have a cleanse up, but they're able to keep that Lucio alive as Riker now goes back to the ball. We'll get a mirror of the tank as that main difference, like you mentioned earlier, right? Having that Pharah in the mix. The Pharah is going to be able to put down some significant damage, though, at range. They have to do a good job of trying to keep Chopper up. You see Riker here as well, making a play here for Bliss. Gets extremely low, Rose. They're going to have to try to keep him up at range, and they don't really have a lot of healing from there. It's a nano boost onto the Pharah, quick kill onto Lucamino. So he was getting very close to that sound barrier. There is a moving barrage. Gets both DPS. That's good enough, right? Even if you end up giving up your life in the long run, you'll take that.
Strafe through the window. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like that's just the power. That barrage was even ready before we actually saw the nano from CJ, so I thought, oh, maybe nano boost here. You just go for the barrage instantly, but I love the patience from Seeker to just wait until he looked like primary enemy #1. Oh, and poor Riker. I mean, not only does Space Station actually capture the objective, but Riker with an anti and a sleep just dies there, and this is going to be even more progress for Space Station.
Yeah, and you see CJ running that. Yeah, they're going to use the Kitsune Rush, potentially trying to like deter them from coming around the corner. You also see as on Riker coming back off the spawn really fast. CJ running that Groggy perk, so every time that sleep comes down onto Riker, he's going to lose the capabilities to really just kind of move at all, right? It's pretty nasty slow, and if you've been hit with it by somebody at home, you know how impactful it is. And that's going to be checkpoint here first for SSG, so getting off to a great start, trying to lock down that #1 seed in North America.
They're getting closer and closer to it. Chopper trying to get Timeless back into things with this overclock, and the sound barrier from Lucamino is good as it hits everybody, but Chopper still gets taken out by an incredible dive. That is a full team effort to take down that big boss in the Sojourn, and now it's just cleanup and more meterage here from Space Station as somebody moves that push bot back over to the Space Station side of the map.
I think we're going to go from bad to worse here, though, Rose, for Timeless. You're going to have a nano boost available potentially for that Pharah yet again. The bot not going to stop here, right? The checkpoint going to keep on rolling. And Kellen's got that minefield, right? So you can potentially like drop that up on the high ground, right? Dislodge some of these players from this position. No Kitsune rush available here for Timeless, right? You could potentially use that minefield while inside of the rush, right? If you saw it coming in from the opposite side. But SSG actually back up a little bit here, Rose. They actually give some space. They can see some space to Timeless. They want to fight for the high ground. Look at this. It's going to be the sleep that comes through. The bio, groggy. You see how slow Riker is when he gets up. Cannot move at all. You deal with that ball so fast, and now the push will come on through.
No, the coordination from Space Station Gaming has been perfect. Even though Seeker does get eliminated here, he's able to come back with the boosters, just go over the high ground, still has that damage at range. Rocket can't even pick up that final blow onto Bliss either, so he gets out with his life as Riker gets slept once again. Pulse bomb on the wall, and Riker does have to throw down those mines to keep himself safe defensively, but as Seeker unleashes the barrage, that's going to be a pick onto Squid and Lucamino Chopper to follow. This is still kills for Space Station, but as Timeless do carry on a little bit further in that fight, they do bring that bot over that midpoint, so at least they've shut off the forward spawns for Space Station, and maybe they get a little bit of progress as Rocket had stolen that bot away.
I don't think they can be fine with a little bit of progress. I think where you are in the state of the game right now, I absolutely think that Timeless needs to get this checkpoint. You can control some of the high ground here, potentially force a SSG fight in a spot where they may not want it. I wonder, do you nano the Pharah even without the barrage? It looks like potentially that's what CJ's covering here. Yeah, it looks like gonna get a heal up here onto Kellen, and then you're gonna decide to go here. That's gonna be the nano onto the Pharah.
Oh, the stick from Rocket onto CJ, though. At least he got the nano off onto Seeker at just the nick of time before his life gets taken there. But Space Station, it's still a 3v3. There's still a lot of fight left here for Timeless, as Space Station decide better of trying to stick in this fight. Kellen also just kind of playing a little bit of fancy footwork here, but now that Bliss has been picked off and you don't have that sound barrier available, I think this is also the time that Kellen needs to get out of here so they can get the full reset.
Yeah, Bliss was playing with Sugar Free there, and they're actually trying to put some pressure onto the Timeless back line, and you see actually Riker just kind of roll back on in and then end up getting Bliss. But with these balls, the fights are going to come extremely fast, and the checkpoint coming up here soon. You see the rockets here just being fired at Chopper from the high ground by Seeker. It's not going to be checkpoint just yet. They do get Kellen, though. That is a huge pick-off, right? Kellen would have been the one who contests this spot for a very long time. Now they're going to be forced to put the Tracer on it. So pretty good start here for Timeless if they want to tie this one up.
I think that's going to be checkpoint. Nobody can come in and touch because Kellen is just not close enough. And now Timeless actually have a pretty good shot here, Matt. Look at their ults.
Yeah, I mean, 16 meters now separating these teams. Chopper going to land the railgun onto one. Now it'll be a sound barrier that comes on through. It's going to be a minefield here for Kellen as well, but Chopper just still finding targets all throughout. It'll just be one support alive here for SSG. As the bot is not crossed over that line, Rose. It is still a SSG lead right now. Now it does. So a very small lead here for Timeless, as it will be contested, but Timeless will end up falling. But below 3 minutes, they do end up taking the lead. They're going to have to hold on for their dear lives. I mean, you see it is such a small lead, with now SSG getting control of this bot, moving it back into Timeless territory, and taking a look. There's not really a ton available. See if Seeker can make a huge play with that barrage. So you don't have a nano, but you do have the ability to like Suzu, right? You can Suzu that far as they're using the barrage to give that brief moment of invulnerability, which could be massive.
I like the Suzu to be able to answer something like the Pulse Bomb from Rocket, as well as Kellen is in desperate need of some healing and attention. Kellen gets a little bit healthier, but as you see Riker try to dive into Seeker, Seeker doesn't have a chance to let leash that barrage. And so Timeless, with this fight over the midpoint, if they can get another pick here, it does send that push bot back into their favor. And because of how long these Wrecking Ball setups take, Matt, we're looking at 1.5 minutes left, and Timeless still has the lead.
Yeah, as SSG was trying to stay there and just kind of occupy this space, right? They don't want them to go further deep into their territory. Is actually so they'll use the barrage there. They used to try just to kill Riker, and Seeker doesn't get him, but Sugar Free is able to finish him off. So you still have your ball alive here for SSG, and I think you're doing that, yeah, because you're going to see a switch, right? When you don't have that on in the mix to combo that nano with that barrage, becomes a little bit less of a powerful play to just kind of use the barrage, even if you can maybe use like a Suzu or something. But now switching over the Sojourn, this is going to have some long range firepower, a little bit more consistent with the damage here for SSG as we go below a minute.
It'll be nice to have the disruptor shots for some of these flanks that Rocket and Riker will like to take as well. And now Seeker can also match like for like with potentially a pick from a charged railgun shot. But 40 seconds left. Space Station Gaming have to win 2 fights in a row to take the lead back and actually close out this series 3-0. But they have a lot of ults to do it. Right now it's going to be CJ letting down this Kitsune rush. Squid can't match it just yet, but if this fight extends long enough, then Squid will be able to lay down the later one. Lucamino buys them some time with the sound barrier, and in fact, maybe you don't need the rush at all because Riker and Rocket, they're on it right now. And Timeless, 15 seconds away from taking a map in this series and sending us to another map.
Well, the biggest thing is they do get rid of Bliss before he's actually able to get use of the sound barrier, right? So you get rid of the Lucio there of SSG, eliminating that big Lucio ult that could potentially come through. So it'll be Sugar-Free there just to get a touch. SSG, this is a fight that's really weird, Rose, right? You don't exactly want to fight into this high ground, but with obviously the time in the game, they're going to be forced into it there. Is Kellen not able to get the minefield off there? So a huge whip there from the Wrecking Ball on Space Station Gaming, not able to get that ultimate off there up on the high ground. This will be a sound barrier just trying to keep all the players of SSG alive for as long as possible. Overtime ticking down, and Timeless gets a map win.
You could see the theory that Kellen had there as well, to go up to the high ground, lay the mines, actually take control of that high ground and force Timeless into a position where you have to meet them in the low. But
doesn't get it off.
Great focus fire there from Timeless, denying that opportunity. And we go to a map 4. So Matt, maybe everybody, us included, spoke a little too soon about this potentially being a 3-0.
Potentially, though.
Maybe
but
it is 5 maps.
I mean, Timeless is, though, going to have to win it the rest of the way, right, on SSG comfort picks, right? SSG going to get the maps, and they're going to get that first ban, right? So going to be very difficult with a team of SSG's caliber. To be able to run it all the way back. It would be pretty awesome, though, with this much on the line to see it happen. And I feel like Rose at the start, SSG looked really good playing this ball. Obviously, the Ana still in the mix for SSG. And then I think once we kind of got into like a ball mirror with the Karikos in the mix, I think that's where it started to really turn the tides. I think obviously the Pharah pretty impactful at moments, but it felt like Chopper was starting to hit those rail guns, and you were also getting Rocket in there dealing with that Pharah a little bit better, and we didn't see a switch come in from SSG till late.
Yeah, the late switch is so unfortunate as well, because then you're also behind the curve a little bit. However, it didn't seem like it affected them too much, because as you see in this clip, like CJ got the Kitsune rush, Squid still had his to be able to actually answer that. And it didn't matter at the end of the day, because Wrecking Ball mines couldn't come through. Chopper and Rocket, just what a star-studded duo. And this map ended up being so close, which tells a different tale than what we saw in the first 2 maps.
Yeah, you see a very close map between these 2 teams. I think when you actually kind of watch the footage, does resemble that as well. Sometimes we get these stats and they look close, and then the game actually not that close in response, but very competitive map between both of these teams. I feel like SSG's success all kind of happened in the front half of the map, and then it was really just kind of Timeless the entire second half of the map. And now what? So we've actually had is that cat or a dog?
Cat. This is, yeah, Bear's been making an appearance this whole weekend. But do you want to say hi?
So you have a cat and a dog?
Yeah, I have a cat and a dog. They like each other too.
They like each other. Hey, but yeah, good on there. Ring the bell. Yeah, positive on there. Well, we're gonna let Rose get some time with her cat before jumping into this next game. But stay tuned. Right after this break, we'll have the 4th map between SSG and Timeless. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Timeless versus SSG. We are in map number 4. Space Station has looked extremely good thus far, Rose. And they get a map selection here, though, because Timeless showed some signs of life.
On that Wrecking Ball mirror, it did come up Timeless's way, and as we head over to Dorado and the Wrecking Ball isn't banned on either side, I do think that Riker could go back over to that Wrecking Ball, and then we just end up seeing Kellen play the Winston. But the Zenyatta is banned, and the Widowmaker is banned. A little sad to not see the Widowmaker duel, but I also wonder how much either of these teams want to lean into that, just with the Ball and Winston respectively.
So with SSG getting the first ban here and having match point, right, and map selection, they get rid of the Zen, so the Zen can be really good in combination on like the high grounds on this map, especially on the defensive side of things. And Timeless, they decided to get rid of the Widowmaker because Seeker's so good at that hero. Maybe you feel like you just don't want to end up matching that head-to-head. I will say, Rose, you can play Ball here. It's just really hard. Like we've seen Infected do it and play it actually extremely well on this map, but we don't see that many people play it that well and to that level. So Timeless potentially going to roll out with it here, as it'll be Kellen playing Winston, like you mentioned, on D. So both teams will actually play Ashe here. So well, I wonder, Riker goes back to the spawn. Yeah, he's going to switch. So going to decide to match the Winston here is actually for the first time, really. We saw it in the last map, but rarely we're actually going to see a mirror matchup.
Well, as you were saying, I definitely favored the Winston here versus something like the Wrecking Ball. So I think it's very smart that we do see Riker actually lean into this Winston pick instead. And it is a full mirror match on both sides.
And Hazard's not exactly viable here. That's a 6 sleep there by CJ, as does not have the bio just yet. You can't really play the Hazard here because, like we talked about a little bit earlier, he has mobility, but it's more like lateral. It's not as much vertical, right? Where you can't exactly kind of access these roofs with the Hazard as easily as you can with, like, let's say a Diva or a Winston, right? Where you need to probably play one of those two here on this map.
You can see how they're popcorning off of these buildings as well. You drop down into the low ground to actually try to contest the cart, and then you see Kellen pop right back up to control that building space. Riker actually had to meet him there because ideally, if you're Timeless, you are taking over that high ground or even bullying Seeker off of the sight line here, and that's why Riker is looking in his direction. But the coach gun away and that quick rotation, Seeker now gets a different sight line that's even more advantageous. And he can also walk back here.
Seeker is just dominating the high ground right now. They actually use a nano onto Riker here, just trying to maybe open up a little bit of the map. It'll be a nano here thrown onto Kellen as he's in the back line there, putting pressure onto Chopper and Lukamino. You see Kellen just kind of split these players off. They're not able to move up and try to get any damage down, but Seeker's just been dominant up there on the high ground. You see already with a Bob Chopper, just barely getting over the 50% line, as this has been a really dominant defense from SSG thus far. Although that may turn it. Rocket with the pulse bomb connects with 2, as that's going to at least allow Timeless to get out of the spawn and open things up. Maybe get that payload through this underpass.
I don't know about that though, because Kellen is still alive with the Primal Rage. And so if he wants to contest this cart, he certainly has the staying power to do that. But you are hoping that Bliss can come back just at least in range to be able to give over those health packs. And while the payload does go under this archway, Space Station, they got their work cut out for them. They have the Rally and the Primal Rage, but Space Station are packing basically 5 ults.
You're going to give up some space here if you're SSG. I think that's the right thing to do, and then now you can kind of take this back. As we see constantly Kellen just putting himself right in the face of Chopper in the back line. So that's going to be Lukamino popping the Rally. It's going to be Squid actually connecting with the bio on a Kellen. So that's going to force him back a little bit. It's going to be Bob from Seeker there, but it's actually going to be a kill that comes down as Rocket takes out the Ashe of SSG, but the Tracer on the other end will take out Squid, so you end up losing your Ana. Riker makes it back towards that payload, though. The Chopper ends up throwing the Bob in there to protect towards the end. And it's going to be Timeless moving the payload. Nice bio there from Squid. Long range, going to connect. Just top them up a little bit. As maybe we get a last second touch here. It's going to be Sugar Free, probably the one who would have to do it. Not going to make it there in time. They opt to play for high ground. So not pretty there for Timeless. You know, they get it with about 30 seconds left, but they do get that first checkpoint.
The first checkpoint at least is going to make sure that they can open things up. I love the Riker positioning, just to be in the sight lines of Squid to get that healing necessary, and then you can go try to get this high ground contest. Squid and CJ both have these nanos, so that's something that could be gifted over to the Winston, as we see that going onto Riker already. But a great ante onto Riker is going to make this contest just a little bit more difficult and negates a lot of that value that the nano boost could have provided. Now it's CJ's turn. CJ is free and clear to use this nano onto Kellen if he wants.
Yeah, the nano doesn't really get much of anything there for Timeless, right? Nice sleep there by Squid. The bio as well onto Kellen, so playing some pretty good defense. But, you know, the supports that get pushed so far back into the choke, nobody there in the line of sight of Riker. So even though you didn't get much with the nano boost that goes on to Kellen, the space created by the nano allows them to get Riker, which stops any type of push that Timeless would have kept going.
Now Timeless have sub 2 minutes to try to get this payload to that second objective and extend their life in this map. As Space Station now looking at Sugar Free, jockeying around this payload, hunting for a target to attach this pulse bomb to, and Kellen can still play Disruption in the back. Sugar Free doesn't even throw out the pulse bomb, just gets a raw pick onto Lucamino with the help of Seeker's dynamite, and Kellen cleans up the rest. Now Timeless have to go back and think again, and now Matt, minute and a half left.
They kill Lucamino so fast as Sugar Free actually throws the pulse bomb out, right? But it's not even needed. The ticking dynamite from Seeker up there on the high ground onto the break, and then just a little bit of damage there from Sugar Free finishes him off. As Seeker on the Ash has been phenomenal here on Dorado, just kind of dominating the high ground. So we'll see a Bob in play potentially, as Seeker still controlling this high ground. We'll see. I mean, just it makes it so difficult for the Ash, right? Doesn't he? The Ana doesn't even want to come around the corner. You see, that's actually a dynamite that lands onto Chopper and Squid there. Lucamino as well is gone. So another fight win here for Space Station Gaming, as they've, you know, even at the first point for us, he did a great job controlling that high ground. Timeless having a difficult job pushing up into it.
And it's gonna be hard because Seeker still has that Bob. And so even though Timeless, they've got this Primal Rage, the Rally, the Nano, Space Station have the same ults plus the Bob. And so with this high ground control that's getting contested by Riker, you've got 18 seconds left. You are going to have to pay for the payload at some point. And with that nano boost onto Kellen, CJ protects himself from the dive. Lucamino gets a chance to actually respond with this rally as Kellen jumps after that backline. But you now have to play in overtime and still have to control the high ground, and they don't even touch the cart because they were so focused on the high ground. Matt, what? No way.
It looks like
Everybody
Rocket was maybe there, but they get so kind of wound up, like going after that high ground, and potentially the Tracer not in to get a touch. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there, but that is a brutal way to potentially lose there, Rose. That is where the payload will stop on Timeless's offense. Oh man, I'd love to see a replay of the payload there.
That's a real C9.
As,
that was an actual real C9.
Yeah, I mean,
Space Station Gaming weren't even touching the card. There was no actual CC that could have come through to stop Timeless from touching the payload, and just nobody touched it.
I would try and defend it, but that one looked pretty bad. That one looked pretty bad.
That was an egregious C9.
That's where the golden box of victory is. So let's take a look at this here. So you can see they actually use the nano on a Riker up there on the high ground. Yeah, and so Rocket looks like he's actually battling Sugar Free there on the bottom right of the screen, and he looks like he's quite weak. So maybe actually it looked like he was inside the room with a health pack. So maybe potentially he's in there fighting him and just kind of gets like stuck at the doorway, right? Maybe a little bit of a body block and not actually able to make it out.
Wasn't it a Tracer? Wasn't it like two Tracers?
Yeah. It was
Tracer is small. What kind of body block is actually?
Tracer is very small. Tracer is very small, but still can body block as well. Potentially. Look, I'm trying to help. Trying to help Timeless out here. I'm trying to help Timeless out here. Yeah, we're close. They were close.
You're reaching.
I might be reaching a little bit. But Timeless, I mean, after that, I mean, now you gotta play defense, right? I know
And with mental damage.
SSG, the vibes are high here coming after their defensive setup. As that is a sleep there off the rip there on a Riker. Gonna have to use the leap and the bubble right away just to get to the high ground for safety. And now that is a nice bio in response from Squid. Connects with 3. Squid already up to 50% towards that nano.
That's a really big nano that could come through, but the ante is even better from CJ as it puts that pressure onto Lucamino to have to go get a health pack. Squid needs to put a lot of emphasis on making sure that Lucamino can stay alive, and that just means now that healing isn't going towards the front line. They've stabilized for now on the defense as Timeless still has good control of this high ground, but there's still that battle of the Tracers at the bottom, and I'm going to be watching them like a hawk this time.
Yeah, making sure Sugar Free's turn this time to stay on the payload. It looks like, though, for SSG, you're trying to coordinate some type of dive here where maybe you're following up one of these bios there that go to the high ground, because Sugar Free's kind of like working all the way around the outside. He needs to use a bio there, does CJ, just to keep himself alive. And now you can have Kellen start working here towards the high ground, push some people back, and that's a huge pick. Chopper needs to come alive, controlling some of this high ground. We talked about how Seeker was doing such a great job on the defensive side of things on the Ashe, controlling the high ground. Now it's Chopper's turn.
And Chopper is going to be 93% towards the Bob, so another way that you can help not just control the high ground, but also make sure that that low ground is going to be controlled as well. When you still have that nano, hasn't been invested yet, Riker's going to have the Primal Rage, so Timeless do have a lot of tools to actually keep this high ground control and this defense up. Rocket is also fighting to get this Pulse Bomb online, but it's CJ up first that's going to delay that nano. It goes on to Kellen, and Kellen just finds Lucamino out of nowhere.
And that's a huge pick, being able to get rid of Lucamino, right? Working his way over towards a rally. Riker getting extremely and dangerously low, has to back up. They just have Squid in terms of supports as the payload's starting to move its way through the choke here. Timeless does hold on to a decent amount of stuff there. So Kellen did actually not able to get the Primal Rage off. Potentially would have used it there towards the end. As now we're below 2 minutes here, Rose. Pretty good here for Timeless, looking to potentially force a 5th game.
Yeah, super, super good. Space Station right now are trying to use these ults to get out of the archway. Seeker throws in the Bob, but Rocket is able to snipe him out with this Tracer, and it forces Bliss to keep this push alive with this rally. And it's good enough that is going to allow Space Station get underneath this archway, and just with these spawns that are gone through, maybe Space Station actually don't see a recontest here.
No, it's not going to be a recontest. Everything used there for SSG. The benefit for Timeless is you do end up having a rally here. You just don't have a lot of space to work with, right? You see that golden box of victory already right around the corner here, not even fully around the corner. So it's really going to be about, can Timeless control this high ground? That's what Space Station Gaming was so good on their defensive side of things, protecting Seeker, controlling this high ground. Can they do it as well here for Timeless? Timeless trying to force a 5th map. SSG trying to secure that #1 spot.
The rally comes out from Lucamino to keep this high ground contested, but they gotta watch out for the payload underneath, and you can't just leave Rocket alone to try to contest this payload, because one Tracer just isn't going to be enough, and Space Station Gaming are getting ready to go for another engage. The bio is good. CJ unleashes the nano onto Kellen, and that high ground is now theirs.
Yeah, it's both supports there, hit with that bio grenade from CJ from the low ground to the high ground. As soon as that happens, they give the nano over to Kellen, and it is GG as SSG pushes on up, takes the series 3-1, and they are now the kings of NA.
Space Station, such clean dives that were executed there with Kellen at the helm, and they are looking so good now heading into the playoffs. Zoe, their first seed, they get their pick of the litter. Feeling good to be a Space Station fan.
It really does. And just like with Nightmare earlier today, we got to see that power of Winston Ana on full display. And once the bans are out of the window, it's going to be rough to deal with that. The Space Station Gaming looking absolutely dominant. That's a Space Station Gaming we wanted to see from like the very first day of competition here.
They've been pretty consistent all throughout, right? I really love this damage dealer duo, right, of Sugar Free and Seeker. I think today, though, for my money, I thought CJ was like unreal today. We just talked about how good UV was for Nightmare. in their series. CJ puts together that level of performance and maybe even better, quite frankly, in this series. Is every time, even with the Curie in the mix, they didn't even go towards it for the bio grenades. They try and match with their own, but CJ just flat out dominant on the Ana.
Right, and I think something else that was so impressive about CJ's play is take a look at the sleeps that CJ was landing as well. It wasn't just the nades, it was every time Riker was diving in with the Wrecking Ball, with the Hazard, with the Winston, CJ was there to be able to add an extra layer of protection to that backline alongside Luke Camino actually playing this Brig. So it wasn't an easy backline to access. That was the best part about this lineup. And Bliss, sorry, I was looking at Riker and the unfortunate C9 that was happening in front of our eyes.
I mean, is a C9 ever unfortunate, really?
Yeah. I think for Timeless, it's pretty unfortunate, actually.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but like it's self-inflicted, so I feel like the word unfortunate takes away the blame that should be there.
We don't know what's going on there. It looked like potentially Rocket was like maybe fighting over the health pack there, then trying to work his way back. The timing could have been weird. Somebody, boot them out.
Way to make excuses, but
I'm trying.
I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know until we ask them. For now, though, we know that CJ was an absolute standout performer in this match. We just highlighted him on that Ana. Absolutely. 6 nades, 6 sleeps, opening up so much for his team.
I mean, incredibly well-deserved. I had a tremendous series. It felt like, especially there on Dorado, like even to close it out, right? That double bio on the supports, that like a low ground to high ground bio, those were like really difficult to hit. Had a very strong series start to finish. The sleeps against the ball when they were running that were very good. And then the bios, right? All the nanos seemed to get good value. Never really one that was kind of like thrown in, wasted. So CJ had a really strong series.
Yeah, the nanos were so good. I think just being able to see Shrike, that perk that gives you the nano as well as the nano that you gift over to your teammate, also makes you so much more survivable. And it's not like CJ is a slouch when it comes to dealing damage either. So I think it allows you to also have a ton of impact. And so congratulations to Space Station. That's how you execute a dive.
It is indeed. And of course, some of that is not just the players, that's also the big brains behind the operation. And one of them will be joining us right now for a quick chat. Hunter in the house. Hey, Hunter, how you doing? Feeling pretty good about that first seat now, I assume.
That hair out the back, though.
Yeah, no, we're working on it. I'm getting back to form. I had to trim it about a year ago, but I'm making myself look a little bit more homeless, so eventually I can fully commit to the bit.
I do love that for all of us, because it was one of the main critiques we had on you, was that the Aussie look was gone. Very disappointed.
Yeah, I remember last year I was being flamed for my hair and I was being flamed for my bed sheets, which I believe was you. Fortunately, the background has changed, so now you can complain about my laundry instead. But that's fine. Yeah,
but I assume bed sheets are on, the hair is back in action, and you guys are on top of the leaderboard. So everything is well again in the world. Until let's talk about the competition though, because quite frankly, up until the very last day, there was still movement. 4 teams were still in contention to climb their way up in the standings. Did you expect the competition to be, this competitive?
To be honest, it was only in the very first week where I thought that it was going to be super close. After week 1, I thought, maybe this is just going to be free for the rest of the stage. Looking at all the future matches after week 1, it was like we had a front-loaded schedule where the 2 hardest teams were on, and honestly, both of those teams, those were match wins in my mind. Like, we lost a map 5 to Liquid, but that was just a traumatic experience for me personally in the draft, so that I could learn a lesson and let somebody else do my job for me.
I was going to say, what have you learned about the pick and ban system from the first week all the way through? Has anything changed really between you guys as coaches handle that?
Yeah, well, there's only one coach on the team in the form of me, and I think the lesson learned after week 1 was that I'm not terribly good at it. So, started to speak to people to get a little bit more input in terms of what we may or may not want to do. Outsourcing my job to other people. It's a great way to work, really. But yeah, the draft it's deep and it's complicated, but at the end of the day, no matter what heroes you ban, no matter what map you pick, you're not in the server, right? So, while delusional coaches like Danny might feel that the draft is the be-all and end-all, I would love to know how the draft documents stood up versus that 3-0 versus Nightmare today, genuinely.
Well, you've got to put the big brain cap on again, Unter, because as you guys are in the first seed, you had your pick of your playoff team for your first round. And so when you're taking a look at Team Liquid versus Timeless as the teams that you could pick, is there a team that you're leaning towards that you might want to try to go for?
I mean, look, we lost to Liquid last time. We beat Timeless now. That being said, both teams look like an absolute joke right now. So I feel like there's no leaning currently, but just might flip a coin when the deadline's due. That's 9:36 a.m. tomorrow my time. So I'll flip a coin 5 minutes.
You got some
before
time.
Decide then.
Yeah, you got some time.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Time to flip a coin. That's how long it takes, apparently. That's all right. Well, thank you so
it's
much.
easy to leave these things to the last minute.
No, that's good. You work well under pressure.
Don't overthink
That's what I'm. That's what I'm reading into this. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. And also that's a sign of a good leader. Outsourcing. Gotta do that right. Gotta outsource to the right people. Like you can't just outsource. Yeah. So there's a strategy to it. My strategy right now is to end the interview, and you've interrupted me 3 times. So good job on that one as well. Andrew, always great to chat to you, though. Always happy to have you on, and we of course wish you best of luck in the playoffs. We can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us. Wow, you just took him out like that. We're still saying goodbye.
I do love what he said about the draft, though, because a lot of times coaches will overreach, I would say, in certain scenarios, and clearly the ones who know the best are the players, where if the players feel a certain way, like why come in and be like, oh yeah, the sheet or the document, or like, well, us coaches believe this, so we're just going to get rid of it, even though the players want something else. So I think that's one of the rare instances we see a coach just kind of be pretty humble and honest, like, hey, the players know, like, we'll let them decide that. I'll give input other places and make it work.
Yeah, and I mean, it works differently for every team, right? Some players work better when it's a more top-down approach from the coaching bench versus others. They do like to just have more, what's the word? Say. There's an actual word for it. Say. True. Well, we go with the simple one. Say. Where did I want to go? That's right, standings. That's I love me some standings. And we finally have them locked in. Space Station Gaming on top of the world. Well deserved.
I am going to be curious to see what SSG does, because you can run this back with Timeless. The last 2 maps are like pretty competitive, I would say, though. Where Team Liquid versus Nightmare was not very close, and then as I mentioned before,
that was in week 1, so we were still figuring. That was in week 1, though. And like they still figured out the meta, and it was a 5-map series.
Well, right. That's but I'm saying that if you take a look at how Liquid's performed against Nightmare and Timeless, right? Like they are not very close, and then you play them really good, and that happened weeks ago. Like maybe there's a world in which you say, hey, we'll just get rid of send Liquid down to losers right away. Like we feel like we're a way different team than we were in week 1. We're ascending, they're on the decline, right? Maybe that's an option.
Yeah, teams definitely do be saying new week, new me each and every single week of OWCS so far. Let's talk about the 2 teams which unfortunately finding themselves in the relegation and promotion matches now, starting with Shikigami. There's plenty of good things to say about that team. Yes, they only got 1 dub on the board, but overall, like, there is some really, really highlight-worthy individual performance on it.
Absolutely. I think when it comes down to Shikigami, you still have to give them a lot of credit for making it through the open qualifiers. They earned their spot to compete here. And this is also a squad that's filled with sort of relatively new competitive players to the Overwatch scene. I loved how Danny showed us so much versatility in terms of the type of heroes that he was playing. Solo also, I think this entire roster honestly has so much going for it that I'm excited to see them in those relegation matches. I think if they were able to do it once before, look at how many weeks they've now had together and how many other weeks that they might have to prep for those matches. And so hopefully they'll be able to find that success.
Yeah, and again, there were a lot of moments, like their most recent match against SSG. There were definitely 1 or 2 maps where they really fought back, and they were like 1 or 2 team fights away from actually taking a map off of them. Exactly. So by that logic, they're on top of the relegation matches. Looking at our second team here, that is of course Amplify. I'm sad that we saw them kind of die on that Sombra hill for no reason, because we know what these individuals are capable of. Sombra from Phone, she has so much more in her repertoire that she can show us. Also Winter on Sojourn, such a standout. From day one, Winter took it to like some of the best TPS players we have in the league.
Yeah, I mean, look, a pretty rough stage for Amplify, but it takes a lot for them to even kind of get in here and qualify for the OWCS in the first stage. And like you mentioned, so I think we did see really good things from Phone in Winter. Winter on the Sojourn, probably the standout player, the most for me. She's flat out awesome in a lot of the matchups. So many tough like Sojourns and Hitscan players in the mix here. In North America, I think for Amplify, you just got to work on, maybe frontline, backline, keeping each other alive. I think that's where some things fell apart for them. And in relegation, they got a shot and they got them back.
He just sounded like such a, I don't know, American sports ball coach. Just got to work on frontline, backline, keep them alive.
Well, what do you want them to do? Not work on it? I mean,
no, he was right.
It sounds like a sideline answer.
Do you want them back really or not? I want Amplify back.
As a field reporter in the past, that is exactly the answer. Well, they have some days to work on it, as they will be playing again in a week or two from now. I'm not entirely sure when the relegation and promotion matches are taking place, but I do know that our playoffs are coming our way very, very, very fast. Let's take a look at the bracket. Here is the updated bracket. Right, so Avidity and Rad Esports finding themselves in that lower bracket, waiting their opponents. SSG on top, flipping that coin.
I mean, I think SSG, you have an argument to go either way, right? We just beat this team in Timeless. Let's play them again. Although now, you've been in the serve a little bit longer. Maybe Timeless thinks that they've kind of like started to make some, adjustments or things going towards the end. Or you play Team Liquid, who's coming off of a 3-0 loss, and they haven't seen you since the first game, first week of the season, right? It was the last match of the first week. So, and they've been pretty shaky against the top four. So I think you got an argument to go either way here if you are SSG.
And then if SSG actually does pick Timeless, then Nightmare gets the rematch against Team Liquid, which just went their way. Yeah. So I feel like either way, SSG and Nightmare are sitting very pretty in those first and second seeds. And I'm worried about those teams that are sitting in 5th and 6th. I don't think I would want to go up against any of these top four. But maybe then the middle of the pack is a little bit closer after what we just saw in these two matches today.
I mean, I'll say though, I think Nightmare and SSG have definitely proven that they are probably right now a little bit of a step above even Team Liquid and Timeless in terms of how they're playing at the moment. So I think regardless, it's going to be an uphill to climb here for whether it be Timeless or Team Liquid in round one.
Yeah, and all those matches are happening in just a week's time. Let's take a look at our schedule for day one of the playoffs. And also, first of all, of course, let's talk about drops. Ooh. Because today was the last day of our regular season drops. And these are our playoff drops for week one.
Year of the Snake, baby.
All the snakes. I do like them.
Weaver mains so rejoice.
Actually, all those Weaver mains. Just Jake, right? He's the biggest Weaver fan, as far as I know. Yeah, there we go. Here is your schedule. Kicking it off with at the very top, of course, our number one seed VP will be facing off against an opponent of their choice.
And VP could really flip a coin and it doesn't matter, right?
They really could.
They can literally just tell comp ops, like, hey, you guys decide. We're gonna take a little bit of break.
Just lock it in.
Yeah, Virtus Pro looks so strong, undefeated in the stage. Maybe just a couple of hiccups towards the last weekend that they had, but still, who cares? Virtus
Big shout out to Peps, though.
Take anybody.
I'm actually so excited to see Team Peps so high in the standings as well. I feel like it's one of the teams where people were underrating them. And yeah, their start wasn't as explosive as what we wanted to see. But man, they won the matches that they needed to win, and they got those maps in as well for map differential and whatnot. So Team Peps, on top, getting 2 lives in the playoff bracket. Let's see how far they can take it. I am very excited. Now it is time for us to say goodbye, though, as it was a short day in both regions, unfortunately. Not quite the matches we expected, but it is what we got. Let's see what next week has in store for us. Matt, Rose, thank you both so much for calling the action. Everyone watching, thank you so much for watching, and make sure to tune in again next week, if not for the high octane Overwatch action, then at least for the hot new drops. Also, speaking of hot new things, new day, new me. Rich Rat actually turning 36, looking mighty fine.
Oh.
Happy
that
birthday!
Number on you, and he did not mention that to us
I did not
whatsoever.
shout out his birthday. I feel like that's something you gotta do.
That would,
we should have shouted out for him, but he also didn't tell us. But now we know. So happy birthday,
marked
Rich
on our
Rad.
calendars. That's
I'm gonna
right.
say happy birthday, Rich Rad.
That's right. Head on over to his socials, which we already plugged, and make sure to wish that fine gentleman a happy 36th birthday. Now, that is really it for now. Except from this, of course. Feature co-streamers, we had Tiny Shiny on this week as well. Now Apply will be co-streaming, or was co-streaming today, and also we will be raiding Apply. So make sure to hop on into the raid and say hello from us. But with that, Stage 1 regular season play is done, and we're headed into our first playoffs and also the first relegation and promotion matches of the season. Lots of exciting stuff still coming our way, and we hope to see you for all of that and so much more starting next week. Thank you all so much for watching, and have a wonderful rest of your Sunday.